over at Line. If anyone's worked with Invisalign before, you probably know that it's a pretty spectacular company in terms of support, CE, all that that's offered. And even my role, that I'm specifically the iTero. That is all I do all day long. So you have a problem, lots of people in the room text me directly, unfortunately, day and night. So you're one of them. Yep. So iTero's been, iTero's been a staple name in the industry for a long time, but I'm not just like a salesman pitch here when I say we've completely broken the mold with this new 5D Plus. It's unbelievable. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what this can do. Something that I would urge you to kind of keep in mind, consider as you're moving forward is all scanners work. There's nothing wrong with any of them. They can get an accurate STL file. Look at the studies. It shows that. Where the iTero has always set itself apart is it's not for PVS replacement. It's for everything you do in dental. It's for that new patient exam. It's for that hygiene appointment. It's for getting patients to say yes to treatment. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of that. So as I already mentioned here, restorative implants, orthodontic, it's a great scanner. It's I've had a lot of people tell me that it really outshines some things in how it scans metal, gold, edentulous spaces. Really an incredible tool for that. So it's just a great PVS replacement restorative tool. But more so than anything else, I don't really care if you never did an implant case with it, it's the education diagnosis. So instead of getting the patient to say yes through you talking through a treatment, proposed treatment, a big portion of your time is talking about treatment, right? ADA study shows that 60% of GP's time is spent explaining treatment plans. And then of that, 20 to 30% don't accept. Why are they not accepting? They just don't see the value. They don't have that visual aid. We all discovered intraoral photos a long time ago. It's like, whoa, this changed dentistry. This is that times 1,000. Okay, so it's all about, instead of reactively saying, okay, you said yes to that treatment, now let's pull out my scanner and get that impression. It's about, let's pull out that scanner first, scan the patient, tell them their life story on the screen, and get them to say yes to treatment. That's the big differentiator here. Just to introduce you to the newest scanner here, some changes that we've made is we really just beefed up the computer. Reason we did that is we got a lot of software in development right now, a lot of beta testing going on, some exciting stuff happening, and it was crashing some of our older computers because it's just that powerful of a software. So we beefed up the computer, made it a lot stronger so that it can handle all the exciting things that we're launching in the future. Those current iTero owners know software updates just come. You walk in the morning, you're connected to Wi-Fi. Oh, look, I have a new software update. So you don't have to pay for any of these extra features that we're putting. We put over $1 billion in R&D every year into our iTero department alone, and another $1 billion into Invisalign. We're heavy into the research and development here. We've also put in an AI chip so that in the future, it'll continue to adopt to the new softwares and technologies.
So, can you explain to people what AI is?
Oh, sorry.
I don't even know it.
Sorry, artificial intelligence. So basically, as new softwares come up, that hardware itself is going to be able to adapt better to it so that it can keep up with the demand of the new software. Okay. So what's the result of all of that? So just in terms of processing, that little hourglass spinning between apps, 20 to 37% faster, depending on which model you're looking at from the past Element 2, and 50% faster stitching, which means faster scanning. So I don't say this slide is not about bragging. Look how fast my scanner is, right? It's about, you already made a comment on it. What's the biggest issue, biggest obstacle in every day of your practice? Time. If a scanner works and it can take a good accurate impression, but it takes 10, 15, 20 minutes, can you really use that scanner proactively in your practice? Whereas when it's loading quicker, when it's scanning a lot quicker, you really can. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little bit more about that. And this is a silly little thing, but I just like to mention it because we've adjusted the cart. We had this adorable little tray in the back so that you could put your sleeves in it. Such insignificant little changes, but what I like about it is that this is the first company I've worked for in my 16-year sales career that the company's listening to you. It's not just us pushing out like, you're going to like this, trust me. It's we're listening to what you want, and you're like, I just wish I had a place to put my damn sleeves. No problem, we'll put that in there. Okay, I really like that about Align. It's a very adaptive company, so we're working together with you to get what you want in practice. So what does the new scanner do? All in one scan. So literally in one single scan, one sleeve, no changing out, no clicking any buttons. You scan the arch, you will get your 3D digital record, which every scanner will have. You will get near infrared imaging. So you kind of X-ray view, which I'll go into more detail about, and you're getting your photos captured simultaneously. So let me show you what that looks like. Here's an example of scan, and this is actually before the most recent update that we just did, which actually made the scanner quicker, and it also made the image look a little bit more realistic, even though that looks quite nice. So here, this is me performing a scan. This is not, some third-party demo example. I wanted to do it live myself. You could see that I'm purposely trying to go way up on the lip and everything like that, because I want to show you that our AI, our artificial intelligence, is cleaning up that tissue and everything as you go. Because it's one thing to take your 10-minute scan, it's another thing to take another 10 minutes to clean it up, right? One stupid little silly feature about the iTero that is so important to so many of our offices is that you touch the teeth when you scan. It is the only scanner that is designated for that purpose. Why that's important is when you hover in the mouth, do I hover this far or do I hover this far? Try to keep that same hovering distance when you're going around the full arch. When you're in the lingual, you got to push against that tongue. When you're in the vestibule, you got to push against that cheek. It becomes really difficult to do that. And what happens with anything that you put in a patient's mouth? They want to lick it, right? They attack it. You tell them put their tongue on their side, you go in this side, they're like, they're going right for it, right? So when you're hovering, it's getting in the picture. You have to stop, delete, go back, rescan, this and that. Touching the teeth makes a big difference, especially when staffing issue right now, right? Hitting a soft spot probably for a lot of you. When you're having turnover in staff and everything like that, the training, when you're touching the teeth and just guide along, literally feel every bump as you go, makes it very easy to use. So that's really important. So in that scan that I captured, you saw a little timer there. Sorry, I was talking, but it was a 60-second scan. I can truly do a 60-second scan. This isn't a claim. It's like, yeah, right, show me in the mouth. I will show you a 60-second scan on a patient, full double arch and bite. Do it. Okay. Do it. Absolutely. Happy to after. So what do you get from that 60-second scan? Again, please come by later. I'll show you in person, but I did not click any extra button. I didn't do anything extra. There's a few people in the room with it. They can attest to this. You got your 3D image. Okay. Now that the picture is getting better and better, a lot of people are using this in place of their SLR photo. You got your caries detection. It was taken automatically all over the mouth. You grab a magnifying glass, just swipe it around the arch, and you can search for interproximal caries. There's an example of what it looks like. You're looking for the negative of a bite wing. I've already talked to someone in the room here who says it has really changed how they find carious lesions. Not going to point anyone out, but feel free to ask. And it's changed the way their staff and everything find the carious lesions, but more than anything else, it's how the patient understands it. Patients, you show bite wings to patients all day long. They're not in their head politely. They have no idea what you're talking about. I've been in dental for 12 years. You show me a bite wing, I don't know what quadrant I'm in. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm looking at. It's so clear. It's such a good communication tool for that patient. And you got your actual intraoral photos. While the scan is getting better, it's a series of images, 6,000 frames a second that are all stitched together. So it's somewhat of a fabricated image. So insurance won't accept it for those purposes. Instead, the iTero is taking a actual still photo every 1/8 of a second while you scan. So you have your full occlusal, lingual, buccal photos all done all over the mouth, every single scan. You never have to go reach for your intraoral camera. So you want to communicate with the patient, you want to communicate with insurance, you want to communicate with the lab. One nice feature for the lab, they get your scan and it looks like a bit of a rough topography, something went wrong, don't really know what, and I'll show you a slide on that later. They can access the photos, every single photo that your scanner has taken. So they could say, okay, there was a saliva bubble, or it was a tissue attraction issue. That's the concern. They can screenshot, send to you so that you become a better clinician and do a little bit better of a job each time. And soon you're sending away perfect impressions, getting back adjustment-free crowns. So people are missing stuff on bite wings. I hate to be the guy that calls it out, but ADA studies show bite wings are hard to read. You're missing stuff. Absolutely every single practice is. This is just to aid in caries detection. It is not going to replace your bite wing fully. It's an adjunct to it, and you will find different results. And we've done our own internal studies with people who have bought it, and we've seen a 71% increase in caries treatment acceptance. So a small part of that is you're just seeing more. Some of your watches are actually ready to treat. You're like, whoa, I had no idea. But more than anything, it's the patient knows what the heck you're talking about. They can see very clearly, that big white spot doesn't belong. Okay. What's a really nice thing about it, and we'll get into more details about it, but one thing that's really nice is who you can scan versus who you can take a bite wing of, right? Bite wings are a pain in the neck. You got children with small mouth won't sit still, autistic won't sit still, pregnant women can't be exposed to the radiation, people perhaps going through cancer treatment, people with tori, people with compromised dentition, sensitive teeth, lingual inclinations, crowding, all of these situations make it very difficult to have a bite wing of.
But for the intraoral photos, can we do it like after we save the case, like in this like iron? Or when we save the case, can we go back and find the photos, or should we do it?
Absolutely. The photos are for you forever. Absolutely. You can take the scan.
Yes.
And if you want to, if I didn't mention actually, but myitero.com is the cloud connection, is the exact copy.
And
You can go into that, move that magnifying glass wherever you want it. There's the photo. It could be 20 years later, you're like, oh, there's my photo. Yep. So what does it come down to? Why do we scan? First and foremost is records, right? Information is power. You can treat, diagnose everything, better standard of care for your patients if you have records, you have information. So in my 60-second scan, I replaced my SLR photos, I replaced my intraoral camera, I replaced my bite wings in some situations, and I have a couple other features like monitoring bite and all that stuff. If I were to do each one of these things separately, right, get the SLR camera, get the mirror in their mouth, get the retraction, get the wand out, take some pictures, load it up to the system, get my bite wing, take my PBS impression, get my model. This is a 40-minute chairside appointment that I can now do in 60 seconds. And kind of, I always feel silly about this part, but it's true. Anyone who has an iTero can attest to this. It's just cool. And it is marketing for your practice. Patients love it. They eat it up. So you're getting all of these advantages, plus it's something that's non-invasive that the patient really enjoys. Diagnostics and long-term care, my favorite point is the second bullet there, assisting with what you're not looking for in preventative dentistry. You're taking a scan for a crown, single 3-6 crown. Well, it's taking your caries detection, it's taking your photos, all that. Now, while you're in there, you can see, oh, you know what? Your bite is off. Let's have a conversation about that. Oh, I could see a little bit of micro leakage on this photo. Let's take a look at that filling. I could see that you have a carious lesion here, here, and here. Hey, you took the day off work, you're frozen, got handpiece right here. Let's do this now while we're doing this crown. It's a better standard of care for your practice. It's more convenience for the patient. It's incremental revenue for you. Everybody wins, right? Education. Hopefully I'm starting to point that out. That's basically the theme of the whole presentation. But visual tools, you're all aware of the power that brings. You use intraoral photos and all that. This is just that next level of it. Okay. Keeps throwing me off with the switch. I like it. And then finally, workflow efficiencies. Already mentioned a 60-second scan. So that's obviously going to be convenient. And for your CDAs, it's one tool that's going to do everything in your practice. You don't need to worry, did I order the light body, the heavy body? Did I have the tips? Oh no, this isn't clean. That's not organized, whatever the case may be, right? It's just going to be one thing that replaces absolutely everything in your practice. Jumping into restorative here. So just in case anyone's still concerned about, PBS is better than scanners, and this isn't just a plug for iTero, this is all scanners. The studies are out. Scanners are more accurate. You will get better fitting crowns using a scanner. There's no question about it. I mean, don't trust me. Talk to the gentleman here who owns the lab. They could tell you all about that. So you see a great reduction in your, your errors, your returns, things like that. That's a cost to your business, right? That's important. Get it done right the first time, drop it in. I'm seeing 10-minute seating appointments with the iTero. It's such a perfect fit, drops right in, you walk away.
Hey, Mark, I'll just add to that. I would just say, to qualify that statement you made, it is in the hands of the user. Okay. It honestly, we do both users, if it's done properly, it works.
Mhm.
Really, whether it's traditional or digital, but we have seen incredibly accurate. When it's clear, it's super accurate.
Absolutely.
We've seen that, I think. So,
What a segue.
yeah.
It's like I bribed him. This is perfect. So as you can see on the screen there, all PBS impressions are now perfect. You've all seen these in presentations before. They can be a train wreck, right? The scans too. It's not as noticeable. I don't know, I don't know how well you could see on the scan, but there's kind of that rough topography to it. It's not super crisp and clean, right? So that's something that we talk about with our support that we offer, right? Because we want to get you sending impressions like this. So not only from us, we will hold your hand and help train you. The people who have Iteros in the room, did you see me once when you bought it and that's it? I'm there for you every time, right? We have clinical experts who come in to your practice and will train you on how to use it. They will hold your hand and help you. We have CE constantly. There are companies out there that will drop off the scanner and say, good luck, see ya, right? It's difficult to integrate digital technology. I compare it to this. It is not autocorrect. People think digital scanners are autocorrect on your phone. You just smash the keyboard and it's like, perfect sentence came out. Look at that, fixed it all. No, a scanner will highlight really beautiful dentistry. It'll also highlight really bad dentistry. It will really highlight it. Okay, so we work with you to help you with that. And we have a couple other features in our workflow and our software that can help with that as well. So let's talk about that.
Mark, does Itero link up to any of this milling machines, or?
It's an open STL file.
Okay.
It will link up to any mill, printer, software, you name it, that accepts STL file. The only mill I know that doesn't, it's just the Serif mill. Other than that, everything else works. Okay, so what to look for. So it is important. I do want to kind of teach you on this a little bit, that you do not just scan and send and think like digital take care of that. So let me walk you through some of the ways we can help support you in that. And a lot of other systems can do similar things, but it's going like into the dark web to find how to do it. The workflow of the Itero is a really, really smooth one. Again, just making it easy to use in your practice. So when you take your scan, first thing you want to do is you want to check the bite. So we have a scale right there on that first landing page when you complete your scan, so that you can have the occlusal clearance set to 0. So I can look for contact on the posterior teeth. Unless I have a posterior open bite, there should be some red. Otherwise, don't send away that case. Go back, click on the bite, delete just the bite, and rescan it. It literally takes 2 seconds. Okay. Now, if you're used to PBS, I don't know if everyone in the room owns a scanner or not, but if you're used to PBS, it can promote lazy dentistry. Okay, not saying it will, but it can, because you're now thinking, you look and you see the bite, and you're like, oh, not really sure. Do you want to take out another $50 of impression material because it's gone way up since COVID? You want to sit there for another 4.5 minutes, take the impression and maybe get the same result that you're really not sure on. Here you can say with confidence that you don't have the bite that you want. You can go back, you delete it, literally 2 seconds, scan it again, and go back and see if it's changed. So it will help you in that regard. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check the occlusal clearance, right? One of the biggest debates between lab and doctors. It's sometimes you're under prep, you don't want to bond to dentin. The lab wants 1.5 millimeter occlusal clearance on the zirconia or Emax. And for most part, offices, no criticism, this is just traditional methods that you take your handpiece, you take down that prep, you get them to bite down, you pull across the cheek, and you're like, that should do it, right? You're winging it completely. There's no way to possibly tell, especially from the lingual view. You can't see that. So use the technology to show you exactly the high spots. The red and orange is showing you very high spots. That'll be a reduction coping in your lab bag. The yellow is showing you a little bit high spots. So you could, if you have nowhere else to prep, then that's fine. Send it along. If not, you are looking at adjusting in the final seating appointment, right? Or you're just looking at kind of some compromised thickness of material for your crown.
Hey, Mark, just want to ask and pass the question to Steve. I'm hoping that maybe in your presentation, you can just address at what point the divide in the road is where you make a decision to either prep more, get in the dentin, or prep the opposing for the occlusal clearances that we need for the final restore. I don't know if you guys can kind of speak to that, but just Because that I see for us as a lab is a major divide in the road, how the case is gonna go.
Absolutely.
Aesthetically or strength wise, or for the guys that are chairside milling, it will make or break how long and the restoration will last.
So we have to do a endo.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So that, if you can kind of keep that in the back, that'd be awesome.
It's a great comment, absolutely, and that's why I go out of my way to point this out in the presentation. Always, it's a very important part of the scan.
Yeah.
So what do you do now if you do see it's high? I don't want to just, like I did for the bite, I just went in and delete the bite, start over again. I don't want to delete the prep. This is minutes later after I've had a chance to check everything. I don't want to repack my cord, manage my soft tissue, my saliva, my blood, all that. So what I can do now is I can get a parallel view of it. I can grab my eraser tool and chop off just the occlusal surface. That way it didn't touch my margin or anything like that at all. I go back in the mouth. You see it just planes across, margin still intact. I can go back in the mouth, prep in the exact spots that I saw were high, which is nice. You're not guessing at it at all. And then when I go back to scan, I don't care if there's blood on the margin. I don't care if tissue's collapsed, anything has changed in the mouth. It will scan nothing in the mouth except for what's been erased and is circled in the red. So it just allows you to, one, identify the areas of concern, and two, correct them. Again, I've talked to many, many clinicians who have told me that the iTero truly has made them a better clinician, made them do better preps. And I think that speaks volumes. Next, you want to check the lab ditch. So essentially what this is just the lab. If you send in a PVS impression, they're going to pour their model and cut out your prep so they can work around it. This is the digital version of it. Okay, not too important when it comes to single unit. When you're talking multiple unit crowns, it's a very important process. So our scanner will allow you to scan one prep at a time, which is nice. You're doing 10 crowns, you're doing full mouth reconstruction, whatever you're doing. You prep everything, you pack all your cord, everything's immaculate. If you have to scan, like many scanners, you have to scan the whole arch. You're pulling all your cord and then you're scanning, you're freaking out trying to scan everything. Right? Studies show you have 10 seconds before tissue collapses, you have 13 seconds before blood flows. So how are you going to do that? How are you going to capture all that information? With the iTero, you can prep everything, pack cord, all that. I'm going to take out one cord, I'm going to scan that prep. I'm going to take out the next cord, I'm going to scan that prep, and so on and so forth. You do that and you will get perfect fitting crowns. Just the 3 crowns popped in the mouth, not a single adjustment, 10 in a row. It's pretty impressive. And then the last thing is marking the margin. You don't need to mark the margin. The lab's probably better at it. They've do hundreds a day or whatever the case may be. Where it is important is I've been in dental for 12 years. I've gone to a lot of lectures and they talk about the importance of communication between lab and doctor. You have the technology here, you take a scan, you blow up the margin, the crown, huge, the prep on huge on your screen. You can work on the negative, look at the positive, you can spin around looking approximately. If you don't see a perfect margin line, they don't see the perfect margin line. You have the mouth open in front of you, hit a button, it marks the margin for you with 99% accuracy right off the bat. And then you grab these little green dots here and you can just move them ever so slightly just to help them out, right? What you see on the scanner is what they will see. They will not miraculously see something new. Okay, so it's just a great tool to be able to have that. Some additional things that are really nice after you hit send. So even people who own the scanner may not be aware of this. We have 2 things that really help the lab to get you a good looking case back. Okay, first is the iTero modeling interpretation department. You see the picture on the left side there. A lot of scans show up looking like that first image, right? This is over scanning, you waited for tissue to collapse, you waited for blood to flow, saliva, whatever the case may be. What the lab has an option of, they have a little button that says send to iTero modeling. They click a button, it delays your case for a day, sorry, but it stops them from saying, I can't see your scan, I can't see your margin, you have to call the patient back or you have to explain this to me, or they're guessing at it. It allows them to send it off to us. We will clean up, we have the software to clean up the file so that it will go back to that original picture. You took a perfect picture of the margin first, and then you overscan for an extra 5 minutes, right? We will erase 4 minutes and 59 seconds of that and give them the original photo. Say, here it is, right? So that's a nice tool for them to be able to use.
Mark, that's huge.
It is. Thank you. And then next is our milled model. And James and I have had many discussions on this. It's arguably the best model in dentistry. Okay, milled versus printed. Studies show that for the most part, milled is a better quality model. Okay, more accurate. Printers have come a long way. They're pretty awesome now. Okay, but if you have a multi-unit case, an anterior case, whatever the case may be, the lab has the option to request a milled model from us, and it's a delight to work on. Like lab techs love it.
Especially Mark, the old school stuff like gold crowns and or PFMs. Techs don't really like working on a printed model when it's PFM traditional work that you guys do, or like the old school stuff. It still has a place. Like most doctors are still doing gold crowns and the odd PFM, but it's really hard to work on a traditional printed model. But the milled stone models, it's exactly the same like our traditional stuff. Yeah. So I would say that accuracy all day long for doing traditional wax cast, all that stuff is better on that than it is on the our printed models.
Yeah.
The material itself on the
Yes.
Antero is nice.
Yes.
So that's a feature that other scanners can't have. We mill the model. So that's important for you, right? You asked about milling, just a quick little show here. It works. It's an open STL file, so it works with any printer, mill, whatever the case may be. Okay. I mean, I support the labs do better work. Their mill would be far superior to a chairside mill, right? We're talking about a number of accesses. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars machines, etc. But it is available for you, absolutely. Okay, I'm falling behind. Sorry. Okay, occlusogram. This is one of our tools that is used most often, right? It's basically just showing you the biting forces where they're contacting on the teeth. Here you got an example of a patient, lips closed, decent looking smile, right? Open up a little bit, we're starting to see a little bit of concern. But what do we see with the occlusogram that we don't see on the photos? Look at where the bite is contacting. The red is contact. She's biting on one side of her mouth. Is it coincidence that's where all her dentistry has been? Right? It's not. Patients think they have all these fillings and work done on one side because that's the side they eat candy bars on. It's not the case. It comes down to malocclusion often. Yes.
Yeah, I found like depending on how you ask them to bite when you're taking the occlusal registration, it can change from side to side. Sometimes they'll close a little harder or less.
I mean, that's true for bite,
Yeah.
no matter using traditional methods or if you're using scan, yeah, they can shift their jaw, do whatever they want, right? So, studies do show recommending sitting up, maybe get them to swallow so it puts them in the right position, but people are going to do weird things. I mean, that's why you got to take a look at the bite, take a look at your occlusal clearance, as I said, make sure that you have contact and, look for posterior open bites where you would expect to not have contact on that side, but people are going to do weird things no matter what. Yeah. Okay, so that's just a great conversation to be able to say, let's forget about the aesthetics of intruding those lower anterior teeth. Let's talk more about the functional concern. Your teeth are failing because you're hitting on that one side. So you can have a better conversation about that. Outcome simulator, this is specifically about Invisalign here, but Align Technology owns iTero and Invisalign. So we have the largest, Invisalign has the largest dental database in the world, not just for aligners, period, dental database. So what it's able to do is able to take your scan, you hit a button, takes 40 seconds to run, and it'll do a simulation of what you look like now versus what is clinically achievable if you move forward with Invisalign treatment. It is not going to give you this perfect type of smile and be like, look how pretty you could be. And then you're like, oh my God, how am I going to get them there clinically? It will show you what can be achieved. Okay. And I've seen enough of these that down to the way the lighting hits the teeth is accurate. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Mark, I just want to comment on that. I did Invisalign in 2006. I did it again in probably 2014,
Okay.
Because I relapsed. And the difference between traditional impressions and then being able to see that 10 years later was like, oh, okay, that's what my smiles look like. Yeah. That's what closed my second go route for me on Invisalign.
Yeah. Our own internal studies show that it leads to 69% acceptance rates. That's pretty significant versus what your typical is.
Who's watching? Show history.
So yeah, it's just really nice to show that patient what they're going to look like at the end of treatment versus bracket and wire. I mean, you're just getting their trust, they're buying, right? My wife had braces. She said she went to the doctor, they referred her to an orthodontist, and he said, trust me, a little wink and a smile, like, you're gonna look good in 3 years. That's it. You just have to trust that person. You can show them, this is what you're gonna look like, and it'll even give you some suggestion as to how many trays roughly it's going to be, so that you can set an expectation of time frame and cost.
Did email that to you, right?
You can email that away as well. The plugs I have in the audience, look at this. There it is. So as of, as I've always said, iTero is all about education and communication, but if it stops at the chair, that's a problem. So we have a few different features that will take it home with the patient, because you have a conversation over multiple consults, using words they don't know, malocclusion, crossbite, whatever the case may be. And then you're like, oh, you want to talk to your husband or wife about it? Here's a pamphlet. Go talk to them about the $6,000 treatment. And they go home and say, doctor thinks I should do Invisalign. And then they don't accept. Well, they don't have the information. They don't have the power to communicate what you communicate to them. So send it home with them. Time lapse, the best feature on our scanner. It's unbelievable. Monitoring our patients is so important, but it is very hard to do. I don't care how many photos you take. I don't care if you use T-scan, models, whatever the case may be. It is hard to see changes in a patient from one day to the other. What the iTero can do is, using microns of accuracy, it is able to take 2 scans from any 2 dates, overlay them on top of each other perfectly, and show you any and all changes in topography. So if there's tooth wear, tooth movement, tissue recession, color change, food in the mouth, doesn't matter, it will show you it, right? You go into recall exams all day long, you take a look and you're like, yeah, let's watch 3.6, MO 3.6, that's trouble. The whole mouth is changing all the time. We know this, and there's no way for us to monitor that effectively. iTero will do that with the time lapse feature. You can show tooth wear, like you're showing there, right? How many painful conversations do you have with bruxers? You're clearly grinding. Get the damn night guard. No, my wife would tell me if I grind, you're crazy. You have no proof. You don't measure the teeth. You're not going to be able to show them that grinding. Try to show them a photo from one to the other. The lighting is different that day. The moisture is different, all these different things. This will show you. It takes something subjective. I think you're grinding. I think you're starting to crowd. I think, and it makes it completely objective. This is what's happening in your mouth. Let's move forward.
If you don't have the before, can you scan the old study wall?
100%. Absolutely. That's a huge tool. Just quickly, for tissue recession, why I like to show this is for your hygiene team. Hygiene should absolutely, this is not just a doctor tool, this is for your hygiene team. How are they going to communicate to the patient a tissue loss with a chart? They still have to do their chart, sorry, they hate that. But how would they say, oh, you're 2, you used to be a 4. Do I win? Is that good? Are we talking golf or are we talking hockey? Do I want high score or low score? Right? So this is, we'll communicate to them, show them clearly what's going on. Near infrared imaging and photos. So I already talked a little bit. It's 96.9% accurate versus bite wing that usually sits around 60%, depending on what study you're looking at. This is what it looks like. You see a white area interproximally. It is as clear as day when there is a carious lesion there. Right? Not necessarily using PAs, I understand that, but just to show this, I like to show it because it's not about, I can ask a room full of dentists here, is there a carious lesion here? And I'll get 2 different answers. The room will be split. But more importantly is, what will the patient see? That looks like every other tooth. Patient sees the caries detection.
Do insurance companies think that?
Insurance companies allow it for monitoring, but when you're going to treat, you need a bite wing still. So it's perfectly legal for monitoring patients. Okay, and there it is, the occlusal view. It's just nice to be able to know where to drill. Here's another example showing bite wings. This was a patient who had a watch from 2011 to 2019, but you can see when it's on the caries detection, you can see that it's actually quite a bit larger than they first expected. And there it is cut out again. So the accuracy of it is quite incredible. Another one here, I like to show this one because, yeah, there's another caries lesion, cool, but it's helping what they weren't looking for. That's just a crown prep. They weren't looking for that at all. And they saw, they're like, oh, well, let's do that now. That happened right here in Richmond in an office. Another one, bite wing, overlap teeth. You'd never see it, right? But you're able to see it very clearly up in the top right corner, the white lesion. There it is using the Dexis Cares View. Right? A lot clearer. Ours is using near infrared imaging, quite an incredible tool, no radiation. Annotation tool, taking the photos, right? You ask your CDA take a photo as they're like already running behind schedule. They're like, damn it, who's got the camera? Right? And they go find it, take the pictures, go take their occlusal, lingual, buccal, mesial, distal, put it in the system, label it, all this. You don't need to do that anymore. It's on your scanner. You can just move your finger around, send to insurance, take whatever photo you want. You want to communicate better to patients? Annotate right on the screen, right on the scanner. You can circle red, blue, green, whatever. You can add text boxes. You can communicate clearly to the patient what's going on in their mouth. Because of the new photos, you no longer need to do photos for Invisalign. Huge deal if you're doing a decent amount of Invisalign cases. No more getting all the retraction, getting an assistant, getting the phone out, uploading things. Oh, that's blurry. Let's take it again. Photos, just enter the patient information, scan, send. I like this one. As I said, taking it home with the patient still. As you walk through the scanner with the patient, you're using this app, that app, time-lapse, septum simulator, you're annotating the screen, you're showing caries detection. All the way you're going, everything you click on will put together in a report for you, right? I worked in implants for a long time. Some offices doing big comprehensive cases would get a TC to take 2 hours to put together a PowerPoint slide of bite wings, PAs, photos, and we're going to put this all together, and then we have a nice case presentation. The iTero will automatically put it in order for you in order of how you clicked on it on the screen. So then you want to have a consult with the patient, then a week later, whatever, it's all done for you. Quick little fun video here. Just hoping everything works. I like to show this just because everything I've been saying so far, it's such a valuable tool in hygiene, okay? You sit down and you come in after for your recall exam, and that patient's sitting there and you spend most time talking to the hygienist, right? And they're charting things. It's really overwhelming. It's like you're talking about someone, but you don't have the courtesy to talk behind their back. You're like, I'm going to tell you what I don't like about you. Right? It's really intimidating and uncomfortable for patients, and they don't understand. So let me show you what this looks like.
Okay. Okay, how we doing? Hey, I'm good. Okay, well, let's lay you back. Okay. Oh, right. Open wide for me. Give me the poke. Open. Turn towards me. Got a DOA on 13. What does that mean? Stay open for me. Explain it again. Exterior deltoid on 15. Vitamin B12 on 10. Syntax error on 8 and 9. BLT on 5. Oh no. Yeah, let's make it all no. That's interesting. Tell me if you feel anything when I poke this. 182 on 6. TLC on 13. MBA on 3. RTD2. And departure to the treatment. Okay, I can't take this anymore. What does all this mean? A few cavities, we'll get some fillings done. You can schedule that up with Bryce out front. Okay. Good seeing you. Okay, thanks.
So I just love showing that because truly, I mean, if you show that to patients, a couple of them, they would actually think are dental terms. Like DOA, sure, we talk about MO, it's not too often, right? And DO and, syntax error, maybe it's like, yeah, okay, that sounds like that could be something. That's what they hear. It's really intimidating and uncomfortable. When you have the iTero, your hygienist scans, you walk in the room, the scan's already up and ready. You sit the patient up, you're knee to knee with this patient, you're looking straight together, and you're like, let's talk about what's going on in your mouth. It's a completely different patient experience. It literally changes the way you practice. It's an incredible tool. I can't stand behind it enough as the standard of care. And perfect proof of that is I look at my own case. Okay. So this is me in 2018. I went to a doctor who had the old iTero and wanted to upgrade. So she called me, said, hey, Mark, here the new one's cool. Come show me it. Okay. So I go in, easy sale. This is going to be great. All right. I walk in, I scan myself in front of her just to show her how fast and cool it is. She sees my smile and she's like, whoa, we need to talk. Okay. I have lived in 4 provinces. I've had about 10 dentists in my life. And I tell you no lie when I'm say they're like, yeah, you know, you're missing a tooth. So we can pop an implant in there and you floss pretty good. So good job. That's literally the report I got on my teeth for 10 years. Okay. Or 20 years or whatever the case may be. Now look at the occlusogram, look at the forces on the anterior teeth, look at the deep bite, showing me all of these things, right? And more so than anything, look at the way I smile. I'm consciously hiding that smile. Had a doctor walk through it with me for 20 minutes, she took, to really walk through everything going on in my mouth. And there's the result. I accepted treatment that day. I just met her. Within 20 minutes, I accepted Invisalign. I changed family dentists. I brought over my wife and my 2 kids because she just communicated to me better than I've ever seen before. I've done 10 crowns through these gentlemen right here. Thank you. Great job. I love them. I'm doing an implant. It's osseointegrating right now. I've done whitening. We added it all up. So you see this? Wow, what a transformation. She just communicated to me clearly. She wasn't my dentist. She had nothing to gain. She just felt compelled to educate me. That's the difference clinically, but I see this. That's a different person. That is confidence. I'm up here presenting in front of people, right? There's probably 1 million viewers online right now. 2 million. Yeah. So she's literally changed my life because she just felt compelled to educate me. But for her practice, what did that look like? 20 minutes, not her client. That's my treatment plan. Not bad, right? And like I say, more than anything, it's improving the standard of care in dentistry. And I'm not like, oh, damn it, this sucks. This is a lot of money. I'm throwing my credit card at her like, yippee, thank you so much. I really appreciate being communicated to properly.
That's half the scam.
That is, exactly. Time to buy another. And not going to talk pricing or anything, just so you're aware of it. We do have trial programs available. So if you don't own a scanner, we can loan you one out for 3 months. If you do have one, you just want to play around with it a little bit, see if you want to upgrade or something, we'll give you it for a couple of weeks, no charge for the bottom one. There is a charge for the upper one, but just come talk to me about that. We have a variety of scanners. So if you think, you know, Atero's great, but I've heard it's like, oh, but you're more expensive one. We have from $20,000 to $80,000. We have a family of products that will fit your needs. Just talk to me about it.
Like a car dealership.
Exactly.
Not everyone gets.
We got you.
And that's me. Feel free to grab a picture of that if you want to book a meeting with me or anything like that, or just reach out. I hope you found it valuable.
Awesome, thanks, Mark.
That was the people at home.
Just gonna scooch
Yep.
behind you here. Okay, so, nice job. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mark? I thought it was very thorough on what he covered, but you know, usually everybody has some sort of questions.
What's the iTero scan report? Is that from iTero or the?
Yeah, so
my
you would
iTero or the actual?
you would only see it on my iTero. Yeah, so just go onto that, click on the patient, and it'll just be a new button that's there.
Which I know it's really nice for us on the lab end is we can, with our iTero account, any doctor that, you know, clouds up their files for any patients, you know, we can access it from down here and bloop, and then we get it. We didn't have that a year or two ago. We always had to wait 2 or 3 days for the file. As soon as it's up, we can actually download the file. So sometimes, I think we've done a few same day crowns for you, Darcy, where, you know, they scan in the morning, it's cloud, we download the file right away and we design and go straight to mill and for a same day crown. So that type of change has evolved really nicely for us on the lab end. So as soon as anybody scans a record, oh, in a study model, something of that nature, it's down and it's very, very efficient. So no, nice. Any other questions?
What's the warranty like on machines if something should happen, if there was a breakdown?
Yep, so the monthly payment plan that nobody likes is 95% hardware warranty. So you're fully covered. It's, as far as I know, it's the only scanner that is full bumper to bumper coverage. If anything breaks, we replace the part, no extra charge, anything like that. The only thing I will caution you, and this is coming as a friend here, it wasn't your fault. Okay, so if there's a crack on the lens or something, you're like, "Ah, it must have been the alcohol wipe or something. I came in and looked like that. You never dropped it. Okay, so that's the only thing. It's normal wear and tear, but I've never seen a charge.
Awesome. Anybody else have a question? Hey, Mark's around all day. If you guys want to get scanned, do a scan, play around with it, he's here all day. So Thanks. Nice job.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so we'll take a little, just a quick 5-10 minute break. You gotta go washroom, freshen up the coffee, get a snack. It is absolutely measurable. Cyber marketing. Okay, and it's measurable. And sometimes I don't understand what they do, but the results I know that Mark has created for us has been amazing and very rewarding. So, but at a clinical level, I want to have Mark and Tyler from Dentists on Demand show you what they're doing. Because unless I learned this from a marketing person a long time ago, until the sale happens, the rest doesn't matter. So anyhow, I'll let these guys, Tyler and Mark, tell you what they're doing from Dentists on Demand. Oops.
Thank you, James.
Well, just to key it up, guys, we're gonna stream live for 5 minutes. So Tyler and I have a podcast called Dental Bites.
Has anyone seen it? 1, 2, no.
So
It's good. We'll have a new audience.
we're doing a special. We're live, so we're gonna just cut through our beginning intro stuff and then get to our presentation.
Before we start, can I say one thing?
Of course.
This is one of the most energetic groups I've ever been around when it comes to dental education. So my hat's off to you guys. Thank you for bringing so much great energy into the room today.
Pent up for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very exciting.
Just to watch your guys' energy and like to see it, it's so refreshing to get back in the room with you guys. And James, David, and the team here, like you guys are doing a great job here. Thank you so much for having us. And yeah, love your energy. So
Okay.
whenever you're ready, Mark. So in case you weren't awake,
Yeah. Tyler,
Nice.
I should turn on my microphone too. So I can
Participate. There we go.
can you hear mine as well?
I feel like the drummer that also sings.
You've got like, they got like 3 arms.
Or you remember Mary Poppins where that guy was like, he had everything attached like cymbals and drums and he sang, he's got the harmonica.
Yeah.
That's how I feel today.
Yeah. So as you can see, this is like our podcast. So we start this very conversation. We want this to be like an interactive experience for you guys. Obviously, we're gonna talk a little bit about what's new in marketing, what's happening. But like, if you guys have questions, just throw them out there to us. This is like more of a conversation today.
Please.
Yeah.
We can't be the only ones talking up here, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Do you want me to jump into the history?
Do it.
Okay, cool. So with my background in the dental industry, I've been on the dealer supply side for many years, probably over a decade now. So probably in the year 2014, 2015, I said to myself, man, oh man, there's got to be a way. I work with so many great clinicians. I work with so many great laboratories. I'm kind of one of those weird reps that does everything. So I'm all over the lab business. I'm all over the clinical side of things. I work with a ton of specialists. So for me back then, I was like, I need like a way to really share with the community the great dentists that I work with. So one day I was sitting there eating a bag of Doritos at about 2 a.m. and I saw this interesting thing come up and it was called Doctors on Demand. And it was this really cool sort of telemedicine portal that had been developed about 10 years ago. So I hopped online and I was like, hey, maybe there's a dentistondemand.com. So sure enough, the URL was available. So I purchased it. So in 2014, 2015, I bought this URL and I'm like, well, now what do I do with it? So over the last 7 years, I guess 6 or 7 years, we've really sort of started to build this marketing platform for dentists that 5 years ago, we weren't sure what it was going to be, but now that we've stuck with it and we've really it started to take on a life of its own.
Yeah, it has. My background, I come from corporate dentistry, not really my best fit creatively, and my ability to always wanted to help, right? Coming through the practice door, like, how can I help these people? They're so busy, they're running a business. I have this unlimited amount of skill here. Like, what can I do? And that kind of always, it was silenced by just, Mark, don't go outside of the box. just go and do your thing.
This is the way it's always been done.
Yes, we don't do things like this, sell the cut rolls and move on. And this has been an amazing journey into Dentist on Demand, and we're helping a lot of folks. And one cool thing about this thing is now we're using Dentist on Demand to now help the community, and we'll get into that in a bit.
Yeah. And just to back up the boat. So when I was kind of working with my clients, I'm like, how do I do this? Well, I understand, being in the industry for as long as I have, I can speak the language, I can talk the talk. And for me, I'm like, well, I can sort of be the liaison from the labs and dentists to a marketing company, but now I need an expert who really understands Web 3.0, who really understands social, who really knows how to put the messaging out there. And that's where this guy came in.
I'm the nerd of the group.
You called yourself.
And I want to thank you for helping me set everything up. It's been, he didn't help.
He always makes fun of me because I stand there with cords and I'm like, now what do we do?
Where does this one go?
Yeah. Is this on?
Yeah.
So as you can see, he's
well,
the brains behind that.
Let's get into it, buddy.
Yeah, let's get into it. Don't talk about this one.
Yeah. So here's a question to the group. How are you consuming your anything these days, like content, information? What's different now than you were doing 5 years ago? And I'll throw that out to the group. Like, what are you guys doing? Are you doing podcasts? Are you listening to podcasts? Like,
who listens to a podcast?
Yeah. Right.
The majority of the room, right?
Okay. Did you listen to a podcast 5 years ago? No.
I listened to Smartless on the way in here. If you don't listen to Smartless, check it out. It's hilarious.
Does anybody watch a live stream of any sort? Sometimes, yeah. Things are changing, and that's being driven by the technology that's being involved. And it's just, you think things are changing, like they've changed a little bit now, but like with things like AI and blockchain and quantum computing, our ability to use these tools are just exponentially grown along with this technology. So where we saw things more centralized before, you went to one spot to grab it, everything's more decentralized. Like, and that includes work. Like, how many people know somebody that was working in an office that's now working at home, right? Things are changing. So, and
it's interesting because we talk about, so there's Web 1.0. So I'm old enough to remember when the internet first came around. Some of you are like probably younger, but like Web 1.0, moving to Web 2.0 to Web 3.0, it's almost like this is what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah.
10 years, Web 2.0, which was what we're kind of moving away from now into Web 3.0, which is probably the last 5 years or so.
Yeah.
The acceleration from here to here versus from here to here, this is going into hypergrowth.
Yeah.
So our acceleration into Web 3.0 is like someone just poured gas on the fire.
Yeah. And now we're getting introduction with the metaverse. I don't know if you guys are following this, but now it's going to this from this 2D interface to more of a 3D interface. Now we could be, around the world and be in the same room together and interact with each other in this 3D environment. So, and that's not far away. Like, that's already happening.
So when we do a podcast, the question sometimes we'll ask ourselves is, what country were we seen the most in? It's not Vancouver. It's when we broadcast, it goes around the world.
Yeah.
So, and it's cool to watch the analytics to say, hey, cool, we're really popular in Germany.
Yeah. And just, the tools have just brought the information more available. It makes it more available. It's making things more secure and more interactive.
Do you guys have most of your viewers chime in from?
Actually, from the UK, we've got quite a following in the UK. Yeah, I don't know why, but
we have a lot of facts. Do you guys have any questions about 1.0, 2.0, 3.0? I think that the easiest sort of
basically the structure of the internet around the globe.
Yeah, well, it's how we use the tools surrounding that.
The internet.
Yeah.
And it's if you think about it in terms of like a centralized banking system versus now it's all becoming fragmented.
Yeah.
So instead of a server in your office, you're gonna have a bunch of little servers all over the place. It's all a defragmented or a fragmented economy when it comes to this. And this is, we can get into blockchain at a later time, but that's sort of all this data is becoming a currency now.
Yeah.
So when we move into Web 3.0, as we're talking and throwing bits and bytes out there, those are little value-driven components to the whole web.
Yeah.
It's
and services and businesses now, you know, you don't need to hire a full-time marketing guy. You can use another company. Like smaller entities are getting together. Everything's getting more specialized. So that's what's driving that.
who we are. Who are we? Do you want to play that first? You want to talk? Okay. So we did talk a little bit about who we are. So again, we come from the dental industry. We're passionate about being in this industry and talking about what you guys do. I have a great story about I'd say 15, maybe 2009, 2010. I was with a friend of mine, and I was an actor in the film industry for about 10, 15 years. So I sort of migrated into dental. Don't ask me how. But I was an actor at the time, and I had a friend who was a real estate agent, and he started making these videos in his community. I live in North Langley, and he said, you know what, Tyler, what I want to do, I want to create a Facebook page called My North Langley, and I want you to do it with me. And I want to shoot these videos about everything that's great in our community. I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. I don't understand the point of it. He's like, you'll get it. You'll eventually understand the point of this. So sure enough, I went with him, and we started shooting feature videos about great coffee shops, bookstores, like restaurants, all these great videos about the great community that we lived in Walnut Grove. Well, over time, I started realizing that it was him really being that top of mind person in his community. That's what he was kind of building. So to this day, My North Langley has about 6,000 or 7,000 followers, but he's at the center of it as a trusted real estate consultant. And of course, 12 years later, however long it's been, there's been this sort of trajectory now, which is the whole internet has moved to what Michael's doing. It's all about being top of mind in your community. So when we're marketing you as a dentist, we know you're good at you're an amazing dentist. You're good at your craft. You're good at your skill, whatever you've honed your abilities to be. But it's more about you, the human, the person that we want to talk about. The patient's coming to see you.
Right. Any 1, 2, 3 or DCC practices? Yeah. Yeah. You as well. Yeah. So, you know, they're 1, 2, 3, I think, is doing a really good job at working with the community and more showing the clinician. DCC, it's more about the practice, right? So dentistry is about going to the dentist. It's not about going to the practice, right? So our job is to help out those solo practitioners tell their story.
You need an online presence. DentistOnDemand.com. It's fast, it's easy, it's on demand.
And of course, at the center of Dentist on Demand is the search directory.
Yeah.
So when you are listed on our platform and a client or a patient comes to the Dentist on Demand website, they plug in their postal code, you're one of our featured listings that comes up on the website itself.
Cool. So this is our philosophy on dental marketing, and we've coined it the 9 pillars of dental marketing. There's a lot of things that need to be right and happening simultaneously to be successful with marketing. Is there anybody in this room working with a SEO guy or a content creator or marketer at all? A web guy, yeah. Anybody working with anyone?
You, Mark.
I got you guys. So it's a fairly, it's not fairly complex. It is a complex system of things that need to be properly maintained in order for everything to work together to drive patient traffic, and not just any patient traffic, like quality patient traffic. The name of the game is conversion, right? We do all of this marketing and telling the story to get people that actually want to come and see you and not just kick tires and look at things and then take off.
The whole idea is that they know you before they even get here.
That's right. Yeah. So let's just get into that. So, this is really high level. I'm happy to, we'll give our contact at the end to.
This is kind of the flow chart for, like you said. So this is how we do what we do.
Yeah.
And like Mark says, it's not only, I think it's effective for bringing patients to practice, but Ray, we were talking about that this morning, is about there's a shortage of people.
Yeah.
So if you have great content out there on social media, right? I can see, I'm not sure if you guys are on social media there or not, but people are on their phones, right?
Yeah.
So if you're in somewhere like Kelowna or Kamloops or here, and CDAs, hygienists, reception teams, they're all looking. They're all on social media
Yeah.
watching what you do.
Yeah.
So if there's a great little content piece about who you are and your practice culture, if you have a really
Yeah.
great culture and you want to share it, this is how you do it.
Yeah, not only that's a good point. It's
So
not only
not
just
just
about
patients,
the
but
patients.
like
Yeah.
good teammates, right?
Yeah. First and foremost, and I like this here is the nucleus of it all. Okay. So your website, everything you do comes back to your website. So if your website's a maze or it's dated, it could be a deterrent rather than an asset. So if there's one thing that you should invest in is a nice looking website. Everybody is making their decisions coming through your website. They look at your reviews, that's second, but they're making their choice on like how they feel, right? And if you have something beautiful like that, I don't know, maybe.
You can overbuild a website.
Yes, you can. Well, and that's when you get into like it's hard to navigate and find the services. If you have a nicely laid out site with your contact information, some nice content on there about who you are, what you're providing, and people can easily find that, that's what you want.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a full blown out blogs, all that stuff, which helps your SEO. But if you're going to do one thing, build a good website.
And to add to that, so one of the things that we do, so you guys has anyone here tried virtual consultations before? Like doing a virtual visit? Okay. So one of the things we do is we'll actually put a virtual consultation widget on your website for you. So again, I'm like, when the patient comes to your website, they should be there for literally 30 seconds and know exactly what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
How do I get to meet Dr. Fazal? How do I get to have a conversation with this person? I just have a question about my tooth. I want to know if I'm a good candidate for Invisalign. I want some whitening done. It's like you want to be able to answer those questions within 30 seconds on your website.
Yeah.
So with what we've done is that with the virtual consultation widget, not only does it give them the ability to have a face-to-face conversation with you, a virtual conversation, but it almost gives the patient a really easy way to book in with you and have that conversation. It doesn't have to be face-to-face.
Yeah.
It just sort of pushes them in the right direction and say, hey, you know what, just book a time with this doctor, with this dentist, and have a conversation.
It is very non-committal.
Non-committal,
Yeah.
right?
Because that's the thing, we get a lot of feedback from patients when they come here. They feel intimidated sometimes just walking or talking into the practice. So now they have the ability to communicate without being committed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They told me I need this, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
I get it all the time. Hey, you're a dental rep. My dentist says I need this. What do you think?
Yeah.
And
Dental rep. I'm not a dentist.
and a lot of folks make their decisions on feeling too, right? And it's how you make them feel, and that's the reason why they come back to see you.
Yeah.
It's the experience that you give them.
We set it up for Nick Seddon, and he was doing virtual consultations like 2 or 3 times a week at the end of his day for Invisalign. It was very simple. He said, Tyler, I set it up. He says, install it on my website. And then I said, how's that going? He said, great. At the end of like 2 or 3 days a week, I set aside an hour to do 3 or 4 Invisalign consults. And I only want them for Invisalign, or I only want them for implants, or I only want them for a specialty. So you can customize it, but most importantly, you're having a conversation, say, you know what, you might not be ready yet. So let's just keep the conversation going. You might be ready in 6 months.
Yeah. Who has the book on SEO? It is, there's so many different factors involved in being top on the page.
Does everyone know what SEO is?
I was gonna say, there's a lot of non-technical people.
Yeah.
that Don't know what SEO is.
So
how quickly you're found on Google.
Yeah. It's search engines, right? It's where you're positioned on those search engines, right? So what goes into that, and we've broken it down into 3 pieces. So first and foremost is the technical piece of SEO, and that's, you know, the health of your website. Are there errors? Are there broken links? Is the website secure? That's all to do with like the functionality of your site. So that's something that search engines look for. On-page SEO, that's, you know, your content. Do you have the right targeting keywords on there, right? Do people know in this room what keywords are, right? So if people are typing something in to search anything, they're searching sites for those keywords. So, you know, if you have the right write-ups on your sites, then you'll pop up. Right?
Blogs are big.
Yeah.
Blogs are big.
And then off-page SEO, and we won't go into the domain authority piece of it, but that's having healthy SEO over time. So that's Google's now putting you, and all the search engines are now putting you in front of everybody, because over time you have provided folks with the information that they're looking for. And that's how it's worked. Like, it's a system that's driven on the people using it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into this, so we don't want to get too granular with it. But at the same time, if you know a few of these sort of pointers along the way, when you do work with a marketing guy or girl and they say, hey, we got to do a deep dive and figure out how your SEO looks, this is typically what they're doing. They're trying to figure out how all these 3 categories are working together for your site.
That's right. All right. Content in 2022. Is there anybody, people on TikTok in the room? Anybody on TikTok?
Yeah, my 13-year-old son is a lot.
Yeah, so it's so funny, like anybody in the room watch boxing? No, a little bit. There's Floyd Mayweather fought like this YouTube influencer. Like these people are popping out of nowhere.
Did you guys see that fight?
Wow.
Jake Paul?
Yeah.
Logan Paul?
One of the, yeah.
Was it Jake?
So the point of what I'm trying to get at is, like, there is a huge switch happening in how people are consuming their media. So
on their buying habits, yeah, like their buying habits are all coming out of this.
And being that's where advertisement placement should be. Right. So it's all about eyeballs. Where do you get eyeballs? Right. So this is where the eyeballs are right now. And so Charlie D'Amelio, she is like one of the, the most popular TikTokers. Okay.
Just 130 million followers.
Massive.
Not big.
She was like the first one to get like overly massive. Like
yeah.
Okay, but this is like when we talk Web 2.0 moving to Web 3.0.
Yeah. This is why, like,
this is what we're talking.
This is why this is important. Okay, so yes, she's got like 137 million people following her on TikTok. She's had over 10 billion likes.
She's 17.
She's 17 years old. So every time she posts something on TikTok, she makes $100,000.
She's a powerful influencer.
So
I would say even more than that, Mark.
Well, this is old. This is from 2020.
Yeah.
Right. So, so Align, like, so to me, this is one of the greatest marketing moves of like modern.
Mark should be in here for this.
He should, but whatever.
Sorry, carry on.
No.
Well, hold on a second. No, you can if you want.
Darcy, it's all you, buddy.
Yeah. The dancing doctor, the dancing
doctor.
dentist.
The singing doctor's been done.
So
not the dancing one yet.
So what happened here was a very magical thing. So Align, in their infinite wisdom, decided to collaborate with Charlie here.
And we mean that sincerely. Like,
so,
this is a really smart move.
Yeah. So subsequently, she posted this on August 26, 2020.
Before you play that. So it's a good question though, right? So you watch this stuff and I'm always like, here I am, a 46-year-old man. I'm like, I'm not dancing in front of my camera. Like, come on, man. Like, so it's more about your story, right? Like all these teenagers are doing this dancing and stuff because it's what the teenagers like, right? It's not what a 47-year-old man wants to watch, right? My son's like, hey, look at this new dance video. I'm like, I don't want to see that, right? So you gotta pick and choose your content. So just because it's one of the more popular things, and I'm sure it'll phase out just like fidget spinners or whatever. But like, so what I was saying was, where I was going with that point is that if you're creating content, if you're working with a content creation team, which is what we are, we've done a ton of content with you guys. So we want to sit down with you and figure out, hey, what type of content do you want to put out there? And if you don't know, that's fine. We'll find it, right? Let's brainstorm some content. Let's figure out, let's start small. We did something for an office down the street where we're like, we came into the office going, we're not sure what we're going to shoot today. We're going to shoot something, right? By the time we came out of there, we had like 20 minutes of footage with her whole team. Everyone got in front of the camera and said something. Awesome. And it gave us all this great footage to say, now not only are we featuring the dentist, we're featuring the hygienists, the CDAs, the reception team. Everybody got into the act, and we got them in front of the camera. Now, again, you don't have to get in front of the camera. It can be something else, but they all took turns getting in front of the camera. And it was a particular initiative that we were working on, and they all just got to speak a little bit about this, how they're involved with it. So, does anybody have any questions about what we've talked about so far?
Well, I'll speak to Dennis on demand a little bit. I think one thing that Mark said really well for Notion is, like you guys said, like everybody has a little bit of a story. And Mark was really good at meeting with us and figuring out that we're a family business. And, you know, James is my uncle. My dad is my dad, David. And he's just done a really, he's done a really good job of like, people want to see that story of like, okay, it's a good family business. It's like, let's portray that as people like that. So they'll take something from your life and sort of wrap it up and portray it to the world where it's attractive.
You got to think like, you know, when people make the decisions in their life of who they want to work with, who they want to do business with, who they want to be friends with, where they go to the restaurant, it's all about how you feel. So if you're telling the story, that's way more impactful than just showing like a beautiful practice. Like that helps. Yes, don't get me wrong, but
what separates you?
You know, when somebody's sitting at home and thinking, "Oh, I got to go to the dentist," they're envisioning that practitioner's face. They're envisioning their experience that they had the last time that they were there. And the reason why people back away from going to the dentist is they didn't have a good experience.
They have a construct in their head of what going to the dentist looks like.
Yes.
So if we can replace that construct with a story that's compelling to say, oh, cool, I really like what they say online. I like hearing that story. I want to hear more of that story.
Yeah.
Then it's come in and have a conversation.
Good morning and welcome to my vlog.
So here's
Today,
Charlie.
I'm getting my Invisalign. Today we're going to start with makeup.
I wouldn't watch that.
Okay, so now that I'm all done with my makeup, I'm going to change into a different black sweatshirt and shorts. All dressed. So my mom and I are on our way to the orthodontist so I can get my aligners. We're in the elevator.
And by the way,
Okay, so right now the orthodontist is explaining to me how to properly clean the Invisalign and use them properly. Look, my shoes light up. I'm about to put my aligners in for the first time. They're in!
Okay,
Good morning and welcome.
so, and the result of this blows my mind, okay? So after this one post, okay, Align finished their year off 26% above their previous year. They sold 162,000 cases. The bulk of those people were in their teens, and he can attest to this too.
You should hear this.
Align had a 35% increase on their stock, making them the highest performing stock on the S&P 500. That's your girl. It more than quintupled the performance of their last previous ad campaign, and that was done at a little event called the Super Bowl.
we sponsored the NFL and the NHL, and not nearly the impact as that.
Right?
Teenager.
Yeah.
And
So
how many people watch the Super Bowl every year? A billion?
Yeah. So here's the thing
I watch
for
it.
commercials. So
Right?
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Right? This blew my mind.
So here's the thing. I'm just trying to highlight the power of this stuff. This is where the eyeballs are. So nobody on here is on TikTok, right? So here's the thing. So it's all about demographics too, and curation. So it's where you put that content that matters too. You can't just put a laboratory thing up here and expect dentists to come by droves, right? This was a piece of content that was first generated with Align and her. They created it, and that's just her like a sequence of going to get Invisalign. And the curation was using her following on TikTok, placing that content exactly where it needed to be. Well, that's the funny part. So you can't really see up in the corner there, but now you could buy like a custom special edition case for the Invisalign stuff. It's just like, I'm sure like $100,000 per post, right? So now I'm sure I don't know. She's a millionaire at 17 years old, and she dances on videos. Okay.
It's funny because like when people are talking about patents coming off, and then I was like, oh no, they're in trouble. It's almost like Invisalign was going, "Ooh, wait till they see what we have for them."
Yeah. So
this was
not only like a genius stroke in our industry of how to market. This was like, this is how it's done now. Flyers, knocking on doors, all this other stuff. Like there is an immense amount of power in this, using these tools properly.
But so if we just really quickly to get technical, if you look down here, we've got content generation, content creation, and content curation. So the takeaway from here obviously is that it's like the mind-blowing numbers that we're seeing, but also the fact that she's generating content, right? She's taking her phone, she's like, I'm generating something with my phone. She's creating a message with that content, and then she's putting it in the right spot. That's what Invisalign saw. Invisalign's like, this person knows what she's doing. We're going to take the stuff she's creating and we're going to put it in the right spot. We're going to put our product in the right spot so billions of people will see it.
So there we go. This is what we do. Oh, I like
if I'm able to truly understand what the patient
without further
wants to
ado,
Let's not waste any time. Let's get them on here.
I know. I'm wasting time here.
No,
that's really the most challenging part, and that's really the
Hi,
part
I'm
that
Dr.
requires
Leona
we
Nash
turn off
from
the music
Dentist
when
Dental,
we do
Langley,
that.
BC.
I'm
Dr.
Dr.
Chi,
and that's what virtual smile design
we
is
support
doing with
dentists
us.
on demand and the
Because
Vancouver,
once I do
BC,
see
and
new
Global
patients,
patients.
I
We know
feel
how
that
it's
they
really
are
so-
being
Our oceans need us more than ever.
It's time to roll up our sleeves. Why not just dentistry?
So there's a lot of noise out there. So you got to figure out how you're being heard.
Back to moving into Web 3.0, it's very targeted. All those pieces were very targeted pieces, right? So you create that piece of content with the idea of curating it in the right spot to draw attention to going to the practice for dentistry, and like the intention to come to us for your marketing needs. And it works. It's wild.
And this part here is all about getting predictable results.
Yeah. So out of placing, like curating your content, you get the traffic piece. So there's two main subcategories. That's paid and organic. Okay. So organic that's your SEO. That's people searching you on the web, where you pop up there. Yes, you are paying to boost your SEO, but once you're there, those eyeballs that are searching for you, that's essentially organic free traffic. Social media, same thing. Okay, so paid traffic it's even flyers, it's mail outs, it's the little magnet on people's fridge that, like everything that you would pay for traffic, like Bobby Birdie's commercial on Global. That's
but all those things like fridge magnets, flyers, all those little gadgets, that's all content.
Yeah. So two important points here is the organic traffic, and this has a lot to do with your reputation management, right? Engagement. So when people are commenting, people are giving you a review, or you're on social media, make sure you interact with those people. Because you might run into a situation where something negative happens too, and that happens. Like addressing the stuff and just being a part of the community. It's social media. It's a social media network, right? So
Everybody that engages with your content is a potential patient.
and
Everybody.
now in this day and age, if you're just kind of like throwing things out there without having some sort of tool in place to calculate how it's performing, like you don't have to fly blind anymore. So you can get dashboards and you can get Hootsuites out there, and you could post things and then look back on how it performed and make adjustments, right? So to do, you know, what's the definition of insanity, right? You do the same thing
over and over.
expecting a different result. Now you don't have to do that. You can, you know, with Ocean Ceramics, I'm seeing what's working and what's not, and adjusting as I go, as you go, right? So you're like, the name of the game is, what does it cost at the end of the day for a new patient acquisition, right? So that's ultimately what you need to decipher. So two pieces, you know, what is your overall marketing cost, and then divide it by the new patients coming through the door. And then how are you keeping those patients, right? So that's the next important piece of this. So this part is, so we do the marketing, we have a great website, you know, we're drawing a lot of eyeballs, a lot of traffic coming through our site. We've got a lot of phone calls now at the front end. It's up to the front end team now to convert. And, you know, Tyler and I have some tools in place where we could actually listen to phone calls of patients calling in, trying to book appointments. And there was one here in Langley. I'm not going to say who, obviously, but there was quite a large case. This patient was pre-approved for this procedure.
14,000.
14 and a half or whatever, right? That would have paid for our services, or like Dentist on Demand, for 5 years. The way it went on the phone call was, listen, here's, you know, I'm pre-approved. I know I need this. I just want to book. I have to book on the weekend because I'm a Monday to Friday. Like Monday to Friday doesn't work. And the reply from the front end receptionist was, oh, sorry, we're not open on Saturdays. And like silence. And the guy's like, okay. And like, yeah, I'm sorry. And
he hung up.
He's like, okay. Like, I wish I could play that message for you. So
it's a coaching
opportunity. And it's like, we're not slamming on that front end staff. It's like, let's help these people. So let's put tools in place like Weave or Care Crew. Like, let's make sure they're capitalizing on recall with like how many people are using a recall system here? Great. Like, once you get those people in the building, losing them after that, like, you want to keep them coming back too, right? So goodness, we could, like, we can spend all day on just this set, like this piece alone, right? So
Just out of curiosity, when you what you just talked about
yeah.
there, so you're not working Saturdays, so you're just saying she should have tried to engage to see if they could change
some sort of solution, right?
And a conversation,
right.
But she was probably told, like, you know, that's all systems in place, right?
She doesn't hear the 14,000.
Yeah, she's like, we're not open on Saturdays.
The business owner hears the 14,000 and goes, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, but with these tools now, we can listen to these calls, and now we can sit down and go, okay, listen, that sucks. We lost that one, but let's figure something out here. If we get that call again, you know, let's put a system in place and empower our front end to make the right decisions so that they're not like robots, right? And they want to like help the practice out and be given the tools to succeed and be a part of it, right? There's a division in between the front end and the back end, right?
So just in wrapping up, because I know we want to be mindful of this time, guys. So we work with partners like Optimized Dental out of Alberta. She's great. But again, like, there's also tools out there like Weave and Care Crew. If you haven't heard of these, check these guys out. Mark and I work with them closely. So if you're like, hey, you know what, we want an automated system, you can feel free to ask us about those. But yeah, sort of the handoff is important because you can have 5,000 people come to your practice. If you don't have a way to book them in and convert them into a patient of record, you're just wasting your money.
Yeah.
Not to speed up the end of it, but I want to make sure.
Yeah. Today I feel like I'm just kind of like rolling down a hill, like, ah!
It's good. It's fun.
But anyways,
that's how we roll, right? We're about
that
like,
is kind of
let's
how
keep
we
it
roll, yeah.
real. We want to put our
Yeah.
real personalities out there.
Awesome. Any questions there? Yeah.
So say like I have everything set up and there's a company that's doing all of those brand pillars, like how easy is it to transition or like what do you guys take over?
Yeah, so we work with other marketing companies. The bottom line is we're here to help, right? We're more like we come in as more of a consultant. Okay.
Yeah. So the way we're structured is you get a listing on the site. So say our top tier is $400 a month. So we're the traffic generation guys. We create content and help drive traffic to your practice. Then we work with marketing companies to say, hey, work with our trusted group of marketers who understand our system to say, hey, you know what, guys, can you come in and do SEO for this office? We want to make sure, we can do it. Or if we're, it works within our sphere of influence.
We can do everything A to Z too. We can build websites, we can do SEO, we can do all that stuff, but we're
They set it up. Like, I don't know
that's
like,
cool.
how you guys can-
That's as simple as getting a website password and away we go. Yeah.
Just a login for your website.
Yeah.
And then we're off to the race. Then we can sit down and talk to you and say, okay, well, what do we want to attack first? We want to create some content first. We need to rebuild your website.
Yeah.
We figure out the steps. So we put the plan together for you. And then if we want to build it all, we build it all for you. If we're like, hey, you know what, this would be a better fit with this team that we work with over here, let's work with them instead.
But the way that we look at it is like, let's drive down that cost per patient, like the new patient acquisition, right? That's the metric that we look at. We look at conversion too. Likes and all that stuff are fantastic for our ego, but it's all about those people coming through the door at the end of the day. And there's a lot of folks on social media and like, they're focused on the wrong things, right? It's all about, being top of mind in your community, right?
Maybe I can like take a look at like what kind of metrics you guys look at.
Yeah.
later, or-
Yeah, we'll be around all day.
Scan the QR code and book some time.
Yeah.
I want to practice Libra and
Yes.
yeah,
I've heard of that.
so I work with them and so I have like two offices. One is with them and the other one is with another company, which I like.
Okay.
And they're doing okay, they're good. I don't know what's like the best.
Oh, come here, it's right here.
What you guys do versus what they do.
Here, do you want me to do it?
Yeah, we can walk through it.
I can just give you a card too, but that's not as fun, right?
Like I said, we're structured more as we're the consultants that drive traffic to your practice. And then if that traffic's getting missed, we're like, hey,
No,
whoever you're
you're
working
like,
with,
what,
we gotta say, hey,
22?
Zebra, you guys are missing all these patients we're sending Dr. Fazal. So
Yeah.
that's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we can come out and do a photo shoot or a video, and we can do all that stuff. And do it all. We can do a live stream webinar. Sort of.
That's okay. Excellent, you guys. Thank you very much. We'll be around all day, floating around. So be sure to pick their brains, get their card and their contact info, because what they've done for us has been very measurable. And just like Mark was saying, when you have the data of what works and what doesn't work, you know how to change on the fly to do this or not do that. When a lot of times with marketing, you just throw it out there and hope for the best. The data is what drives your decisions.
That's right.
And that's, if you don't have the data, you're doing something in the wind. So that's why the data is very powerful. So
And it's
thank you guys.
changing. It's changing.
It's always changing.
Always evolving. So it's like, you can't just set it and forget it. You need someone like Mark, who's in my corner, thank goodness. He's always got his eye on things, and he's like the mad scientist, making sure that as it changes, he's ahead of it. Excellent.
Yeah, and that's having the right tools in place too. Like you can't measure that data if you don't have those tools in place either, right? You're missing the boat. And a lot of companies will sell their marketing services and they'll control that data and they'll send you a report. But what does it mean? Like, don't get me wrong, like I'm not throwing shade at other marketing, like so there's some great folks out there too. But I think marketing in general, like the people that are in that profession get a lot of heat because there's a lot of people that are underperformers, or it's easy to get a phone out or whatever and capture content and stuff. So
thank you, James.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you guys want to have a quick break, we're a little behind the clock. So if you want to have a quick break, come right back, and then Steve and I are going to get started.
I know, it's just like this.
Okay. I always love doing self-introductions because I can say whatever I want. But
We'll correct it.
just to, yeah, I don't need it. I just want to recap a little bit of history for, because there's so many new faces in the crowd here that don't know Steve. Some don't know me, but most part, what Steve and I have been doing together over the years. And as Steve was going through his accreditation journey, we've been in the gutter, done a lot of things together. But since that, when did you get your accreditation? What year?
2001.
2001. So what you're going to be seeing throughout our presentation today is slides from the late 90s and slides up until literally yesterday. Because Steve prepped 10-unit case yesterday, and we're going to show you what the status of that case is. But you're going to see, based on some of the graphics in our presentation, you're going to see, okay, that was back in the 90s. Some of the material still is when we're taking photographs and doing actual slides, and we converted the slides into digital images that we put into the PowerPoint.
There's some Polaroids.
There's some Polaroid, but the takeaway I want all of you to understand is whether it was in the 90s, the 80s, or now, we're still dealing with patients and the principles of nature and aesthetics, treating the human body. That hasn't changed and it never will. But what you're going to see also is how we're integrating some of the technologies to leverage what we're doing today. Because we're going to show you a lot of analog techniques. We're going to show you what we're doing applying digitally. So because we still have to leverage both. So are we all good online, Mark? Okay. Okay, so let's get started. Let's get started, Mr. Google here. What'd you do to my computer, Steve?
I didn't do it this time. By careful plan.
There we go. So what we want to do is talk about a vision and transferring it into reality. Because every patient has a vision in their head of what they want. But we have to translate it into reality. So in our agenda today, what we're going to be doing is talking about, we're going to be creating a custom vision and making it their own. I find in dentistry sometimes people are told what looks good on them, but we never ask what they want. And we're going to leverage photography in there. We're going to talk about also when we take the vision and a proposed treatment plan and then have a patient realize it's an investment in them, that's what equals case acceptance. But sometimes what I see when I talk to patients, offices, they get that backwards and they wonder why they don't have case acceptance. Strategic material selection. So for instance, are we going to bond or cement? How does that maybe affect our treatment plan? Prepping for the vision. Once we have that vision that the patient wants and we do a wax up, Steve's going to talk about in depth, old school and new school. How do we actually translate that into a vision that gives us the ability on the other side to deliver? So we're going to talk about analog and digital impressions and model accuracy. So whether it's a stone model, a milled model, or a printed model, I'm going to show you to the micron how accurate or inaccurate a certain system can be. Because if you guys are going to spend any time adjusting in the chair, it's because of some sort of inaccuracy. I'm going to show you that. Provisionalization that grips. Everybody has maybe had that experience, Sifra, you're rolling your eyeballs, where you maybe prep a couple of veneers and you tell the patient, okay, yogurt and Jello until the treatment's done, because we don't want those provisionalization to pop off. Steve's got a nice little application in his back pocket to share with you on that. Digital and custom fabrication. I'm going to show you some case types: implant, single unit, 4-unit. At the end of the day, no matter what we're restoring, the goal is always to bring it back to nature. And Steve's going to go in great depth: adhesion, why things fail,
adhesion wise or not, and how to a successful protocol. A lot of in your handout, everybody, I want you to be smoking the paper with some notes, because we have some cheat sheets in there and also for your references, but let's get started. Everything begins with a motivation. Let's just ask, what are some common motivations for people to get a smile done or some anterior work done? Just spot it out. Retirement. Okay, that didn't make my list. Anybody else? Wedding, because you read the screen. Anybody else?
Single.
Okay. How about broken down teeth? I mean, trauma that need restoring. Okay. They want better cosmetics. Okay. 15 years post-treatment, want to look 15 years younger. Several doctors that we were doing treatment with the last 6 months, literally 15 years ago, they've had treatment done. Steve and I are working through 2 cases right now. And the lady brought this nice picture of her 15 years ago, and she wants a 15-year younger look. But it's like, sorry, dear, like we can treat the teeth, but we can't treat the rest. And we're going through some emotional discussions on that one.
So
this
that never goes away.
That never goes away.
There's no model for that.
Here's another common one that I've heard multiple times. Kids are finished college. Now it's my turn to spend on me. That is a very, very common one. But here's the number one reason that I want everybody to understand and remember in the back of their mind. The first reasons that I shared with you are the ones that they will tell you up front. But there's a major, major underlying reason why they're actually getting or want to get treatment done, is they want to boost their self-esteem, male or female. And I know this for a fact based on the consults that I have with patients in the lab. Many, many times an office will send a patient over to us and I'll sit down and I won't have a consult, I have an interview with them. And I know when a lady comes in that she's had her face done, her lips done, her eyes done, her breasts done, everything on her body done. The teeth are next. A lot of times it's because of self-esteem. So the question I always ask a patient at the consult level, and this is very, very important, is can you tell me about your journey in dentistry that leads you to come here and inquire about smile treatment options? Tell me about your positive or negative experiences in the past. Because as busy as all of you are in day-to-day practice, I can assure you that one of the number one things that a patient shares with me openly is nobody listened to me, what I'm looking to achieve. Because we're so busy. Okay, yeah, we can do this, we can do that. A lot of times because you guys are on such tight time constraints and the emotion, there's no emotional connection, just like Mark and Tyler were talking about, there's no emotional connection with the person. They feel like a piece of cattle going through the drive. So this is very, very important because I want to extract from them what they want, but also why they want it. And when they share with me their past experiences, now I know what button not to hit. Very important. And why is this? Because it builds big time trust. Big time trust. And that's the number one thing I hear from a lot of patients. I don't know, maybe they see me as Dr. Phil in their treatment plan, but they confide in me a lot of honesty that they don't in the office. Because here's a business fact. It's the same with us in the lab when we communicate with a dentist. The higher the trust, the less price is an objection, and the higher case acceptance you will have. Does anybody know who this person is? This is the real Patch Adams. Darcy's smiling. Okay. One of the most impactful movies I've ever seen that I've taken into our profession is that movie, because I learned so much about how this guy talked and dealt with people. So the movie was portrayed, or he was portrayed by Robin Williams in that famous movie. And there's a famous quote from Patch Adams where he's trying to get roasted at the by the medical board. They wanted to kick him out of high school, or not high school, medical school, because he was doing everything outside of the box against the grain of modern medicine. But the famous thing he said that I'll never forget is, when you treat a disease, you always lose. But when you treat the person, you always win. So if somebody has terminal cancer and you treat the person for who they are with dignity and integrity and all these things, and you lift that person up, you always win. So if we look at that when we're talking, well, I know that somebody is looking for a boost of self-esteem, and you give them the time to really get to know them and what they want and why, and that we actually make them feel like we're treating the person inside, you always win. So where do we begin? With us, a lot of times in office, we'll send a patient, Steve will send a patient over. We have many patients come over for a smile consult. This sounds very generic, but there's more to it than that. Because we must extract their vision in their minds, where they want to be and why. Because if we can't get that, you're literally guessing moving forward. And it's very important that we don't give them our vision. I get it all the time. What do you think looks natural? Well, I want to ask you, what do you think looks natural? You know, Steve and I, in our journey at the very beginning, we're going through all our education. I'm learning about nature, how to make veneers and crowns and smiles. And I've done, oh, I think this would look fantastic on you. And they go, well, I don't like it. But I think that looks great. I don't like it. And after remaking a number of cases over the years, it literally was like a club upside my head and Steve's, where we go, why don't we ask them what they want? Instead of trying to instill our infinite wisdom of what we think looks natural, what do you think looks natural? There are two things we want to achieve, Mary, when you show up. And that's, we want to get your vision of your shape, and we want to get the shade. I know that every patient wants as bright of a smile, but they always say the same thing. I want nice white teeth, but I want it to look natural. They do not want to wear this in the mouth. They don't. They want to wear a nice bright shade that looks natural, depending on how many teeth they're getting done. So this is where we begin. This is where I begin. This is where you can begin if you're doing your own smile consult. On our website, we have a tab. It's called My Smile. It's named that way for a reason. There's 7 photographs. And there is the story about these photographs is, this patient came in. She's a knockout, drop dead, gorgeous lady. She came in for a crown on a molar. It had a steel crown on it. You'll see this photo later on. And the story was, I went, wow, did you have ortho? Did you have bleaching? Did you have any treatment done? Because you have a drop dead, gorgeous smile. She goes, no, nothing. She's in her mid-20s. You know, I need a crown back here. I says, could I please photograph your teeth and you? She goes, you can photograph my teeth, but not my face. I don't want my face on the internet, because I told her I'd love to use your picture for teaching and communicating. So we'll go through here as I sit with a patient. Steve, I'm going to show you some possible options for your new smile. And I just want you to tell me what your gut says within a few seconds, what you like or don't like. And you'd be surprised what people say. They have a vision in their mind, but you haven't triggered it yet into reality. And some people go, no. So this is the mature. The canines are a little more defined. Now we have a focus where it's still a straight edge look on the 4 incisors. Canines a little more defined. A little more dominance on the centrals. And I take them through. This is a natural. The names of the smile designs are irrelevant. It's purely for reference. So here the incisal edges are a little bit softer. And what I tell them is we're only evaluating the 6 anteriors, the incisal edge. That's really what defines a person's smile after we establish the central length. So these teeth here, we're not evaluating this, Steve, as you make your decision. It's the 6 anteriors here, that outline profile. What do you think looks appealing? Here's a softened where all the teeth are almost like an aggressive, but the embrasures are a little bit rounded. And this is the oval. Now, the oval here is the original image that the young lady presented herself with when I took a shade on this molar here. Now, if you look at the image real close, the 1.7 back there, what I did in Photoshop is I took that image, I copied it, I flipped it, I superimposed it over here because for teaching purposes, I didn't want to have a steel crown temp on there. It would just ruin the vision. So if you look at this tooth here, it's a carbon reversed image of the opposite tooth. But what's natural about this image? There's contrast. The molar, everything fits. Like the molar isn't a perfect carbon copy of the anteriors. There's all sorts of little asymmetries, but we're going to take this image and dissect it later on. But it all begins with nice photography in the office. And this is not what I'm talking about with nice photography. We got a case in once for a wax up. I says, I need some photos. No problem, James. So I got, let's see, it's 4 times 4, 16 intraoral camera photographs. And this is, of course, before the age of scanners, okay, where the intraoral camera was a single shot image. And this is clearly not how we communicate value to a patient, okay? So I'm going to talk about how we talk about cameras, because if we're going to package up a treatment plan, we need good photography, great mounting records, digital stick bite. We need a My Smile design. We need the shade. We need the analog or digital impressions. And we got to know what kind of prosthetic materials we're going to be working around. Are we doing crowns, veneers, bridge? Are we doing implant work? All these moving parts, we have to know this at the beginning, so because everything in our treatment plan is designed from these images and the decisions that the patient gives us. If we know what a patient wants, we design the plan from there backwards. And a lot of times what I see is offices are suggesting treatment plans by looking at the teeth and not looking at the patient or the face and the person and knowing the story. There's a lot missing when we're at that stage. So we want to be proactive. I'm going to quickly cover photography records and some key things. Cameras, I'm not going to go through on how cameras change. The best images we work with are from a digital SLR, single lens reflex camera. There's 3 things that we want to automate for our digital images. We want to have predictable exposures. Depth of field is one of the biggest ones for communicating visions. And we have to have a good color balance. We literally get images sometimes from an office and it looks like the patient's been embalmed and the overexposed and the colors just out the window. If we want to get 80 or 90% close on a shade match, we have to have a good color balance in the camera and a good exposure. Very, very important. So the camera I work with, it's a Nikon. This slide was a Nikon D200, it was like 10, 15 years ago, but the concept's still the same. I still work with a camera with aperture priority. My color balance is all set in there. Everything is dialed in. All I change is an f-stop. And if anybody wants to learn how to have this very simple camera photography system, I've consulted and taught offices hundreds of times how to do this. It's very straightforward. I do it over FaceTime now. So I think Trevor had hooked up Mike and you with a couple new cameras.
Yeah.
And the images we're getting from those guys are amazing. This is not the type of photography we want to work with. The big thing about this image is not just that the color is garbage and the tissue looks like the patient's been embalmed, but this is a really, really bad example of depth of field. We can't see the posteriors. So what I learned years ago from one of the best dental photographers on the planet in Plano, Texas, Dr. Greg Littke, is depth of field. If we're going to communicate value to a patient, we have to have a good depth of field, because depth of field really shows the smile zone of a patient. Okay. Now, when we shoot our camera in aperture priority, now we have the ability to set the f-stop, which is just one finger dial, and we can set the f-stop to a very high f-stop, because if we have it set with a low f-stop, or if you have it on some automatic setting, a low f-stop will give you a low depth of field. But a high f-stop, at whatever your focal distance is, you have a high depth of field. So with this image here, I'll just flip back and forth. Same image, high f-stop, high depth of field. See how crisp and focused the molars are in. This is a low depth of field. Same exposure. So we want to have a high depth of field. And then when we're taking shades, we want the ability with controlling exposure where we're actually looks like we're taking a picture through the tooth, not just the surface of the tooth. So you can see here, we're literally able to look through the tooth and capture the detail. Have a look at the tissue. It looks like tissue in the mouth. And that's the type of photography we want. And we capture that with proper exposure, proper depth of field, and a good color management in the camera. Every camera you can manage the color, and there's one of two settings. It's either sRGB or it's RGB. And you can go in and change the color mode at any given time. And one of the first things that comes as a default when you buy a pro level SLR camera of any make, it's usually defaulted to sRGB. And my buddy of mine in Phoenix explained it to me this way, between the two. If you're kids and you go to the toy store or a craft store and you get a crayon box, and your standard crayon box has 5 or 6 colors in it. Okay, that's sRGB. Or you can get the mega pack where you can get every color across the rainbow. That's RGB, color mode 2. That's how you want to set the internal setting of your camera for communicating color. Yeah.
If you're getting a different f-stop at the front as you are at the back, does the camera just automatically calibrate that for you?
When you set a high f-stop, you're at that specific depth. So you always focus on the centrals, but with a high f-stop, it's your depth of field that it's capturing. So even though your eyeball may be seen crisp here and blurred here, when you're looking through the shutter window, when the camera takes the picture, you've defined the max depth of field, everything's in focus behind the centrals. So you're always focusing manually on the centrals. And that's a good point though. Also, you want to shut off all your automatic settings in the camera. You don't want autofocus. The camera won't know the difference between a central, a lateral, and a canine. So your lens is always going to go zzz, 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 and it screws with your image. So you just want to manual focus. So you focus manually just with the camera front and back, have your focus on the centrals, and with a high f-stop, everything comes nice, crisp, and clear behind that because you have a high depth of field. Okay, so now these are my standard 4 photographs. In your folders, you should have this piece of paper. Okay, this is Hannah. We forced her to release her model release, okay, as a condition of employment. Okay, it wasn't a vaccine mandate, it was a photo release mandate for her image on our website. Okay, but what we did was on the website, here's a cheat sheet so that these are our standard 4 photos for a smile. for a standard smile, you do not have to take the 12 AACD photos, occlusals, and all the different angles for a standard smile case or anterior case. These 4 photos, here's the camera settings on there, and I'll be talking about the different images and how we apply them. But this is Anne-Marie. This is a case that Steve just prepped yesterday for 10 units. She's also getting 6 units done on the lower, but she was a patient that we treated 15 years ago.
2007.
She's a great actor.
That's 15 years ago.
She is.
Yeah, exactly. Anne-Marie, what's her last name?
DeLuise.
DeLuise, yeah. So Steve and I are going through this treatment. Now, what triggered her to get her treatment done and initiate treatment and come and talk to me is she was in a biking accident. I think she's up in Whistler or something, smashed her head into.
No, it was crazier than that. She'd been decided to do a zip line up in
Yes.
Whistler. Was holding on, got going too fast, and when she hit the other side, her teeth bit the wire, the rope or something.
The harm, yeah.
Nothing happened. It was fine until that night when she was brushing her teeth. She could see multiple cracks through about 4 of the veneers. They all stood on for a while. Then the next day they came off.
Then something started chunking off. So,
This is back in the day. This is feldspathic porcelain. This is not Emax or zirconia, right? This was it was, and it's still amazing to me that it's lasted that long.
but yeah, you'll be seeing a few slides of her, Steve provisionalizing her, but I extracted the vision from her. She was with me for 2 hours going through all the different smile designs. She was undecided. But if I plowed through, or if Steve plowed through with, well, this will just look fantastic on you. Oh, okay. And you go through all this treatment, and all of a sudden the patient says, well, it's not really what I was expecting. We have to nail down the vision at the very beginning. So after my consult with her, I nailed down the shape and the shade. But the shape, after about an hour alone of discussions, she ended up saying, you know, I like what I have. Trust me. She said, I actually like what I have. The central length, everything. So now I says, well, that makes things a little bit simpler, Anne-Marie, because now Steve just has to pull an impression of what's in your mouth, and there's his temp matrix. Almost.
She changed her mind a little bit.
Okay, but this is the starting point, but that's the vision. And then for the shade, she picked an 020 up the old Ivoclar shade guide. And we're going to contrast a little extra chroma at the neck, a 1M1. And this is what's interesting. When I showed her all those different smile designs, she says, well, what do you think looks natural? And I'll say, well, I'll show you what is the most natural, unbleached case I've ever seen come across my room. She says, what's that? And I says, that patient that you're seeing on the screen, naturally, without bleach, that young lady that I photographed had a 020, 80% of her teeth with a 1M1 off the 3D neck. She says, like this. She says, I'll take that. So now I know she's committed to the treatment plan. So who recognizes this lady? It's the Cyphera's patient. We went through a similar conversation with her. We spoke about, Brooklyn came in for a consult. I says, what do you want? What inspires you to get treatment? She says, I'm getting married. I want to look good for my wedding photos. So her mom and her child, is a son or daughter? I can't remember. Daughter. Okay, came in. I said it to a patient. And, oh, I love your son. Oh, it's a daughter. Oh, it wasn't her. It was somebody else. So anyhow, I had a great talk with Brooklyn. She picked out a vision. I forget what it was, but the key with her was, I want nice white teeth. I want a white shape.
You actually found out that she had been changing the filters on all of her photos, which I didn't know.
That's
She'd been
interesting.
changing
Yeah.
her and we talked right after, and then you were like, did you know she wants paper white teeth? Like, she wants super white.
That's right. That's
Saved
great.
you so much time, money, and energy.
Because she wanted her look when she went on, she put herself out online. or any photos that she showed. She was so self-conscious of the shade of her teeth. She wanted them as bright as possible. So actually I phoned up Cipra. I says, I think we should put the brakes on. She wants a real white look. I advised Brooklyn, I think you should bleach as much as your teeth can take it, bleach them up, and then we'll pick a shade on the 4 incisors. So she was actually just in a few days ago. I asked her, could I throw you up on the screen for education? She's like, no problem. So now, how did that go? The design that she picked originally in the lab, you guys did a little 180, and now all of a sudden when she was in, she said, well, I want them a little rounder look.
Yeah, that's what we were.
So did you
making
do that
stems.
freehand?
We did, well, we got the stems from you guys.
Okay.
And then as we were putting them in, we were just like, how do you like it? How do you want us to adjust it? She's like, can we round the edges just a little bit more? I said, sure, this is
Exactly.
your temps. We can do whatever we want, so you get to see.
So with these, with the temps here, now she loves the design. I snapped an impression on the spot, and now that's the design that we're gonna create her 4 incisors with. And then with my photography, I just confirmed that the horizontal of the anteriors is parallel to her pupillary line. Her eyeballs are symmetrical in the face, so we can use that reference point. This is the power of this image, is I want to see the patient looking straight into the lens. I want the maxillary plane parallel to the camera. You do not want the patient tilting the smile. You want to have it very parallel to the floor. This image, we coach the patient to go, okay, Brooklyn, I want to do a couple little speech patterns for you. Okay, I want you to go Emma, and I want the jaw to just hang in space. Emma, I want coach the patient, relax your face as much as possible, because we want to use that image to determine where we have to put the central length. That's the central length she wanted. Could it be a little shorter? Possibly. Is it my opinion or is it her opinion? That's her opinion. That's her idea of natural. So if you look also online with Hannah's picture, her central reveal on that same photo is a little bit on the long side. That's the way God made her. It's not the way James made her. Okay. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think it looks great on Brooklyn. It looks great on Hannah. But
James, doesn't it also have to do with the freeway space and the ability for your F sounds too, in terms of your length?
partially, because if people want it too long, yeah, we can say you sound like Elmer Fudd, right?
Yeah.
There is a balance, but those are the things that you want to also be working out in the temps after provisionalization. This is a starting point of developing the vision. This is not our final treatment. This is development at the beginning. E, we want to coach the patient also. Give me a hard E. And they're like, why? I'll show you later. The power in this photo is, and this is how I'll show you how I did this with a lady up in Whistler, is we want to design, we want to show the patient what is their natural aesthetic zone. The biggest thing that offices miss with a new smile is their vision is defining a smile canine to canine. When you show this image to a patient, E, they say, well, hey, Steve, your smile zone goes from molar to molar, second bi to second bi. If you're looking for a new smile with a complete shade, we may want to look at some treatment options. This is James's soft sell. We may want to look at some treatment options to pick out the shade you want for your smile zone. How does that sound? Trial close question. Okay. I'm not plowing treatment down there. I'm just trying to extract what do they want. Once we have that vision defined, okay, this is for Brooklyn. She wanted copy the design of the temps. So I snapped an impression, do a scan. Central length, I measured it, 11.5. Very frustrating. If we get a picture and an office says, just duplicate the length of the centrals. Well, what's the length of the centrals? Well, just copy it in the photo. There's no translation of data from a photo to a software to a hand. So we have to measure it. Data never lies. And I also measure the overjet. We're doing a 3 millimeter overjet. That pinpoints exactly where the incisal edge needs to be. And then I snapped an impression with some status blue. Now we've nailed her vision. Shade, Brooklyn, what shade do you want? As white as you can go, that it doesn't look like a sheet of paper. So now we develop contrast. God gave every human being a canine, and the canine in a mouth is always the darkest tooth in the anterior zone. So my standard protocol that I explain to a patient is we want to make them look natural and not look like a sheet of paper. We have to create contrast. So we'll pull the shade from the canine, and at the gingival couple millimeters of the 4 incisors, we add that same shade, and then you can pick out whatever shade for 80% of the teeth on the rest of your smile. This is standard. Some patients will say, I just want that sheet of paper. That's the vision in their mind that they want. I got to find out what that vision is. Patients choose the value brightness they like for 80% of the teeth, and then we make it look natural around that. Okay. It's one of the biggest comments when I talk shade is, I saw the brother-in-law that had these white veneers and they look terrible. I don't want that. I like the brightness, but I don't want it to look fake. Nobody wants fake looking veneers or anteriors. They all want nature. 1 in 100 will say, give me something else. 99 will say, I want natural.
But everyone's perception of natural is different.
That's why I asked them that, Ray. Can you tell me what you describe as natural? And when I ask that question, I don't want this. So I say, well, this is what we see in nature. In nature, we see contrast. And another thing a lot of patients don't realize, like with Anne Marie that we're treating, okay, contrast is not just tooth to tooth to tooth, but it's also arch to arch. So what makes people's mouths sometimes look like a flashlight or a fluorescent tube is they have the brightest shade on the top with the brightest shade on the bottom with no contrast. So what I commonly see, and if you look at teeth in nature, usually your lower anteriors are a shade darker than the upper anteriors. Just FYI, what I notice.
Before moving on,
okay,
hats off. I mean, we were analyzing on the stream last night how well you managed the provisionals. I mean, they were spot.
Yeah, nailed it.
Absolutely.
Nailed it. It was awesome. Okay, so I just want to highlight here that when we have a vision with the treatment plan and the patient knows what their investment is, and believe it or not, patients ask me, how much is this all going to cost? Even if the office maybe mentioned it, they still ask me, how much is this going to cost? And this is how I always respond to them. I says, Dr. Hill, I think he charges approximately $1,500 to $1,600 per tooth, including the lab. Now, what's happening within 2 seconds after I say that? They're going to go, okay, James just told me 10 teeth. 10 times 16 is 16,000. They make that buying decision like that. And more times than not, at that stage, at the end of the consult, they don't argue with me. They like, yeah, that sounds fine. Like, because I built the trust up with my question and answer up to that point, the investment is not an objection. It's just an FYI. And the big mistake I believe people make is they disclose the price before they've explained the value and built the trust. Just my observation. Well, so-and-so said I need this. Well, that could be, that's a clinical decision you have to make. I can't advise on that. But if you're getting general smile work, I'm not talking implants, root canals, bone grafts, all this other stuff. I'm just saying, if it's a tooth restored for a smile, that's what I know. Steve's in that ballpark. I never say this is what the number is. It's in the ballpark. Confirm it with him. I don't get into signing people up to treatment. I just float it out there. But of course, what's the phone call that Steve gets? Okay, here's the update and here's the report, just like I did with Cipra. It says, here's what this patient told me. You guys may want to have a different conversation. But once again, when I get that information of shade and shape confirmation, I ask the patient to sign off on it. Patient authorization for smile design. I've got the shade, the central length. I, Steve Hill, choose the My Smile Design Natural and authorize Dr. Trevor Zlatnik to Ocean Ceramics to create my Smile as close as possible visually and functionally within the clinical standard of care parameters available to my unique dental health. I'm aware that my authorization for My Smile Design is for design purposes only and not a guarantee of my final aesthetic result. They sign, and I ask the spouse to sign if possible, because I've had too many times spouses reverse treatment plans, even after the smile's been bonded in. So very important to have that conversation. And this document's all on the website too. As soon as they pick whatever smile design, you scroll down, you can click down, print off the patient authorization form. It's a nice CYA form to have in your back pocket in the chart. So once again, here's my pre-op photos. Okay, we have a maxillary mandibular arch scans. I'm not, just to preface also, Steve and I are not talking about opening verticals and that sort of treatment. This is, everything we talk about today is habitual bite dentistry, okay? That's a totally different program in our dental floor. So maxillary mandibular arch scans or impressions and a bite scan. And now we go into implementing smiles. We're going to break it down. We're going to define the cosmetic vision, macro and micro. We're going to develop it. Where are we going? Because sometimes, like what Steve does, he'll make changes on the fly. Because every time we can pick out a smile design on screen, a patient says, I like that. Once it goes into their face in provisionals, tissue, all these other things, they get a little different opinion. Well, maybe I don't want that. So we have to refine it and develop it. Once that's confirmed, how do we plan and create transfer records with predictability? Photos, matrix stents, depth burrs. Some people guess. I don't advise that. But what's the very, very first thing we must establish when we're developing a new smile? Very first thing, question to the floor.
Patient's vision.
Sorry?
Patient's vision.
The vision. Now I want to dissect a smile. We already got the vision. It's a horizontal plane. This is the most important thing we have to start making sure is on track, because you could have the most beautiful smile or porcelain on a model in our software, but if it's crooked, if it's off horizontal plane, the rest doesn't matter. We're back to square one. So we must develop a proper position for the maxilla plane as it relates within the skull. So I want to show you a case that we did with Dr. Brad Bishop in Kelowna. Originally, it started out with, can you fix my two front crowns, Brad? And Brad says, there's a bigger thing going on here than your two front crowns, Marja. So we start with some basic photographs. That's her portrait, a digital stick bite. So now we start plugging in. We're accepting her eyes as being level in her face, but look at her maxillary plane.
This isn't something that just happens to a few people. Probably what?
A lot.
60 or 75% sometimes. It seems like there's cants everywhere. And we've personally done it. I have sent stuff to James, do the front 4 teeth or something. And they come back and you put them in and it's like, oh my gosh.
They're crooked.
I didn't send him a picture, right? You have no idea, no way of knowing from a study model whether it's scanned or not.
We
So
have
you
to
check.
We have to treat the face. We're not treating teeth. We're treating the face with this. The teeth are being treated, but we have to align it in the face properly. So Marja picked out a natural smile design. So in this exercise, I actually wanted to prove that her HIP, her hamular notch incisal papilla mounting, was accurate because we mounted this on the Aculiner. So what I actually did was I took the teeth on the aculine. So I actually made my reference plane on the aculiner here. And I took these teeth, I didn't change the horizontal, but I plugged it back into her face. I corrected her horizontal. And we actually leveled out her face, but I actually proved that the horizontal plane on her aculiner mounting was accurate. Her cranial landmarks were accurate. So, and then when we did the finish, we did this all in Emacs.
Like 95 or 98% of the time.
Exactly. So she wanted a nice, dominant, natural smile. We had the central length. Brad did some nice gum lifts. Everything was leveled out. But it's level within the skull. And Brad then did some occlusal pads on the lowers to stabilize because she had some functional issues going on. It was a very, very successful case. But we can take, just like I said, so we're talking about nature and people.
Have you followed that case up? Like, have you seen it recently? You said
That
That's
wasn't
not
my
his case.
That wasn't my
Okay,
case.
sorry.
That's Brad Bishop's case. He's
Okay.
in Kelowna.
And that was about 15 years ago, you said?
Probably about within 10.
Be very interesting to see if that came back at all. Like,
I've done lots of cases, and some of them I started because of limitations to financing and stuff, and so we build them up in composites.
Yeah.
And so I've got this lady going at the moment who's also, well, she's set design, and so in the industry, so she's going ahead with it, but it's now 8 years that we corrected the cant in composite. I'm thinking she's just gonna bomb this stuff out,
right?
And it's all still there, and with very little wear on it. And we fixed the bite basically. We opened her up a little bit. We gave her the proper guidance. There was no, and some people are hardwired. Some people are just gonna mow this stuff off of their teeth, but she wasn't. And so, generally we don't see it come back.
Right.
Okay, very successful case. But Brad stabilized the lower with some composite pads because now she's being worked up for treating the lower teeth. Yeah, Paul.
How many teeth would you like build up with composite pads? Like, are you looking for so many stops, occlusal stops?
We do it.
You know, that's a question that maybe my brother can handle at lunchtime.
Sure.
Okay. You got that one, Dave? Okay, he won't let that one get away. Okay, does everybody remember who this lady is? So I just thought, just like I mentioned before, nature doesn't change. The concepts of having a level maxillary plane, developing a smile. So I looked up a picture of Marilyn Monroe. I thought, well, look, everybody loved her smile amongst many other things. But back in the 50s, she had a drop dead gorgeous smile that a lot of people didn't have. So I just thought, let's analyze her. And you know what? Her eyes and her maxillary plane were level and nice and symmetrical in her face, aside from having a wonderful wide zone. So Steve's going to talk about now. We're going to talk about breaking down macro vision. There's two things when we develop a smile that I want everybody to be aware of. Doesn't matter if you're setting up a denture, crown and bridge, implants, hybrids, whatever. We're going to start dissecting a macro and micro vision of what actually puts together a nice smile.
Okay, so this book is no longer available. It's been updated and changed, but some of these pictures are still in the new book. But again, the principles are ready to rock. So this comes from the American Academy of Cosmetic Dentistry. At the time, it was worth about $50. So it was a cheap reference, and it's still, and it's even better. It's all now in color. But basically, we're going to talk about the same things that we sort of hit on a few other, that James has hit on in a few other slides previously. But basically, we want a smile line. What does a smile line look like? Well, we all know it should follow the contour of your lip. If it's too long, you're going to bite into it. If it's too short, if it's too far forward or back, you will have issues with your pronunciation of F's and V's. So in the provisional thing, you ask the patient to count from 55 to 60. And most of the time you get it right, or they get it right. And as humans, we're adapters. We can adapt to just about anything and any changes. We born without teeth, we get teeth, we lose those teeth, we get other teeth, and somehow we still talk all the way through it. And so we have a capacitance for adaptation, but the capacitance changes. If you get a patient that's lost their mom or is in a divorce or all of those kinds of things, that ability to adapt can disappear completely for years. I had a lawsuit against me for one of those cases. So just sharing with you, you have to get to know the person. You have to
And that was just
understand
for
where
two
they are.
centrals.
It was two central.
Wasn't a soul
Two
smile.
central. How many times did you remake that?
Oh, 4 or 5 times.
It was, yeah. Anyway, so this is
But it's interesting. I told Steve, he was agonizing over this. And I said, Steve, the last time I looked at our scope of practice is we treat teeth. We don't treat speech. It's really, really interesting concept. You know, you get these crazy expectations from patients. Why don't it sound the same? We treat teeth. We don't treat speech. I can't make Ray sound like Brad Pitt. Okay, so this is what her chief complaint was. I don't sound the same. We're hitting a moving target all the time.
And
we treat teeth.
And then she had her teeth redone in a different office. And no, so it wasn't her mother. It was her father that ended up in hospital with cancer. And she apologized. So I get the notes from the other dentist. Dentist doesn't make the notes, but the assistant writes, she apologized for being late today. Her father has just passed and she's getting ready for it. And then all of a sudden her lisp went away. So her capacity came back again.
Changed.
Yeah. So back to what we're talking about. Okay, so smile line has to follow the edge of the lip. It's a guideline. In James' famous picture there that he uses all the time, the lady has an asymmetrical lip, still a gorgeous smile, you know, but so this is just, if we're trying to make a definition or a standard, these are the things that we're going for. We want to avoid the reverse curve. We used to see this a lot. People with, you know, aging teeth and everything, as they start to wear, you start to get this reverse line. How about midlines? Anybody tried to fix a midline shift with veneers or crowns?
Instant ortho.
Instant ortho, how big can you go? Right? About 2 millimeters, not more. I've done it, I've tried many times. I failed many times. But you, well, no, you start with that, and then you're starting, okay, widths of teeth. You got to nail the widths on the two front teeth. You can tolerate stuff away from the midline, but on the midline, if you're left-centered on the upper trying to match the low, you can't do it into
the root below the tissue only
it
can only go so far below the tissue, that root width.
So
Rounding rotations too.
oh, that's huge part of it, huge part of it. But rotations, we can fake a little bit better, but two straight teeth, if their midline is shifted, forget it. Back into ortho. What's next? Gingival symmetry. Figure 30 is the ideal, with the canine, a line drawn between the heights of contour of the gingival areas on the canines match the centrals, but not the laterals. You can have the laterals online in figure 29, but a reverse sort of situation where the laterals are too high, as in a lot of class 2 div 2 cases, less than ideal. Again, these are just guidelines. General axial inclination. Oh, I like this one. Okay, so yeah. Basically our teeth are not straight up and down, right? Everybody knows that. If you do have up and down teeth, or you make them that way, they look like piano keys, right? So the idea is that there's a level of convergence that starts off a little steeper at the back and sort of comes together as it comes up. If we continue these lines to where they converge, just think about the belly button. It should be a line that sort of intersects on the belly button. Very good. I learned this from David Hornberg. He said he wanted to put a ring in the belly button and attach a string to it, so that when he used it on his handpiece, he got the convergence right. I thought, brilliant, brilliant. I can't wait to try that. Okay.
It's like anchoring a surgical guide, huh? Just make a belly button ring.
Okay, so general axial inclination. Let's take a look at this finished case. This is not my case, but it's in the book that I showed you about. Okay, What's wrong with the axial inclination on this patient's finished case, right? You can see it. It's a little harder when you get further off to the side and stuff, but the guys at the back can see it. It's way angled over this way. So why was that? Why did the dentist, how did the dentist make that happen? Right? What was at fault there?
No vision.
Good point. Also, yes, probably somebody that came in was not waxed up, was not talked to about anything. I want 6 veneers. Sure, let's get it done. Dentist was right-handed. He's working, assessing where he's doing from the side of the patient. Never once does he come around to the front and go, oh, sorry, you know, you got to get it right. Nice little tip there. M&E, we've been through this. This young man was
Put his teeth in the back of a hockey helmet.
and was one of our early hands-on courses.
That's right.
At the old Oak.
Our small course.
So letter M and rest, okay, that's, well, okay, but letter E, well, you get E, but what, and you get that he's got some busted up teeth, but what else do you get? You get the height of the gingiva. This is not E, the letter E, this is as big as you can get it. You want to see if there's any gingival reveal in the smile. And we'll show a couple of slides or a couple of cases afterwards where that it could be a huge ruining factor to a smile, except the lip never comes above here. And so we don't sweat it. You know, we're not going to redo the implant, or that's one of them. Or try to do some periografting. If it doesn't show, it doesn't show. And there are people who train themselves to sort of sound like this. And as soon as you give them good teeth, that smile is released. Mark did it. That's right. Yeah, we're talking about you, not to you. So you have, again, these are all just guidelines. We've already touched on Broadway corridor, buccal corridor. Some people, when they smile, you get the Julia Roberts effect. This thing is not, yeah, right? All the way up to the corridor. This is less natural or less desirable, perhaps. It's perfectly natural. But if these 3 teeth are porcelain and they reflect differently under lighted condition, it'll look like there's no back teeth back there. We'll show you cases of that. But again, if it works like any of these things, did you take that out? You did take that out.
What did I take out?
Picture of Bill Dorfman.
Never was in there.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
it's lost. Anyway, so I have a picture of Bill Dorfman. He was the dentist from the Smile Makeover series back 15 years ago or something. When he smiles, he's got these tiny little teeth and this great big smile, and it works for him. So, you know, just ignore all of this in certain instances. Just use your sense of judgment.
He's got 1 million followers.
Okay. It was him who put me on to dentainment.
Is that right?
And
Oh,
I
really?
could not get a metric out of it at all. So,
Okay, so I'm
I
going to
still
talk
talk
about microvision. Now let's narrow down exactly all these natural details. A lot of these came from the Leonardo da Vinci, the man of golden proportions in the human body. Okay, but we want to see how it applies to teeth. So remember this smile? This is that lady with the nice oval smile, oval teeth.
with
And-
a lip that drips. It does.
Yeah,
On
with
the left side.
you know, this is her natural lip here. The only thing that's imaged on this entire picture is that molar. That's it. Everything else is the way God created it. So as Steve mentioned, let's look at the axes. We always want to develop a smile. Who here's doing direct composite veneers? Okay, this is all you guys, because these are the factors that you want to have on your radar, whether you're doing 1, 2, 4, 6, whatever, direct composite veneers. This is your priority of development when you're putting material on. Yeah, Dave, pass that around. So
Take this grip one off and pass it around.
So axes, we must have the axes converging towards the belly button. So like Steve said, we evaluate that by looking over the center of the patient, not from the right or the left. Length to width ratio. There's a relationship in nature. Whatever central length you're developing, if it's a 10, 11, 12 millimeter tooth, in nature, the width is approximately 75 to 80% of the length. Now, I had this great long discussion with Anne Marie, Steve's patient, when I sat with her for 2 hours. One of the components we spoke about is, I'd like the teeth to be a little more slender and narrower, James. My old teeth look a little bit wide for my look. I says, well, maybe Steve can contour your temps here to make them look a little slenderer. And I explained to her the 75, 80% length to width ratio. She's like, yeah, that'd be great. Very important. Golden proportions, when we go from the central to the lateral to the canine, this is all a visual proportion. The lateral is approximately 2/3 the visual width of the central. So that's why it's important if you're going to do your direct veneers, develop the centrals first, because whatever the width of your central is that you feel is going to be hitting the mark, you want to make sure that the visual width is approximately 2/3. Is this to the micrometer? No, because nature is not about the micrometer. This is all about golden proportion averages. So 2/3 of the lateral width is the width of the central. When you transition to the canine, the visual width, this is where things really start to turn the corner to the posterior buccal corridor. You want the visual width of the canine to be approximately 2/3 of the lateral.
James uses visual, what do you call it? Dimension?
Visual evaluation.
I like reveal, right?
There you go.
It's not the actual width. You can imagine if you turn it and measure it, it's not that width. It's just what is revealed in that one picture. You can straight ahead.
This canine is probably 3 times the physical width of the visual width because it turns the corner. But what really makes a smile look distorted is when the canine, say it's a rotated tooth and the doctor hasn't prepped enough the distal away, and we don't have the ability to tuck the distal behind this center axis, it constrains us to deliver that vision. Very important. So Steve will be talking about prepping later on.
You've got a case that demonstrates it.
Perfect. Okay, so when we talk about gingival width right now and incisor line angles, this is a really important one because one of the things about incisor line angles here is that they change from tooth to tooth to tooth. So a very, very strong landmark to ingrain in your vision is you look at the visual or the gingival width from contact to contact at the gingiva, and then the convergence of the line angle goes from the incisal edge of the central, it converges to 1/3 the gingival width.
So how do you evaluate this in the patient? I just want to see if I can, is the little guy coming up there? The little arrow?
No.
Sorry. There, you see the reflections on the teeth? They're like little windows that come down. They're picked up by this point. This is the
flash of the camera here.
right. It's the flash of the camera, and you can see the angulation. That's the incisal line angle.
Yeah, good point. So, but on a central, it converges to 1/3 the gingival width. On a lateral, that line angle converges to 50% the gingival width. Nice little subtle, but if people wonder, why do my teeth look like piano keys? It's because these little subtle nuances are not developed.
You're going to see Anne Marie
Yeah.
later on where I've adjusted it on a pontic in her smile.
And a canine is very close to the lateral. And once again, the axes of the posteriors are converging towards the
Now,
belly button.
is that assuming the gingival contours are proper, I'm gonna say?
We're talking in a perfect world.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, if you got one gingival tissue that's higher than the other, at the end of the day, this is the gold standard that we're striving for.
The most difficult teeth to manage that are the laterals. Very commonly, they have different widths of root, and you just can't get it. You just can't get that. One's more triangular, which one do you like? Sorry, I can't make the other one that way.
So with incisal embrasures, if you notice when we looked at the different smile designs, there's the aggressive, the focus, the natural, the oval, the round. The incisal edge design, they were all different. But when we developed incisal edges, this is a relationship you want to have. It's the pizza setup. So no matter what the shape of the teeth are, you always want to have a contrast relationship of small, medium, large. You never want to have large, medium, small. It's just, it's not though, it doesn't work in nature. So you always want to have small, medium, large. And if it's an aggressive, where it's a real straight edge teeth, it's still small, medium, and large. So it's a very, very important subtlety to build in there. And then with tissue heights, as Steve talked about earlier, you know, we want to have the tissue heights to have a gull wing effect. Ideally, if the lateral can be a little bit shorter than the central and canine, we want to have some sort of variation there. But whenever the lateral is higher than the central and canine, that is just nature distorted. We want to try to avoid that. Zenith development, we'll be addressing this a little bit later on in more detail, but this is one of the most overlooked details if you're prepping centrals. If you notice, a central always has a zenith, and the zenith is the high point of the gingival part of the tooth. It's always distal to the center axis. If you look at a lateral, the zenith is right on the center axis. But a central, you draw the center axis, it's always distal to the center axis. So when you're laying a burr down and you're prepping a central, always make sure that this zenith area is distal to the center axis.
We have a better slide that
Yeah,
demonstrates that.
but that's a very, very important vision. I'm talking vision points here that applies to your prepping, as not just building up teeth, but also prepping for it. Where's our seat development? And then we have shade variations. I was talking like with Anne-Marie and with Cypress patient Brooklyn. What we see in nature are shade variations. So this patient, when she presented, about 80 to 90% of these teeth were in 020. But if you look real close, there is extra chroma in the proximals at the neck, and it's about a 1M1 type of shade. We always see contrast in nature. And if it shows up, her lower teeth also a little bit darker than the top teeth. Contrast, if you ever have a patient ask you, how do I make my teeth look more natural with restorative treatment? Contrast. Tell them contrast. Contrast is the game in nature.
Would you say less bright or lower value for the lower teeth?
I always say brightness. Patients don't understand value. If you say lower or higher value, they're going to think price.
Good point.
They don't understand that term in dentistry or color. I always say brightness. And the brightness is the dimmer switch in the dining room. High value, you're like, you know, you want them high bright, low bright. Always say the word brightness, because that's what the bleaching world uses. Brightness. Okay, Steve, this is that nice case. So this is actually just wanted to recap. This is nature. Everything Steve and I are talking about with macro and micro vision translates into this. I told this lady, people pay thousands to have what you have. She says, really? Says, yeah. So look after what you got.
What's interesting about that is all the asymmetry in it.
Yeah.
Their eye still likes it, right?
Exactly. But I just go back to when I show this on the website and I go through the different smile designs. That's what I say. You're evaluating this profile look right here. We can look after the rest, but that's what's really going to define your look. And that's why I'm not a big fan of smile imaging and digital imaging, because we can paste a smile into somebody's face. But now it becomes, how are we going to deliver it clinically?
It's okay. Keep
Okay,
going.
you're up next.
The way that the technology is going though is a little bit towards that digital smile, right? Like we are, because I've done both ASCD courses.
the cosmetic dentistry, what you were
Yep.
presenting is that, right? And then the DST is like, it says the total opposite, like who cares about the midline, who cares about this and that.
Well, I
As long as
disagree.
it's not- I know, but I
Yeah.
know that you do, but I'm just saying that unfortunately though, the technology like is taking us that way. and
It
everything.
is. And I'll, well, if somebody wants imaging, I say, go ahead, you can go and do your imaging thing. But that I'm not gonna be held to that picture on the final result. Because I know that when a dentist ties into a smile and they run into something that they can't, is a clinical barrier to deliver that, like, you're gonna have a patient at some point say, well, this is what I bought into, when they show their digitally imaged picture. So do I want to put myself on that hook? I don't. But if I say with their authorization, I've authorized James and Steve to do this as clinically and visually as possible within the standard of care, and they sign off on that. Now in provisionals, we confirm everything where they're going, and they've signed off on it. I don't have that issue. We're still gonna have to make tweaks and adjustments and things like this, but I don't want that digitally imaged picture being my gold standard and the bar that I have to hit when we can't always do that.
The only thing I can just say is I
Yeah.
worked in the DST practice. That's why I know.
Yeah.
My practice isn't DST, but I worked in a practice which is like the only DST practice now apparently in BC. So
Sure.
she used to do everything DST and she had a lot of case acceptance because people
Yeah.
see that, they connect with it, they're like, let's do it.
Yeah.
Whereas with me like doing back stuff and stuff, they don't connect that much, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
think that is the advantage that they have over this.
I've looked at the digital smile design thing, and that's the only thing. If that case acceptance has the smile design, the central length, the overjet shade, like if we have that all defined and it's confirmed in provisionals, hallelujah. But I want to make sure that a patient is not holding me to that gold standard because of a computer image. That's the risk factor. And the more I've done smiles, I want to take away risk. I don't want to introduce risk. So I'm not saying it's a useless tool. It is. You want to CYA yourself along the way.
As Mark Stevens mentioned the trial or the outcome simulator. And you'll notice that on all of those teeth, they've been in there a long time, they're worn, and when they're straightened up, they're not symmetrical, right? And that's the beauty of that kind of imaging,
Right.
right? That's real. That's
Yeah.
what we're doing here, or what you can do in Photoshop, is not necessarily real.
Okay, Steve, analog application. We got the vision, we've done a wax up. We haven't prepped the teeth yet. So they have the records.
Okay, so this isn't even my,
Okay.
this isn't even my patient, but it serves the purpose for doing what we need to do. What you see here is a Siltec putty matrix of an ideal wax up that's done. We're going to refer to that. If you haven't used them before, we're going to refer to them in just about all of the cases that we've used and we continue to use. And so James has this patient come in. And so she's got a certain reveal to her smile. She wants something different. We go through the analog steps of the wax up, of the getting to know her, first of all, getting some input into what she's expecting from this. We bring it up, and before we cut the teeth, we put this on her, onto her teeth. This is Voco, it's self-curing, and we leave it there for a full 3 minutes. So when you pull it off, it's still stuck on the tooth, but it gives you all of that information and it's completely reversible.
And the patient's not anesthetized.
Right. So this is what she can see, right? So this is huge in my office. I get a lot of acceptance for this, and I get a lot more. You can see that in a minute too. Oh, I just want the front 4 or the front 6, and then all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. I can't do any color change here or as much color change as I want. So this is all analog. There's huge advantages in the digital world that we're doing this from, but this is where it all came from. And that's
provisionals.
That's the provisional in her teeth, on her teeth at the time. It's a great way. This is a test drive, right? Absolutely. Every patient that has this in my office is invited back at least something less than a week later Friesens come out, they've had a chance to look at it, the friends are looking at it, all of that kind of stuff. Can we? And the answer is yes. I can take that in a little bit. It's a little bit out. Sure, I can do that. Oops, darn it, hand slipped. I took a little bit too much off. A little bond, a little flowable, with the alginate, send it back to James. Okay, we can change all that, and it doesn't cost anything, and it helps prevent the remakes, right? You mentioned how much do you make on a case when you have to redo it once? Okay, this is Tanya. Tanya came in. Tanya is a bit of a consumer, you can probably see. Got the eyes done, got the lips done, and the eyes, and yeah, everything else.
This is late 90s too.
This is late 90s. This is all, and so these are 5 PFMs that have gone in. And their chief complaint was, I never like these crowns. It makes me look like I only have this 6 front teeth. This is right. This is flash photography, of course, but I mean, we can do better than that. So Tanya decides to go ahead. Tanya.
Dark bucket corridor.
Dark bucket corridor. Okay, this is her. This is me doing a mock-up back in the day. I've taken some study models. I do these up on just on the models out of composite material. I have her in and I flip that into place on both sides, take the picture. Yep, that's what she wants to do. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, so I make a mistake. Sometimes it happens. Even Gretzky hits the post.
Yeah,
right? That's
very few, but.
So we're in process now. Her upper lip is numb. I've got the wax up. I've got everything else. I put the Siltec putty into place, and I think I'm at 1.5 minutes or maybe 2. But I took it out, and it drags. It drags
The composite?
down. It's self-curing temporary material. So I'm looking at it and I'm going, ooh, okay, no, hang on. And so I trim up this side, and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, it's too long on this side." And she said, "Let me see." So she picks up the mirror, she looks at this, and she looks at this. That's what this is. She says, "I like this better." Okay, right? So I put the composite back, or the flowable back on this side here, and she was absolutely right. I mean, that does look better. She's got the facial, the lower lip's not numb, right? Upper lip is probably hanging a little lower than she liked, but that's where you catch these things. That's where you save the case.
That's a classic example of she had the vision in her mind of what she wanted. What we thought she needed wasn't the vision. It was what she wanted. Steve just stumbled on it and said, yeah, okay. He makes a mistake and pulls out a little early, stretched it a little longer, ended up nailing her vision. But that's the importance. We have to nail down patient's vision.
It's not so much the journey, but the destination.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's the before, and then that's the after. So, seriously, do you think they're white enough?
They were.
Are you kidding
1-0
me?
or something.
They were off the chart. Yeah. She promised that she'd bring her husband in next, and I've never seen it.
Yeah.
You want to take over this one?
Yeah, sure. This is Tyrell's mom. I think it was early 2000s. Steve and I had a small makeover course coming up, and Shanna had some old PFMs there she wanted done, but she definitely had some other issues going on with tissue heights. How's the horizontal plane on when they did these crowns? It was completely not on the radar, to say the least.
Somebody just sent in the most.
Somebody just winged it.
There's no face.
So Steve, with the wax up, so I had this, I took the photography, even with Shanna saying, Emma, look at the length of one central to the next. It's off. Steve had already done a couple of crowns back here, and we were just going to do the front 6 for this course. But then I says, dude, we have to do this molar back here too. He's like, yeah, okay. So anyhow, we ended up doing in the course the 6 anteriors and that single molar back there because the photography revealed it. And then that was the vision. This is before I created the My Smile designs from that lady. And that's a steel crown that was in place when she first came to the lab. So that was my template to create the My Smile designs.
Did you ask her why she wanted that steel crown?
She was just getting a molar. Well, the doctor placed a steel temp instead of a composite one. So then
It's
the,
actually aluminum.
at the time, we were working with the Smile catalog from LVI. That's how we communicated to pick out the different smile designs. And I thought, well, we can do better than that. So that's when we did it digitally. So that's what Shannon's before. And this is, I did some imaging on her back in the day. I did this all with Photoshop. And she's like, yeah, that's the vision I want. And she wanted that oval rounder look. Okay, so we did the wax up. I mapped out the tissue heights for Steve to do some gum lifts on the spot. We make a provisional matrix tray. Steve's got a depth reduction guide, and we have our wax up on the Aculiner. That's our system. If anybody orders a digital wax or any wax up from us for whether it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 28 units, what you're going to get back is the models with the wax up, a provisional matrix tray, and a depth reduction guide.
Let me ask how much you charge like per teeth or
For
wax?
this?
Yeah, for wax.
Is it $45 per unit? Okay. Yeah.
And then how about just the cast and like getting them printed and all that?
Everything there is $45 a unit.
$45.
Okay.
Per tooth, right?
Per tooth.
Per tooth.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, if it was a smile, I'd be going broke. Okay, so yes, $45 per unit. And that's why when I have a patient quote or ask me, well, how much is this going to cost? I already know, and I know Steve's fees are all lab rounded off included. So, because at the end of the day, a patient just wants to know what am I on the hook for?
So what I tell them if we're going down this road, it's going to be, we're getting into a construction project here where nobody on this earth would build a building without a set of plans. We need the plans. We need the elevation, we need the front, we need all of that kind of stuff. And it's going to cost some money. It'll cost you about $450. Then there's the cost of the dentistry on top of it. So we're upfront with them.
Everybody prices it out at a different structure.
Yeah. That's just what I do.
Another question, Steve, that amount that you quoted, what's your fee in addition to that?
I don't charge. I can't work without it, right?
Yeah.
But I have to have it. So the case won't go ahead unless I get those, right? So I don't charge extra on top of it.
Okay, so.
Sorry, Steve, could I?
Yeah, sure.
So do you, for a case like this, you just charge like E-guide for a crown times 8?
No, well,
Or you add a little extra there for the records and planning?
you can do it any way you like. What I was taught when I was taking smile design stuff was that you kept your fee and the crown fee separate. So I'd be $900 for this crown, and James is going to charge you $900 also, and so it'll be $1,800 for the crown. In the presenter's mind, it was just a cleaner way to have the patient choose a better quality piece of art than having something, shipped over from China, Singapore or something. It happens here in town a lot.
And also remember, this is what I learned from one of our dentists. You have to come up with a number where a patient will make that buying decision like that.
Yeah, don't give them too broad a spread.
Yeah, well, it could be this, could be that. It could, it's going to be $1,625, and it might be this.
No, that doesn't work.
Keep the number to the cleanest $100 value mark, because I know if it's a 10-unit case, they're just going to go off. So that's why with Steve, I'll ask him, oh, what's your fee at 15, 1600? It's because I know that I just round it up 1600, and I say 10 teeth, 16 approximately, give or take 1600 a tooth. I know they're just going to go times 10. The math happens that fast, and the buying decision happens that fast. And what happens when they talk to their spouse? Honey, it's going to cost this all in.
No
So
tax.
that's why.
No tax.
No tax. Okay, so here's Shannon, numb and provisionalized. Okay, and she's also got a couple tabs of Ativan in her. She's very nervous about the appointment. So are we evaluating smiles when the patient's all frozen. Very difficult, especially if they got some drugs in them. They're not going to make wise decisions. So, so we always do adjustments of the provisionals have to be captured. You know, if you always bring the patient back, do some fine tunings. It shouldn't be a long process. No, one of the things that Steve's developed over the years is his process for fine tuning a temp if he has to. Okay, and I'm sure if you give him a little wine, he'll give you some pointers on how to do that. So, but we want to nail this down prior to ceramic buildup and design. We have to be proactive. So here's the lateral views. We take a matrix of it, or this is when we were building the porcelain freehand. Okay, we'd be building porcelain to here. What do we do now in the digital age? We take that confirmed study model, we scan it, or you scan in the mouth, send the file over, we merge it in with the original file, and now we go to design. Now we are designing to the actual study model, and I'll show you later on how we do that, instead of building teeth into an index. So that's how we leverage the technology.
It doesn't just capture the incisal edge, it captures the full contour.
Exactly. We're able with scanning capture all the lingual contour as well. Yeah.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
Lunch is here. I don't know how much time you've got
Okay.
left in your thing, but if you want to divide it up or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just after this little section here, we'll wrap it up. Okay. So so this is the length before finals. Okay, we are wax up our final units on the model or on the articulator. Steve's done the tissue sculpting in the mouth. Our units.
That's gorgeous.
These were Eubank crowns at the time. Now we'd be doing this in Emacs.
Those are the temporaries.
Yeah, these are the temps. And I think we took this picture. She's all jacked up on Ativan again, right before we took the temps off. And so this is the day of insertion. And so this once again, this is the day of insertion, a little closer up view. And this is post-op, a few weeks post-op. That was a great result. So once again, we can do this digitally now. And I'm going to show here scanning and printing for smiles. Yeah, we're going to show this. Okay. A real key thing in the digital world is a lot of times you're taught to scan teeth. And we get records in of scanned teeth. But what is it that we have or that we're missing if we don't have that? I'm going to show you this video here.
Real gem of a tip here.
Where's the volume, Mark?
Scans for a diagnostic wax.
Okay. Well, what we're showing here, this is actually a video that I put out. I made. I'll just narrate it. Don't worry about it.
Provisional
and what
tray.
we're showing here is when you're scanning for smiles, we have to scan
the entire palette.
That palette is
This
a
is the
valuable
most
piece of data
important,
for us whenever
positive
we're
stop.
creating a
When
positive
you're
stop.
seating
If we're going to
your
create
putty
a
tray
positive
for your
stop for
temps.
this tray to seat in the mouth, the pallet's
So
the
we
best
have a
positive
very,
stop we
very
have.
nice
But we need a scan of it.
wax
Okay.
up your setup digitally.
Or an impression. If you're scanning,
Which
we need to scan. If it's an impression,
we make the
we have to make
provisional
sure we
putty
pick
tray.
up that palette. Okay, because that's the
Clicks
positive
over
stop.
here.
You're going to have an accurate placement of your temps.
But it's very important
Okay.
we
Now,
have
this
a
is
positive
back to
stop
the
here, big, large
Mark,
positive stop.
Wagner's doing
Because we
for
can
us.
only imagine that.
Is
if
this just a
all of
video
these
that we
teeth
shot and we just threw it out there on
are
social
prepped,
media
this is
for
the
people
only
to see
positive
content of what
stop
we
for your
need to
tray-
help
for your
us
tray
do
to see
better things for you guys.
How much of the pellet?
and to have an accurate
Whole palette.
occlusion. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
Now
I mean,
here,
you
what
don't
I
want
also
both, of course, like an impression, but
Up to the,
Just-
up to the distal of the, yeah.
up to the, yeah, just like a denture. So this is a neat little reduction guide we did for Sam Bathy here. And this is a depth reduction guide that we just designed digitally. It just clicks on the top there. We still do suck down depth reduction guides, but I made this one for Sam and say, hey, see if it's works well for you, right? So that just clicks on there like a retainer. And then of course, the provisional matrix. So I'm gonna take about a few minutes and I want to go through Maggie's case here, okay? Because this application goes digitally and then we'll do lunch, okay? So Maggie, this is a patient that we treated not too long ago, and she was not happy with her temporaries, the initial workup. I was doing a photography consult in the office in Whistler, and it just turned out that Maggie came in to talk about things. So I ran her through the photographs. And what's the first thing that jumps out at you on the left photograph? Her smile goes all the way back here, like Julia Roberts. And I says, Maggie, you know, if you really want $1 million smile to match that $500,000 ring on your finger, because she literally had the biggest diamond I ever saw. She's the biggest realtor in all of Whistler. Okay. And anyhow, I says, it would really, really compliment your smile if we did those last molars on both sides. She just says, no problem. Price was no issue for her. I just presented the vision to her, okay? But she did feel that the first temps were a little bit on the long side, and I agree. So we, and that was the shade she wanted, the biggest, brightest, whitest one. So she picked an 010. But after she just said, I want them a little bit, wee bit shorter, James. So we had the scans of the existing temps. We imported that. Once again, office didn't give us, I was able to merge the file in. I had enough data to merge it in, but if I have the palette, there's no questions asked. So we merged that in. And I did a digital stick bite on her. The horizontal was great. It was the length that was an issue. So I took the length and with the length here, we do a 2D cross section here. So now I specifically lowered it, shortened the teeth 0.5 millimeter, and made all the difference of all the teeth. It's one tool to shorten them unilateral across. No photos yet, but this was how we communicated the vision of what she wanted. And you know, once again, she picked out the natural smile design. The office didn't go through these works, so I had to confirm all these details on the fly. I did the 4 photos, and then I confirmed the smile design, and most of all, we confirmed the central length because it was too long for her. And literally a week after the case went in, she ran to the photographer because she wanted her website changed. And that diamond right there, a buddy of mine is a jeweler downtown, and I told him, I says, that diamond of that caliber, I go, what do you think it's worth, Don? He says, easily $500,000. Okay, so just to tickle your brains with this last 1-minute video, there is the softwares of the different vendors and stuff. They do have the digital imaging option you can look at. They have, you know, before and after reveals where you can do all sorts of imaging. This is off of YouTube, so it's all pixelated. But once again, these are tools you can use, but do not ever utilize a tool like this. Like, this is what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. It's a big risk that you don't want to get involved in. I can't stress enough, patient authorization, the 4 photos, get those records, those pre-op records, and then we're off to the races. So I'm going to stop here before we get into shades. Let's eat. Yeah. And you know, we're a little behind on schedule, so maybe 15 minutes before 1 o'clock, 12:45, if that's okay. I know Dave wants to do a tour in the lab, so eat as much as you can, as fast as you can without making a mess, and we'll get started. Yeah. Okay, has everybody got their bellies full, drinks filled?
Thanks for lunch. That's great.
Pardon me?
Thanks for lunch.
Yeah, it's kind of cool since we moved here. You know, we have a couple of favorite restaurants in the neighborhood, and the lady owns this little place called the Brick Alley Bistro, and it's this little small, literally the dining room is probably no bigger than this room. I don't know how she survived through the pandemic and everything, but anyhow, she just makes great, unique food, just a little husband and wife operation. They're just down the road. So they're great. Okay, so let's pick it up, Mark. Okay, so I want to continue on here with shades, do's and don'ts. Whether you're doing a central, single central, or a smile. Once again, we're always referencing nature. So one of the most frustrating things and one of the most inaccurate records you can ever send into a lab is a little baggie of gravel from taking an old crown off. Like, it literally communicates next to nothing. Unless you have the whole crown, a fraction of a crown is pretty much useless because and then it's like duplicate the old piece. You know, this is like trying to recreate a snowflake. You know, or doctor, can you cut the prep just like you did on Bob? Every prep is different. Every shade is different. Okay, so but there's some characterizations of shade that's very important that everybody has to understand. And I'll talk dental language because with patients, we have to use different terminology. But there's chroma, value, and characterization. 80% of your shade match is getting the value right. 80%. The rest of it is color characterization. So then the chroma and final characterizations next. So we're all familiar with the famous Vita shade guide.
Hey, James?
Yeah.
Can you specify what in easy terms value, like what you say that's the biggest one? Explain in layman terms value.
Yeah, we covered that a little bit, and it's the degree of brightness in a tooth.
Got it.
Like the dimmer switch in your dining room.
Yes.
Okay, so we're all familiar with the ABCD shade guide on a classic Vita. That's all color groups. But if you take a Vita shade guide, like you see here, and you put it into value from bright to dark, it's completely different. So if you put it into black and white, any shade, you can see the change of value. So when we first started making teeth, people thought, oh, B1's the brightest. It's actually not. An A1 is the brightest shade guide. It just has a little extra chroma than a B1, but actually an A1 is the brightest on that shade guide. So when we go to a 3D master, it's all built into different value groups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got 0 being brighter. All the other, everything around that is color characterizations. So if you just look at the OM, 1M, 2M, and so on, these are the value groups. The rest of those colors are around. So if you're going to take a shade with a 3D guide, just take out the M group. That's your value group first, and just identify with the number one what value range you're in, because that alone is going to be 80% of your shade selection success. So if we look at value is the king of the hill, here's a case where we're treating the laterals and the canines to match the centrals. Patient or doctor wrote on the slip B1, but the patient came for a custom shade, and I took the opportunity to go, that's not B1. And so I wanted to show you digitally how I proved that. So that's actually a B1. You just see it looks darker, but if you look at from a value approach, what I did was I took an 020 shade guide and I cropped a little square in Photoshop, right here, and I matched it. You can look at how that 020 disappears into the 1 central, but obviously the B1's very revealing. Being too low in value, it's not about color, it's value, okay? So we always have to just train your eye to look at brightness level first. If you get that, that's 80% of your shade, okay? Okay, if you're looking at this case here, this is what I call a dog's breakfast of shades, okay? Because if depending on what tooth you're referencing, you could be pulling out a 4R 1.5, a 2M1, which is nice to the lateral. You could have a 3M1, which is good to the 1 central, a 3L 1.5 to the other lateral. And you know, I'll share with you another frustration. I don't have a shade guide in front of me.
Want me to grab one?
No, it's okay. I'll just use this.
Yeah.
Pretend this is a shade guide. You hold it up, say, pick the best one. It never works. It never works. It's not accurate enough. We have to isolate value. It's not a game of pick and choose. Okay, so we also have to consider materials, thicknesses, and so on when we're picking a shade. This is actually, Steve's going to cover this a little bit later on in detail, but when you have a dark tooth underneath, how do you manage that? This is actually my tooth. Okay, so how do you manage that? Because if you prep that for a minimal prep veneer, the case is doomed. You need to mask it or crown it. You have to deal with the underlying structure. If you ever have a dark tooth like that, you're immediately out of the minimal prep world. And it's not your fault. It's just the nature of the case. But once again, value is the king of the hill. So if you're presented with doing a couple centrals on a case like this, what is your clinical approach when thinking about materials? You're thinking about function, isolation, dark core. Do we have to mask? How much do we have to prep? What's the material choice? A lot of times what we spend on the phone is looking at a case, evaluating photos, preps, all these different things, and you'll get a call from Dave, Ty, myself, Curtis, and say, I think this would be a better application for a better result. That's a lot of what we do in a day. So I'm gonna hand it over to Steve, and he's gonna talk about strategic material selection, bonding, cementing, and how to think as you approach different cases, because not all cases are just bonded or cemented. So we want to, Steve's going to talk a little bit about strategy.
I'm going to talk a very little bit about strategy because we're going to repeat it a couple of times. All fixed prosthetics fall into one of two categories: those that you can cement and those that you can bond. The difference between the two of them, cemented ones tend to look less aesthetic. The bonded ones tend to look more vital, more alive. So how is that going to end up within your grasp and within your reach? So cemented strength are contingent about the core and the frame, regardless of the prep design. Masking control, obviously. Adhesion, very time effective. You slap in some stuff, you stick it on, there's no isolation necessary. And then labial reduction has to be about 1.5 millimeters. You can get away with 0.2 millimeters on an Emax veneer, but you got to have extra strength, and it's especially on cord ceramic. Bonded, strength contingent on 3 factors: prep design, adhesion, very time sensitive. It takes a long time to put these in properly, and prosthetic choice. Supreme Aesthetics, when layering build up, contact lens for masking effect, this is not the $200 crown. This is the $400 crown or the $500 crown. It takes a long time to do this really well, and it's well worth it on the single or the double, or even if you're trying to build a white case that doesn't look so white, and that's on another slide. So this is what I do. I ask 3 questions. It's all up there. Is there bruxism? If there is bruxism, is it heavy or light? Second question, can I get it isolated? I will not bond a 7, 3 or 7 or a 4-7 anymore. I just don't want the hassle. Trying to get that isolated properly and to make sure there's no saliva on it, to get it into place, you have to pay me big bucks to want to do that. And then there's the dark core. Okay, so let's just go through with the bruxism. If it's a heavy bruxer, you got to go with the cemented options. They're the strongest. It's simple. PFMs still around. Full gold crowns, absolutely. I do, I don't know, a dozen a month kind of stuff. I'm in an older practice. The previous owner was a gold foil, not gold foil, but a gold
Dick Tucker guy?
Dick Tucker, a study club guy. He had a study club for 40 years. So all of his patients have gold that need replacing occasionally. So Emax, but then there's a minimal reduction thing here. It says it says 1.5 millimeters. That's not 1.5 millimeters on the edges of the tooth. It's right down where the fissure used to be.
Central
It's-
Plaza down.
It's right down from there. It's not up on the, that's the weakest point on these things. It's gotta be 1.5. If it's 1.5, you can cement it. If it's less, you must bond it. Full contour zirconia and ferment, of course. Now, what if it's a light bruxism? Okay, then we start the decision-making chart again. Can you get isolation? Back, you can't get isolation, so it's back to the cemented option. Yes, you can get isolation. Is there a dark core? Yes. Can it be subopaqued with a microfilm? What do I mean by that? It's just what James was showing on that previous slide. He's got a very dark tooth. That is one of the darkest teeth I've ever treated. I don't know how I got that color. It just sort of did.
Bar fight, rugby.
Yeah, you know, pick one. So, microfill materials by their nature have a very small, very much smaller grain size. They don't let as much light in. So on a very thin application, you can get full masking done, but you have to compensate for that. You can't prep, especially if you're going next to a natural tooth. So you take a 0.5 millimeter off the natural tooth, you take a 0.5 millimeter off of that, and then you take another 0.5 millimeter off to compensate for the microfilm. Heraeus makes one, Charisma.
You said Cosmodent?
Cosmodent makes opaquers, but they're more transitions. They're not as opaque as that. But if you've got an A4 and you want it to come up to an A2, and you're going to build that transition along, it will, within a reasonable amount, give you something that's got some depth to it anyway. And they make a white one. It is so white, it's just like the color of the paper sort of thing. And I don't find that that's to be very useful. I think that product was from Dentsply, and it was marketed as a opaquing device, opaquing product or something. I had an old tube of it that was probably stale dated, but somebody I knew. So
Just tried it out on me.
Tried it out. It seems to have worked quite well. So then you apply that stuff and then you say, did that work? No, we want you back into the cement to run. If you did, then you can get into the bonded options. Stack ceramic, bar none, is the best, most aesthetic, prettiest stuff that we've got, but it's difficult to manage. You're talking real artistry. These men and women that do this are consummate. You see some of the brilliance of some of the work.
One of the things I want to
Absolutely
add
beautiful.
with addressing dark cores is we have the ability with zirconia now to put an actual inside layer of frosting of white on the inside of a zirconia crown. And we do that with whenever we cement onto titanium abutments so that we don't get the value shining through. So we can do that. And it's literally 1/10 of a millimeter thick. So that's very effective for us, for a cemented zirconia crown. Can't do it with Emax, but you can do it with zirconia.
Go ahead.
I couldn't understand why, why would you ever eat cement Emax versus bonding Emax? Because bonding Emax will make the strength go up by 200 to 300.
If it's on, if you've got a full arch and you've got a 7 in an Emax,
Yeah.
I want to take a little extra off so I can cement that one. I'll bond the rest of it.
But why wouldn't you bond it?
What-
What's the point of not bonding it?
Bonding makes it prettier.
What I'm asking.
I'm missing the question.
No,
I'm
so
sorry.
the question is bonding Emax
Yeah.
to make sure it's stronger. So about 300 megapascals
Correct.
increase the strength of it, right?
Correct.
So why would you never, ever not want to bond it? You always want to bond it.
Isolation issues, that would be one, right? If you can't get it isolated, you can't get it bonded properly, it's going to leak. And what I'm finding now that I'm in the last years of my career, when I go to cut off a properly bonded Emax, it takes a long time. I have done a couple where James has said, okay, we've got to cut this one off. And I have, after an hour, left what was left on there because it's so well bonded. And I'm now through 5 different burrs trying to get through it. It's
It's tough stuff.
It's tough stuff. It's tough stuff.
I
So.
think that's a good thing. in my
So,
opinion.
the one that we did yesterday is going in with Emax.
Right.
And if I have to do it a 3rd time, then I'll be retired. Don't have to worry about it. All right. So back in the day, I went to Coyce and Spears down in Seattle to learn creating restorative excellence. John Coyce stood up and said something that just shocked me at the time. He said, there are some people out there that just can't have teeth. So this is Alan. I want to walk you through Alan. I met Alan in prosthodont practice, and he was having some problems with crunching and grinding. He was a very heavily coupled class 2 case with a massive grinding and massive cheeks and messengers to match. So I don't have dates on these. I might be able to look this up, but this is over about a 5-year time frame. So now this is, the second checkup appointment. The porcelain's gone off the PFM. The crown on the 5 has come out because there's been cavities underneath. It's been re-cemented. Oops, we lost the crown and the thing broke off there. The 5's not looking very good either. And so he ends up with PFMs, supported teeth.
Metal occlusion.
Metal occlusion. I think the first ones are all still metal occlusion on that was left in there. So this is the other side. Got a bridge in place. That one's not. Oh, yeah. There we go. Loses the back one. Loses the front one. Gets the implants in, and now he's got, again, even deeper metal occlusion on that side in order to get it to see. Now, and as you look at the front teeth here, you can start to see even from, I'll have to go back on the other slide, but this is like half the size of the river, 1/4
What it used to
reduced
be.
what it used to be over that 5-year time frame.
Do you find that it's because of the bite, or is it just a variety of things?
I have worked the miracle. I had taken people with excessively overclosed and built them back up and they don't grind again. And I've done exactly the same things with exactly the same amount of care and attention and have them blow it all out again. There are some of us that are just hardwired for it. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Right? No, it was Dr. Ron Zokel. He's 75 or something now. And I have accepted some of his patients into my practice. And so I'll get on a conversation with him and he'll go right back into check this, check this, check this, check this. And he is of the same opinion. You can get everything right according to whoever you want to do, to Pankey or to any of the philosophies that are out there. There are some people out there that just can't have teeth.
Dental 4 plug Zipra. Dr. Marangos will be talking about how to handle those patients a lot, April 8th and 9th. Yeah.
He is great at it. Clinical case from Steve. Okay.
This is our famous molar with the multiple canals.
So this one came in, a cavity, young girl, lovely girl in my community, just sort of got missed on recall and ended up with a cavity that's the filling that I put in there. And then it ended up needing a root canal 4 canals later. And so this is back in the day when I had the iTero 1. This is what the pictures look like then.
One of the first systems out.
It was, James hooked me up with this machine back in the early
2000s.
Early 2000s. So this is the prep, and David asked me to make a point of what about the opposing teeth. Now, that's not this case, but it just sort of reminded me to address that. How many of you have prepped a lower 6, had the patient bite down to check the occlusion to realize the tooth is in crossbite and you missed it? Right? It happens. It happens to all of us. This is that kind of thing in the lab. Okay. So tell me about this crown. How does it look? It fluoresces. It's back there. It's not designed to be pretty or anything else, but it's functional. I sort of joke about these and I call them pre-recessed. The margin's right there. Everybody can see it, but it's not black. It's not like a PFM. And so that's the healthiest it's going to be. It's not up against anything artificial. And so that's going to be there a long time. Now I'm pointing at this because I want you to look at this and tell me what's wrong with this crown. Well, what's this? It's the cusp of Carabelli.
That's the distal cusp.
It's the distal cusp of Carabelli, right?
I think Curse made that one.
Yeah.
The way these things are done these days is you pull down a selection from a catalog and put it in. And whose fault is this? This is mine. This is mine. I accepted that. I missed the whole thing, that this is completely backwards.
Patient would never.
Right, she never noticed, no, it's still in place.
She walks backwards.
She walks backwards.
So, yeah, so stuff happens, beat yourself up for the day and move on. Clinical case from Steve. We went over this the other night. I can't quite remember the details of this one.
Well, what we were talking about on this one, Steve, is here with just this, a very difficult single central application here. But if you look at the zeniths here, the tissue heights here, but we had to match artificially the symmetry of one tooth to the next.
And excellent result. You know, I'd be happy. I was happy when that went in, and I'm happy looking at it now.
And if you back up just one more time, guys, I was explaining to the few docs the difference why our layered, some of our high-end, what we call our high-end layered stuff is 400 a unit as opposed to 300 a unit. You can't do that with a monochromatic mill that's central.
You can't write A1 or A3
You can't.
on the thing
And that's
and
why
send it in.
there's two different ballparks of time, effort, and talent level to deliver that.
Okay, so next up, here's a nice case wanted to show. Hey, Ron, if I think you're still watching on Zoom, this is your case we did many years ago for you. So Ron Bentham and Penticton, this is a 2 central case. Ron did a nice job with the preps. This is layered porcelain on top of zirconia. And and it was the 2 centrals, and we were very, very pleased how this went in. I wish I could say that crowns go like this in all the time with that amount of detail, but that's just not reality. But the key thing about this case is we did have some nice photographs to work with, and it ended up working out really well. So Ron, nice job on that case. I'm sure it's still looking good. So Leora, Steve, this is was it Leora Fisher? Okay, that's Steve's friend of a friend, I think.
No, friend of a patient. We'll see Laura's case
Okay.
in a little bit here. Confirming cosmetic is small, the smile consult. This is Emma. Can't see your teeth. Is that a bad thing? Well, you can talk about age specifics when it comes to these things. If you're 40 or 50 years old, this is not unusual. You get a bit more of a lip drape, and some wear on the front teeth. This could be natural, but that's not necessarily what she has to have, right? So this is I keep looking at the wrong slides here. Okay, so that's the Emma there. And this is me just winging it. This is before
freehanding it.
Freehanding it. So she wants her front 6 done, I think. I think we did the front 6. And there she is in the temporaries, and then we repeat. Okay, what's the smile? Like James has been discussing with you, you solve the value first, and then you pick the color. But if it's going to have to match with an adjacent tooth, we're going to use some of that as inspiration for blending in the chroma of the neck. So here, we're going to blend in this one.
There we go.
We're going to take this neck, we're going to put it here, and a little bit here, and a little less there. But we're going to sort of look for this here, and this here, and that's what we're going to use for inspiration. Comparing it to 1M1 and 2M1. There you go.
1M1 was the base desire of the shape.
Yes. Okay. So then we compare it to the lower teeth. Okay. So we're going to take some poetic influence and inspiration from this, and we're going to try to blend what she wants on the front teeth with how it fits and works in her smile. I think you'd agree that that's a better value, and I think that's a better shade, and this is what we ended up with at the end. So I'm thinking this is a slam dunk. This is looking pretty good. Let me just share all of that with you, and this is the try-in. Nice contacts with the opposing, but she doesn't like the overall color. This is just too dark for her. And I think you'd agree, either it's shining through or there's something going on here. James talked me into buying a ceramic kit called IQ, luster face at the time. And so I've done a surface retreatment on this. The nice part about this system was the color you see before it's fired is the color that it actually is. Most of the earlier systems were not like that. I still don't like the way that this looks. I show it to her. I take the picture and I send it to James. And James says, well, you're not going to be able to change anything dark.
You can't adjust value from the outside, but you can adjust the value from the inside.
But you can do it from the inside. I said, okay, how am I going to do that? He says, well, pick a different luting agent. And so I put the luting agent in, and that worked pretty well. So she's frozen at this point. So I just trim a little of the facial off to increase the thickness of the bleached luting cement. And so this is the final one.
And then it boosts the value just that little bit extra.
So I was ready to send this back and have it remade. And as far as I know, this is still in place. So it works. That's the aura.
This is still you, man.
Prepping for vision.
Oh, custom animation woes. Click through here.
So gotcha. Okay.
Now you're prepping for vision.
Create a custom vision, making it their own with this is from what they tell you and from the photography that you take of them. You invest the time and effort, and then you get ready to plan this thing out. So part of what I'm going to talk about is force distribution, which these two pictures come from Pascal Megnier's textbook, Biomedics, Bonded Portion Restorations in the Anterior Deficient Biometric Approach.
I have that book right behind you, leaning against the wall.
Nope, that's from Ed
I thought
McLaren.
that was it.
It's pretty close though.
We have it. I think it's in our office.
So it's to get this to really work, to be biomimetic, you have to take into effect the biology, the mechanics, the aesthetics, and the function. So let's go back a little bit and talk about this approach. So this crown, or this burr series was made available. The first burr has been used on the area. It has little cylinders on here that cut to an absolute consistent depth. But it doesn't take into effect the curvature of the tube. So if you just hold it in there, hold it in place, you get enough reduction here, but not enough here, and not enough here. And why would you put a veneer on a perfectly straight functioning tooth in the first place? Why not whiten if it's straight enough or whatever? Because most of the time we're correcting for rotations or placement or a bunch of different things. And we don't want every preparation to be the same. We want every preparation to reveal for the surroundings an equal depth. If it's twisted enough, we're not going to do the distal. We're going to whack a lot more off the mesial, but then James has a chance of making this thing the right color all the way across.
Real key point is, think of it this way. Doesn't matter what material you're placing in the mouth. If you have a material that's a 0.5 millimeter thick next to a material that's 1 millimeter thick, they're never going to look the same because the light's going to react differently. So what Steve's talking about is prepping for a uniform material thickness, no matter what it is.
Okay,
that's the point.
This next slide. Okay, this is part of the design, part of the engineering. What you need to know, and this is in the textbook, under finite element analysis, a lower tooth is pushed on an upper tooth, and it's reversed on the other slide, to gauge where the force distribution happens in excursions. So that's the tip of the lower mandibular against there, and this is where the finite element analysis takes place. Where is all the force on this tooth at the moment? It's right here. Where do you not want to put the margin of your veneer? Right in here. So do it up here or do it down here, but stay out of the cingulum. It's exactly opposite in the mandibular. Here it is on the tongue side again when it's loaded at the top, but here is another place of high element analysis, high stress. So stay stay on the enamel if you can, and not into the dent in here, or go much deeper if you have to. Okay. Those are born mices.
That's why we like to keep actually anteriors slightly out of occlusion. We always strive for 40 micron relief so that there is no frenetism on anterior teeth.
Okay, so what's wrong with these? There's only 3 veneers in this. This is not a veneer. These 3 here. What's wrong with these 3 veneers? How old are they? How old are they? These were done in 2003.
When was the picture taken?
A month ago.
Okay. Oh, really? Oh, that's.
So the things that you need to be seeing, why is it this color here, and not this color here? The nut that was holding the burr at the time, me, didn't take enough off of it. This was
Nut.
this was under prepared. This one was probably prepared. What happened? It's factory. Back in the day, back in the old days, you recognize the term catastrophic failure of the porcelain, right? This is catastrophic. Well, it cracked, but nobody died. And in February of 2003, Columbia, the spacecraft, went down because of failure of the insulating porcelain tiles that as it was coming in. That's catastrophic failure. This is just 2 veneers on a tooth. It looks good. Yeah, she's retired now. She used to work for FedEx. I just saw her a couple of weeks ago. I need to take this picture. Reduce breakage. We need a good grounding in preparation design, bonding protocol, and to reduce the number of redos. We've cobbled these from a bunch of different slide series. This one was in 16:9, and of course he's doing 4:3 or something. So none of it sort of looks exactly right, but hey. So involve the PDC, the patient, the doctor, and the client, or sorry, patient, doctor, and ceramist early in imaging, mock-up, and wax-up. You've seen all of that. And have an open communication. Design. What are we going to do? 2 basic designs for veneer preparations. Design number 1, no gaps, a minimal amount of reduction, 1 to 2 millimeters, and a minimal reduction of 0.1 millimeter for the facial based on a 3-plane, gingival, facial, and incisal plane. And you'll see this in every one of these slides. For every step you want up in a shade grade change, you have to take an additional 2 millimeters off to a maximum of 2 millimeters. If you've got that dark brown tooth and you're not going to mask it, you've got to give the ceramist 2 millimeters.
There's thickness or opacity that will mask a dark tooth. If we're not masking, you need a 0.5 millimeter for every shade change. So if you're going to go from an A3.5 to an A1, that's 1, 2, 3 shade changes, 1.5 million on depth. It's very unpredictable when you're changing shades of dark teeth to brighter teeth to do it in the minimal prep world.
Do not try to take 2 millimeters of reduction off the facial or the lower incisor unless it's root canal treatment, because it's like right there, right? So this is what it looks like. We have a nice sort of even margin.
That's if you don't have to break contacts.
This is if you don't have to break contacts. It comes down through, it dog legs in through here. Sorry if I'm blocking everybody's view. And finishes not so much, this is another prep next to here. Not so much the dog leg in here, but this is really helpful for the technicians to help control color. This is just the way the back looks, so well clear of the singing on the back. Design number 2, you got gaps to close and anti-rotations. You still need a minimum reduction, 1 to 2 millimeters on the incisal, and then a minimum reduction on the facial. For every step you want to go on the color. So that's what this looks like. You break through the contacts. You try not to have the cup here, right? Have them nice and straight. Nice contour change, contour change, contour change, and pay attention to where the zenith should be. Probably more attention should have been paid here to take this up more distally and then bring it down. We've got another slide that will show that on the next slide, as it turns out. So this is also in Manet's book. But this is, now that you see this, you'll see it everywhere. You'll see it on every tooth practically. I refuse to believe that there was almost a straight part across this until you start to look at teeth really well. And yeah, that's what you see. And this is somebody's idea of prepping, which makes them look like piano keys.
McDonald's and.
So this was the book that David was referring to. It's beautifully done. Okay, so we'll just skip that. What's wrong here?
What's wrong with these veneer preps?
I've just prepped these. I've taken the impression, sent them off to the lab. What's wrong with them? What about the axial inclination of the teeth? Right? It's hard to see when you're off to the side. Yeah, exactly right.
Next slide shows it.
It's supposed to be here. It's supposed to be here, and it's not. It's supposed to be here, and it's not. And then how about that? And that's harder to see, but so that's the next slide.
That's the next slide.
So that's what's wrong with this preparation. These were the axial inclination and the contour of the zenith wasn't appropriately done.
One of the things that a lot of people miss when they're prepping anteriors, the gingival contour of the anteriors, is a lot of times you have to think of it this way. That's how I explain it to ceramists when they're shaping anteriors. A tooth comes out of the bone like a corkscrew. So if we're gonna make a tooth go into the bone like a corkscrew, we have to create the surface that allows us to do that. What helps us do that, to develop a distal line angle, is that zenith. That's what helps us develop the tooth like a corkscrew on two centrals. Very, very helpful.
Okay. This was one of my accreditation cases.
That was the first one, that bridge case that we did.
That was the first place, that's right. So young lady coming down 10th Avenue out of UBC, car passes her, turns in front, she hits the tire, dives over, loses this tooth, breaks off a bunch of different things. I go ahead with a different ceramist, and I do this up and I'm thinking, I want to become accredited, and this isn't going to get me there. What have I done wrong? So we talk about if you don't provide enough reduction, the lab's going to make it anyway. But what are you going to lose? Well, the contour here is nothing like the contour here. James couldn't, and it wasn't James that did it, but the ceramist didn't have any choice. He's got no choice to make this biomimetic because I didn't do the right thing. Same on this tooth, right? You need proper amounts of reduction in order to get this to work. So this is the finished, yeah, this is the finished case.
Wow.
We did my first ever split thickness graft. I took it from the palate bar forward, took the pontic underneath it, and this was Symbiar or something, isn't it?
Can't remember.
Ducerin. Lady takes the
And LFC.
Takes the
It was a hybrid.
frozen
Unfortunately.
Hershey's chocolate bar out of the freezer, bites into it, and fractures off that piece.
Frozen Hershey.
But I already passed the accreditation of this one, so it was okay. She just retired. This is what we talk about reduction guides, and if you haven't seen it, this is kind of what you're going to see what it pretty soon. This is all that you do. It's just holes in here and a hole in the edge, just to make sure you've got 1 to 2 millimeters here, and you've got an appropriate depth here there. There are different ways to do it. James demonstrated
The
one.
whole key with the reduction guide is when you have the pilot holes, just make sure that your depth gauge is the same all the way across. That's the goal. That's the gold standard.
So what James and I try to do is relate a story to the message here so that it so it stays with me longer. And some of this stuff is so old. This came from Harry Gelfand, he's passed away. I took over in his chair just at the end of his career. And so I got a chance to have him pass this along to me. Okay, so what you're seeing here in these next 3 slides is a line drawn through the exact center of the tooth all the way up. Okay, it's a little difficult to see, so I'm just going to blow it up a little bit. What do you notice about the tip of the crown here? It's not on the long axis. Correct for the wear that's been here. It's out here, right? It's well past that. So if you're going to design your veneer to do that, it's not going to work.
Still underprepared.
It's still underprepared, right? You need something more like this, right? So the crown, so the length of this can finish up through here, well beyond the long axis of the tooth. Now, it's nice to draw these things out. It's nice to have James do all of this stuff and do it, but in walks a patient with a single broken tooth. The dentist sits down, makes the prep, gets the crown back, and she doesn't like it. So don't worry, we'll have that. Probably an adjective used in front of that ceramics, have them do it again, and it failed. And it failed a third time, so Bill picked up the phone and said, Steve, I know you love this stuff. Can I send you this case? And I said, I'll take a look at it for you. Let's see what we got. So let me finish this up. So let's take a look at this tooth from that edge point and just draw a circle around it. Right?
Excellent.
And then prep a tooth. Okay? Oh, that's. Okay, there we go. There, so let's draw that circle around there and figure out where that is. Yes, this is going to work. That's the diameter across there, and the edge is just behind it. Could be a little bit more. It gives the ceramics a little more work for it. But then Bill's case comes in the mail. So I'm looking at this. I can see this is his impression on this case. I can see his margin all the way around. I like the depth there. It's pretty much centered in between the two there. I'm thinking slam dunk. I'll just send it off to James, and we'll get a nice crown made for her. So, but take a look at the model and look down from there. Right? Let's do that circle again. Not even close. We can't. James and the fine people here. What am I doing wrong?
All about that all day long. Darcy, you know that.
Is this the one you want?
Go back.
I'll take a hit for that one.
There you go. So yeah, all we need to do is sort of prep back to about that position there. Now I'm looking at this, and maybe this was a class 2 case, a bit 2 case. It might have been just a bit further ahead. That makes it a little harder. But you don't need all of the wax up and the depth reduction guides and everything else. If it's a single tooth and you can look down it, if it's in the right place, that's the way you fix this thing. Now,
Well, I think the whole principle was make sure that the top of the prep is lingual to the center axis.
Yes.
exactly. Yeah, I got it. It's working.
Does
So-
that, Darcy?
So this is the finished tooth in place. Okay, and you need new batteries. Okay, there we go. So I'm taking a look at this and I said, I can put the white spot back in here. She said, no, that's okay. So this is the crown. This is not the day of insertion. This is a couple of days later. This is a couple of weeks later because she liked the white spot there, but her granddaughter didn't like the brown spot on there. And so with a little acid etch and some deposit, I took care of that for her granddaughter.
Okay, this is me and Steve.
Analog and digital impression.
Okay, let's talk about analog and digital impressions. Okay, let's switch to here. Okay, so I don't know how many offices that my brother Dave has visited to coach people on how to get the best impressions, because you can only imagine the different types of impressions that we have coming into the lab. And what we have found is, in all reality, 98% of any remake that we process is because of a faulty impression. So it's been our quest of trying to equip offices on how to take proper impressions. Like Steve talks about isolation, but a lot of it comes down to choreography, materials, how to manage things. So just want to give you a few impression material tips here. Wash all possible chemicals off. I remember when Expasil came in so that people didn't have to pack cord, they put the putty in there, and Expasil leaves a film, and on teeth, it has to be physically scrubbed off, because if there's a film from Expasil on there, it will retard your light body and cause a faulty pickup. The heavy body will be great, but the light body will be like a taffy pole.
How about Expasil and scanning? Is that okay?
Yeah, because there's no impression material on there.
Right.
Absolutely. That's one of the beauties of scanning.
And I think they fixed that problem anyway.
They have?
I think so.
There you go. Don't wear gloves with lotion. We had an office you know, they got whatever deal on gloves, and we found that they had a little lotion on them component. So when the doctor went in and doing whatever, there was this little slight film, and what we found is stuff was unset material was being poured up onto the model. So we have this blue tinge. Right? So Dave actually went to the office and said, "What are you doing?" And we did the test and figured that out.
The irony was that they were called, the brand was Ocean Gloves.
Oh, really? There you go. Somebody's ripping off our name, you know? Bastardizing.
I gotta
our name.
fix this. You gotta fix this for sure.
So a real key thing is also load the heavy body tray into the tray first, and then expense the light body.
If you're doing more than one prep, make sure the light body is in the refrigerator for about a half an hour.
Absolutely.
It's colder when it comes out, it goes on top of it, but it gets thinned right out and it warms up immediately. And so it'll set at the same rate, but it will retard the thing so that you can do 5 preps and not have the first one start to set.
Yeah,
exactly. Don't go too.
Get a digital scanner.
Or don't go too slow. Don't go too slow with your light body. You know, it's light body. Move. You're not, you know, it's nothing micro. Light body does flow. And the other thing is, don't have to build a teepee on every tooth or every prep. Just have to go around the gingival sulcus. That's it. Just get the margin. If you have a contaminated prep surface and the light body is applied too slow and too much, you will get things like this. Okay. And we do get the odd thing that happens, and we do get sometimes the request to do the best you can. But here's the reality about this slide. Steve sent this in last week. No. And so, but this, the doctor that did send this in, he did end up losing his license for various reasons, but this came from, that was the ramification. Here's the one we were talking about with the contaminating the gloves, contaminating the ocean gloves. You know what's ironic about this slide is our family's lab years ago used to be called Pacific Dental Ceramics. And now it's Ocean Ceramics, and it's all the same slide. But anyhow, yeah, they're ripping off our logo too. Yeah.
They are after.
So, but it's really, really important though to understand what factors can possibly retard or distort an impression. And that's what we constantly try to be on top of. And if you have any issues with impressions or wondering, Big Wave Dave will come in and spend some time with your staff so that all the choreography and factors are taken into play.
You all express the first little drop out of the guns now, right? That was one of the, that was one of the ones I actually sent to you. I got sent a brand new thing to try. We forgot to take the first part out, and it did the taffy pull. I ended up having to bring back the patient and do it again.
Always bleed the tip on a new cartridge before you put it in the mouth. Okay, so a big part of what we do here in the lab at Ocean, when any case comes in, analog or digital, is it gets quarterbacked. So what that means is we're looking at what the how the impressions are, the margins, the function, bite registrations, and just everything's lining up and makes sense. And then the quarterback says hut hut. This is not what we like to recommend for a 7 or 8 unit case for a triple tray. This does not say accuracy. Function is unpredictable. We have no teeth to work with on a triple tray. This is not where we want to go. You know, and the irony here is the doctor on this case asked for ideal occlusion. Okay, so this is not where we want to go. So I want to show you the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Use a full arch. Are you okay with that?
Full arch for this? Full arch tray or nothing?
Not triple tray.
No triple tray. You do not want to do this. How do we dial in the function? We have like one tooth. Okay, this is not where we want to go. This is not a recommended tray technique also, where we have 2 triple trays welded together with a popsicle stick. Okay,
increasing it.
This is not where, now granted, Epigum is a very accurate material. even though it tastes like garbage and it'll extract a tooth sometimes. Okay, that's not where we want to go. We do not want these types of impressions. If this sort of result is happening, that is a combination of, I don't even want to know what was happening with this guy's day. But anyhow, we do get, this does happen. People do have bad days. And sometimes you can't maybe see it in the impression. I don't know. But this is not where we want to go with predictable records. Because usually records like that end up with crowns like this. Because what's significant about this tooth is they sent it in for a shade and it still had, you know, some of the dried up meat on the side there. But what's, I do trust that when the lab was dealt this case years ago, I bet on the model this crown fit really nice. But the question would be, why did it not seat all the way? And they obviously ground the contact because I could see the burr marks, and on the occlusal, the bite was ground in. And my guess would be the lab had a faulty record to build the crown on, because this obviously did not go in for some sort of distortion reasons, just don't know where. Okay. So here's another thing. Nice clear margins, very unpredictable for function. Showing the other side and make it look like this, look like that, is very subjective because they're not in the same dimension. We have, that's why full arch impressions are so valuable. It creates symmetry. Whether you're digital or not. Same with a digital case. If it's in view, have the whole view, not just half of the view. Otherwise, we're guessing on anatomy and symmetry goes out the window. Okay, this is one of my favorite slides. If people are hell-bent on taking triple tray impressions, it's really, really important for accuracy and stability that the patient is not coached into complete centric occlusion for the record. Case in point, if you can hold the impression up to the light and see light through it, you have a high risk of very thin impression material and very inaccurate. There's no stable material. This is about the thickness of an onion skin. What we want to do is when you take a triple tray impression, you want to hold it up to the light and not see light come through. Now, how you do that is a couple ways. You can take a 2x2 gauze, 2 or 3 layers, fold it in half, purposely open the bite and have the patient then close as the gauze holds the bite open on the other side, on the opposite side. Or you can take a little piece of pink base plate wax and just have a little strip, put it in the back and instruct the patient to close into it, but not clench into it. And then we get a nice pickup of the margins and so on. This is not an accurate record for bites. This is to capture the opposing and the master. Here's a wonderful impression that shows great detail of honeycomb picking up the margins. I think this was Ron, your case again years ago for our good friend Hans. And so what's really nice and evident here is Ron had some really excellent isolation, but look at how the light body just flowed. The heavy body of the honeycomb just pushed it right into that sulcus, and it's just beautiful detail. We don't need a microscope to find that margin. If we need a microscope to find the margin, we need more isolation. So we always like to say the ideal analog impression is for us with honeycomb is with a stock tray and with a status blue on the opposing. Not a fan of alginates at all. Alginates are very, very unpredictable for accuracy if we're going to be using it for mounting a crown bridge bite. And the reason being is, here's the reality. If you take the proper water powder ratio for alginate and mix it in a bowl, it's real thick, goopy, and dry. What does an assistant do every time? They cheat. They add a little bit of water to it so that it mixes quicker and easier and faster, goes into the tray, into the mouth. As soon as that ratio is distorted, the accuracy goes out the window. So we're not a fan of alginates. I've scanned those models in, they're not accurate. So, but a PBS status blue, it's an alginate replacement, and we can pour it up multiple times. It's very versatile, but it's most of all, it's very accurate. And then another tip and trick, and it's not good for bite registration sales, but it's great for accuracy, is when you take your bite reg, do it exclusively just over the preps, and then instruct your patient to clench into the bite reg. Very, very important. Because if you put a whole horseshoe bite reg material onto an arch, as soon as the patient closes into it and they're frozen, they're going to resist, because the body is always going to resist something as soon as they bite into it. So if you exclusively put it over the prep, you're going to have the most accurate record. So I think this was Ron's case also. Right over the prep, that's it. So this way we make the master, we have a duplicate model to verify contacts. The solid cast on a honeycomb impression is gold standard for contacts for a floss snap. If contacts are open, tight, whatever, because of that, it's got to be temporary management. So we have a nice butt margin on a virgin die. And this is the analog science for getting the best fits with a PBS system. All impression materials shrink, all die stones expand. Honeycomb shrinks 0.05%. Every material has to declare what their shrinkage factor is. Some are 0.05, 07, 09, somewhere around 0.1. If you look at it, so the science we learned from Dick Tucker years ago was, if you want to get the best fits, find out what the shrinkage factor of the material is and offset it with the stone expansion, and an opposite one. The negative must knock out the positive and vice versa. So that's why we know that our stone expands 0.05%. It's not a myth, it's proven. And so that has to offset each other. And that will always consistently provide a dimensional accuracy of 40 to 50 microns, which I'll be showing here pretty quick.
James, just time out.
Yeah. I was in the pool. Okay.
I was just sitting there.
The AI pulled it up, right? Yeah.
The AI pulled it.
Okay.
This
So
is the best sound.
let me ask you all here, what is clinically acceptable in dentistry in microns? Restorative, a margin, a contact, a bite. What's clinically acceptable? What's the bar we got to hit?
The big question is also, every margin is open, what's acceptable?
Yeah.
What's the most you can get and have an acceptable restoration according to the American College of Prosthodontists?
Any guess?
I'll throw in 0.6.
0.6?
0.06.
Oh, 06. That's a big difference, because either it's 0.6 of a millimeter is, yeah, it's 50 microns. If we hit a margin, if we hit a bite, contact, and I did this test with the micron. Everybody wants a floss snap with their contacts. So I took a micrometer and I measured the thickness of floss. What do you think floss is? 50 microns. A standard floss, Johnson & Johnson, 50 microns. Then I thought, well, what if they have waxed floss in the office? So I measured a micrometer thickness of waxed floss, 100 microns. So it begs to question, what floss is an office checking their contacts with? If it's waxed, it's double the resistance, even though it's wax on there, but it's still, it's going to be extra resistance as opposed to regular floss, 50 microns. So if we want a 50 micron floss snap, that's the target we got to hit. Okay, that's an important number. And this is an interesting one too. What about dual foil relief? This is the most analog, old school request that we get. Make sure my bites have dual foil relief. Okay, who knows how thick foil is? What's that?
Comes in different thicknesses.
Okay, well, the standard roll we have is dual foil relief is 100 microns, standard foil. So it begs the question, if there is 100 microns, it's a 1/10 of a millimeter, it's a country mile for a bite to be out. If something's going on there for 100 miles, we want to tighten that up. We actually want to get that more accurate. Dual foil relief is like adjusting for some other distortion. Something's going on. So when we get into the scanning world, we're talking about now taking an intraoral scan, we're converting it to a model, which even though we do modelless, and then we go into printing accuracy. So when we're adjusting multiple contacts or whatever, we have to now know what's the accuracy of our model work, okay? And this has been a dog's breakfast with the evolution of printing. And that's where I'm gonna be going into. Oh, how to get the clearest margins. Already went into that, cord or no cord. Okay, I'm gonna just pass the torch to Steve here for a couple minutes because I just wanted him to touch on isolation and cord packing technique, because whether we're going analog or digital, we've got to be able to see the margins somehow.
Okay. I don't want to take minutes to do this. I want to take about a minute. This is the way I do it. I use a smaller diameter thread that is, I don't even know, it's a hollow one, gingerbread. And I soak that one in a hemostat bath, and then I use a dry secondary one that's a bit bigger, a little stiffer on its head. That second one is just to push the tissue out a little bit more, give us a little bit more room. As soon as it comes out, it starts to close, and so you're on the time frame to get that done. This is what it looks like from the top, and then what it looks like when you take it out.
Nice prep on the access there, buddy.
Hey, I learned from some good people. I like to use the black one, the scanning, especially because you can see the margin and you can differentiate between it very easily. Now, do I do it every time that way? Not necessarily. When would I do something different? In your case, number 2.2, the gum tissue response to your temporary was a little excessive. That's going to bleed when it comes off. So yes, on a case like that, I get them too. Don't worry, right? Well, in that particular case, I'll use something like Exposil, a paste down first, and then I'll put the cord on, and then I'll put the second cord in. I'll leave it. I'll scan the lower arch. Take some time to do it. Go to take it out. If it starts to bleed, pack the cord back in again. Second cord, go back to and a new one. Maybe I'll soak that one too, and then I'll use a compra cuff. It looks like a very packed cotton roll that's cut, and then some areas are cut out to accentuate the push onto the interproximal areas. Bite down and walk away, right? If it still bleeds, I use 1 in 50,000 epinephrine, 1 in 50 freezing. I'll get in there and dry it up chemically, and as the last result, I'll pull out the laser and I'll get it done. But you gotta get the margin. You gotta get it not bleeding. It's gotta be absolutely perfect, right? Okay, remember, bad material or bad technique, bad retraction. Pick your one, and probably all of them. Okay, is this the digital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I want to talk about the digital trap. And this has been.
Was that me?
It was. Here, that's actually better. See the screen. Is that okay with the lights down? The digital trap. And I've seen this time and time again from clinical offices, labs, colleagues in labs, anybody that's considering it going into the digital game. The digital trap is that the minute we buy a piece of equipment for whatever digital purpose, that it's going to be perfect every time. And I just want to share with you all, it's a myth, because you still have to employ the device properly. It has to be maintenance. It has to be calibrated. It has to be used properly. So I want to make sure that as you go through your digital journey, the training, having mentorship along the way is so important as you go down, because what will happen, just like you have years ago, when you employ new products and techniques, things will pop up. that you need to have mentorship on. I'm not the biggest expert in scanners and all that sort of thing. And that's why we have Mark and Elise and Shannon here. But I just can't stress enough that your tech support is going to be the most important item for your journey, not just buying a piece of equipment. And so I just caution everybody on whatever investment you make. So when we look at, we have all these different files coming in from different offices, from all different scanners, all different scanning techniques. And now we go into milled models, printed models. What's the scanning accuracy? What's the printing accuracy? Because right now, for Dave and I to go, well, we'd love it if everybody was on honeycomb and it shrunk 0.05% and we know it works. That's not the way. People are always going to evolve to newer technologies. So what I want to show you is how to manage things going forward. And the first thing is from the scanner end of things, Steve went through a short little learning curve, that he will talk about, and then I will be talking about the other part.
Okay, so Mark touched on this earlier today, but I'm just gonna hammer this home. This is iTero 1. This is what you never got, like a picture that looked like a picture of the tooth. You got these brilliantly high contrast images up on the screen, and you're showing them off to your patient because this is brand new technology and they've never seen this before. And then all of a sudden you sort of don't look at that. This is the kind of stuff, and your assistants are looking at this. But this would have been this is Dr. A or something. This is his first patient, Crown and Bridge patient, on this first day with his scanner. He's been trained. They have an excellent training program. We had a full day with Sergeant Joe at your office.
Can't remember.
He was from the Marine Corps. He's like, yes, sir. Well, this is what we're going to do. So I felt pretty good about this. And so I been down this path a little bit before, but this is the scan that he sent in for this patient on his first day. And so, okay, he's got what, 3/4 of the margin visible, maybe, kind of stuff. But this is the kind of stuff where do your best, or you get your microscope out and you marginate this case manually, or the lab does that for you. Okay, so this is dentist scan result. This is the same doctor. It's the third patient on the first day. Okay, so he's not managing his tissue very well, but he's got a really pretty good margin, pretty even margin, around about 3/4 of it. Okay, so what happens? So he keeps it for about 3 or 4, maybe 5 days or something. This is patient number 9 on the third day. Bingo, you can see the green line. It's got a contiguous margin all the way around the outside of it. So when I was in this world of doing the PVS and everything, and I'm thinking, I'm getting pretty good results here. And James says to me, we're going to see about importing some of these things, and we want to give them to doctors. And what do you think? And I said, well, I don't know. What do you think? Sorry, it wasn't you. It was another friend of mine from Wetaskiwin, Red Deer. He said, well, first of all, Steve, it's going to make you a better dentist. And damn it, that's the second ball as well. So, okay, I'll go get it. So this is day 3, patient number 9. So the point here is that when you can see it, it's in your face, it makes you want to do it better. It'll make you a better dentist. Okay, so this is Dr. Shoup's case.
Yeah, Ron, he's a retired prosthodontist up in Kelowna, and he actually jumped on the technology early on as well. And I says, hey, Ron, I need some material for my presentations. So he shot me down some slides of a couple gold crowns. And, Ron, at the time, was entering the twilight of his career. And you know what? He jumped on the technology too, which is kind of cool, and took advantage of it. So let's look at some intraoral scanning techniques, because just like, Dave will go and advise an office on how to take a good impression. I want to show you some data, third-party data of looking at intraoral scanning techniques. So this is taken from the Journal of Prosthetic Dentistry. They have several scanner systems, but what's unique about this is they wanted to test different scanning techniques and patterns, scan patterns, And then they take their data and see which one from their control factor, what scanning technique gives the most accurate result. Okay, because the reality is just like, we run into some dentists over the years that say triple tray impression is the best scanning or the best impression technique. And I'm going, oh my gosh, this guy's like from Mars, because that's like the worst technique if it's a plastic triple tray to send into the lab. But some people swear by it. The data never lies. And that's the one thing I want to show you guys. Is the data never lies. So this is some good third-party data. So if anybody looked at these different scan patterns, okay, one starts in the middle of the occlusal, does the flip-flop around, down, and going around. Who here would say is the most predictable scan pattern? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I hear 1. So I hear 2.
What do you mean by predictable? Because
That what scan pattern is going to give the most accurate stitching of data. Okay.
So what's the difference between 1 and 4 again, sorry?
Oh, 1 and 4?
Yes.
Let's see, this one starts here, does stitching, starts 2 to there. Well, 1 on the third pattern goes all the way around, and this one goes here, and then.
So the funny looking things at the front, this is the scan, you're coming along, and on the front you go to capture the capturing the incisal edge is the trickiest thing to do.
Right.
And so by getting that done, then you can go
Okay.
back to the fluid lines.
And I was, I think I was showing Elise this slide some time ago, and it seems like every scanner supplier teaches sometimes a different scan pattern. This is better for our system.
They're all gonna be equal in the end.
You think so? Well, that's the point. I just love the third party study. What's that? You already know the answers.
Itero is 1 is better, but I know for the CEREC, they say 4 is better. So
Exactly. This is third party, not manufacturer, proprietary. Okay, and then so what they do is they take all the data and put it together with a control factor. And so I'm not gonna, but it was this number 2.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so this showed that with, I think it was 4. So we had 4 different scanners, 4 different scan patterns, and this yielded the most consistent stitching of data. So everything has technique. Is it to say that the other ones are garbage? No, but what's the game we play with any record is we want consistency on whatever we're doing.
Mark sort of touched on that today when he was saying, you get the margin and then you spend the next 5 minutes trying to get rid of all the rest of the stuff, and you've built up 12,000 bits of data on it when you had it on the first. His is the only product where they can go back into the data, peel that last 4.5 minutes away and get to the real thing. And so I didn't know that was possible.
So now let's look at if we're scanning a quadrant or cross arch scanning, because there's very, very few. I don't even know who's doing it predictably yet. But one of the big wild cards about doing digital zirconia hybrids is having an accurate cross arch fit from the digital scan without a model back to the mouth. That's the missing link. If anyone's doing a zirconia hybrid, you need to have a verified stone model still that you're sealing the abutments to the zirconia bridge on before it goes back to the mouth. There's no digital or
no modelless
analog way to do that. And even with a printed model with that, it's subjective. So what this study is all about is from PubMed, the trueness of 12 different scanners in a full arch implant impression. What's a comparative study? Okay, what's accurate? So the control factor is this stone model with all these scan bodies, and what they're doing is with the scan pattern that they're doing, they're measuring in microns from one scan body to the next. Okay, what's the standard deviation from, say, molar to molar, bi to bi, central to central, and then from one quadrant, this quadrant, and we're going to see the difference between quadrant scanning and cross arch scanning. Just think about this. You got a moving scanner and it's got to stitch all the data from here to here. That's quite a task for a machine to stitch the data together on. So if we look at here, green is good. Blue, once again, this is in microns. So what's clinically acceptable in dentistry? Anything inside 50 microns of accuracy is clinically acceptable. So what's interesting is there's no real red or yellow. Everything tends to be green or blue or variations thereof, okay, of these different scanner systems. So if we look at quadrant, this is linear, means the quadrant scans, just about all the scanners that are very, very acceptable. So this is 50 microns from 0, okay? Most of them are right down the middle. Excuse me. So now we want to see how about cross arch scanning? Now we have a different variation. So we still have scanners in the middle. Now, one of the things that I notice about this is there's scanning technique and then there's real world in the trenches. We do get feedback from offices where they say, oh man, my scanner's giving me such a pain in the butt right now. Well, what's a pain in the butt? Well, it's freezing up or it's doing this. I can't do this. I can't do that. And I know that some of the you're right, Steve, my battery's crapping out on me. On this chart here, I'm not taking the boots to one system or the other, but what I am saying is it still has to be efficiently operational through the day, okay? And that's headaches with working any piece of equipment will dictate whether something goes forward or not. Now, so once again, it comes down to your support system moving forward, and that's going to really make or break the efficiency of your day. So scanning technique is just as important as a PVS impression technique to achieve adjustment-free results. Which is the best? Stick with a scan pattern. Whatever system you have is where you want to go. Bites. This is a real interesting concept, not concept, but advice that I got from John Martin years ago at the beginning of our iTero journey and scanning journey. Always scan the bite when the patient clenches. I says, Johnny, why? He says, think about this. You take a scanner that's about the dimension of a broomstick and you put it into the mouth to take a bite scan. People are always going to have some degree of resistance. And if that mandible is going to shift, bite, whatever, when the wand goes in, instruct them to clench. Verify that they got in the right spot, and then tell them to keep clenching as you do your record, because that's how we're going to correct and make sure that they don't deviate. I don't know what the percentage is. Maybe Ty.
I'm going to say 25 to 30%.
I was going to say,
correct.
If of all,
you can tell, they just don't interdigitate the model.
Exactly. So of the digital bite scans that come in, Dave says 25 to 30% are flawed records. So what we do is we print the models off, and then we quarterback the models together and scan the models in for a proper bite registration.
What would you say your PVS percentage of bites that are off?
If they do the bite technique that James, the last one they said was
just over the prep,
bite,
yeah,
it's 100%.
Right.
I mean, because you can see, that's the beauty. You can peel the lips back, you can
See
actually see that the teeth are interdigitated. Whereas with a scanner, a lot of times, even though the patient's biting down, they're numbed up. They don't even know they're biting in the right. And I'd like a show of hands of the doctors that are actually doing a bite scan or CEAs. Who's doctors taking the bite scan?
Or the
All of
assistant.
them? Really? I'm shocked because I thought for sure it was way different, because I'm not even kidding you. With bite scans, most of them.
A lot of them are
A
off.
lot of them are off, but we can catch it. You know, but that's why we always stress, please do a full arch scan. You know, for the, I guess if it's just one molar, it's okay. But anything more than 2 or more, just do a full arch scan. It's so more predictable and accurate for excursions and all that. I mean, anytime a doc has to spend time grinding shit in just to get goats, because we can't see all the time with a sectional if what kind of excursions the patient does. You can't see, you can't predictably do it unless you wipe out the cusp-fossa relationship. So, but when we have a full scan or print, way more predictable and less frustration time for you guys to your side. What kind of batteries do you think?
Triples.
Triples?
2 triples if you got.
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
Thanks. Okay, thanks, Dave. So
Do you want to use my?
that's just- it's my slide advancer.
Yeah, you want one?
Well, I can't interrupt the signal. So, okay, now when we're doing night guards, airway appliances, orthotics, give us the opening and scan it. If you're gonna take whatever bite rag you're gonna take for an appliance, squirt a little anterior jig around the whatever opening device you're using, and then scan the opening. The most inaccurate night guard or orthotic or airway appliance is where we're asked to arbitrarily open the bite because all we have is a centric occlusion bite. If you're gonna open a bite for an appliance of any design, always scan the open bite. And then you'll have an adjustment-free appliance of any design when it comes back.
Human articulator.
Human articulator, never lies. Okay, perfect. Okay, I want to go down a little journey here now of printing accuracy. They're going to do some model analysis and what's actually clinically acceptable. So we went through our journey of searching for an accurate printer system, but I wasn't sure which one to get. So Steve sent us a crown prep in, and I had some milled iTero models, and I says, and of course we had the STL file. I said, Steve, would you do me a favor? Would you take some impressions for me? He says, sure. Because what I wanted to do, I'll do it on the next one. What I want to do is I want to take all these different models from different printers. This is an iTero milled. This is a third-party milled model. This is a carbon model. I forget the Sega. I forget what that one is. But if you scan the models in and align it with the original intraoral scan, now we can do a 2D cross-section and measure accuracy. And we can literally pinpoint to the micron how accurate one record is and what record is not. So I said, Steve, would you do me a favor and take a honeycomb stock tray impression before cementing the final crown, a putty wash stock tray, and a honeycomb triple tray. Same material, different tray technique, and we're going to relay it and compare it against the original intraoral scan just for a single crown. So we look at the results. So this is for a honeycomb triple tray. And so now the gray data is the impression. The beige is the impression, the triple tray impression material. So what they're seeing, and I hope that the attendants online can see it, is we do a 2D cross section, okay? And then what we do, this is a slice right here of that 2D cross section. What this shows now is this triple tray impression data from the stone model that we poured up and scanned in. This is 80 microns spread from the original intraoral scan, 81 microns. That's a country mile. The other contact is 82. So if we made a crown to this triple tray impression, this crown would have been 160 microns out on 2 contacts, which is taking out a burr and grinding it into place and getting extremely annoying. So let's look at, yeah, here we go. 82 microns here, 81 microns there. And look at the distortion around the prep. Contacts way too wide, prep too short. Okay, let's look at the honeycomb stock tray. Gray is digital impression, beige is the honeycomb impression material. 50 microns, 50 microns. Is that clinically acceptable? 100%. 100%. Now we look at, I had a model from Whitmix, which was a Sega Max printer. Very good accuracy, 13 microns here, 19 microns there. That's about as good as it gets. That was as good as an iTero milled model. Carbon printer, 50 grand a year to lease a carbon for 3 years. You're locked into a contract. Yeah, that is US, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, 64 microns on this contact, 11 microns there. One's good, but one sucks. I'm looking for consistency. iTero milled, 25 microns here, 22 there. Fantastic. Fantastic. You know, the gold standard for us, if we have a model, if we can have the accuracy of a model that we can scan in and we can wax on it because the model's so accurate, that's a gold standard for us. That's really, really good. So when I sent this really big arch, if you look in the back here, this is a full arch of preps, and I got an extant model back from the manufacturer. I scanned it in, and I wanted to see, okay, the cross arch curing of a printer is the hardest one to do, from this dimension to this dimension. So I wanted to see how accurate it was to the original scan. So once again, I do a 2D cross section. You can see it superimposed back there. And literally I took the sticky note on the computer monitor. It was 8 microns out on those data points. To me, that was better than platinum standard. So we ended up going with that system, all sorts of different materials. You know, we do all our rigid night guards with this ortho rigid. We now have a flexible. We do, it's got a little bit of give in the mouth, ortho flex, crown bridge for temps, surgical guides. We can do dentures. We can do just about all our models are done with this. And our models are consistently anywhere from 20 to 40 microns accurate on the contacts. And if there's contact adjustments after that after that model has been verified, something's up with temporization. Something's pushing teeth around. That's our experience. So complaint, tight contacts, we'll follow the data. So this is a case that we did for Dennis Marengos. It was a quadrant here. And what was unique about this model, Dennis sent us a trios impression. And what I wanted to test was there was all sorts of undercuts on neighboring teeth. One was an onlay, one was a crown. There was lots of different restorations. So I wanted to test the accuracy of the model. So I sent the file off to Envision Tech, and it says, send me different models of different micron accuracies. And I scanned all these models in, did 2D cross sections to test accuracy. So arrow down means bad. I'm not going to read out all these different numbers, but we ended up getting a D4K printer because all these arrows up, cross arch, molar to molar, prep to prep, digital, or the distal to canine, the values just came in really, really accurate. And I did want an open platform printer. So we ended up getting one of these D4Ks. But the key was, and this is the key, we'll go back to the digital trap, and however your journey goes, you gotta have good tech support. What I ended up doing is I sent the model, and I told the guys at 3D Systems, I says, we need more accurate contacts. We need more accurate contacts. So I ended up going up the food chain of the ladder with 3D Systems, and they put me in touch with one of the engineers up in over in Holland. So I FaceTimed with this guy, and he says, James, I think we got it figured out. I go, okay, what'd you do? He sent me a file that was 25 kilobytes. And I'm thinking, for a 25 kilobyte file, what the heck is this gonna do for me? He says, just import it and you'll see. And what he did is he actually made a custom print profile setting for us on one axis only, just to tighten up the contacts. He says, you nest the model this way, your contacts will get snugged up a little bit better, because they were a little bit around like 50, 60 microns. So ever since we used that custom print profile from these guys, literally our models have snugged up to the accuracy to like 20, 30 microns, maybe 40. Outstanding tech support literally will bail you out. And that's the key on whatever you choose. Now, here's a real life situation. Loose contacts. What's the solution? Follow the data. If you got loose contacts, okay, this is actually a situation where the doctor was chasing this crown because he's like, tighten up the contacts. So what do? You scrape the model, add the contacts, send it back. It's not tight enough. Okay. Takes a pickup impression, we pour it up, and we scan the model in. So follow the data. So here's the original iOS scan. The blue is the stone pickup model. So I send them a video and it says, hey man, just want to show you what we're doing here. I scanned in the model, do a 2D cross section. It shows here. And what do you see what's going on here? And I zoom in. There's no audio on this video, Mark, so don't worry. It's a silent one. It's a 0.5 millimeter out, the crown. It's a 0.5 millimeter out, that contact that we had to add. From there to there, that's basically the crown in place. So I do a 2D cross section, we just scan it in. I do my analysis. Now what's interesting here is when I check the contact here, the model that we had is 26 microns accurate. It's about as good as it gets. So I'm thinking, what's going on? This is 26 microns accurate, but look what happened to the prep. The prep moved. So I sent him a message. Nathan, Ty brought me your case for Leo and the frustration of the contact issues. Sorry for the frustration you're having. After my analysis, I found that the first scan to the second, and then the pickup impression, you can see that the prep tooth has moved distally 450 microns, almost 0.5 millimeter. I don't know why this is moving. Maybe you have some clinical insights here. We'll snug up the contact to the pickup model. After analyzing the pickup model to the original scan, it's very accurate to within 26 microns. So I'm just telling them the contact's good, the prep move. So then I says, the highlighted point is the distal contact, accurate to 26%. Any questions, please shoot me a call. Sounds good, teeth move. Okay, and that was after we were about being carted off to the dumpster on that case there. So. For visualization, analog and digital impressions, any quick questions on that?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Steve.
I had an opportunity to sort of experience some of that, and it turned out to be my temporary. Bite down, take a look at where that temporary touched, and I'll bet it was on an inclined plane.
Well, something was pivoting it distal.
And then it pushed it back.
Something was pivoting distal. Elise.
I was actually going to ask you this, Dr. Hill. Do you find when you place a temporary, depending on the contact points and the slopes and everything, is it possible to, for the temporary, because of high spots or something like what you're saying, it can like readjust and kind of move teeth slightly? Or
Paul and I were just talking about that.
because I'm
So,
thinking,
yeah, absolutely.
If a patient
Absolutely.
brushes through the night, there's a high plane there, it's gonna move the tooth.
So in
It's
my,
called ortho.
just this week, I had a patient in who lost his temporary at 9 o'clock at night. On Tuesday, he was in late morning on Wednesday, and the crown was tight, like more than tight. I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? This is a guy that can tell every contact on his tooth. Oh, he can, he can. I doubted it, and I proved him right on this one. I was a half an hour late in the delivery of this crown, but I got it down, I got it down. Okay, it's seated. Did it seat? A little saliva bite down on the thing. I could see a bubble come out and stop. Okay, it's seated. Where does this feel tight? Okay, do I grab? Oh, wait a minute. He says, no. I said, no, it's the back tooth that's up. Teeth don't just move back. They move on a vector force, right? So that's up and back, twisted the mesial buccal cusp up, and now it was the only one that touched. So I said, okay, let me, snapped on the front contact. This is a 6 between a 7 and a 5. Probably 50 adjustments with well, I started out with a stone, but then get into the impregnated rubber discs, sort of thing, just a little bit, little bit, little bit. He said, no, not yet, not yet. And I sort of come around the chair. He said, when you mean not yet, does it mean it's not getting any better? He says, no, it's absolutely getting better every time. Okay, I'm with you on this until the long run. Da 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 da. He said at the end, now my tooth is starting to hurt. And I'm a little overwhelmed at the moment. Fine, good. I said, okay, I'm going to put this in with temp bond. It's got oil of clove in it. And he's a big, aromatherapy kind of guy. He went, oh, well. I thought, gotcha. So he said, he gets that set up and it tests everything again. He's walking out. He said, we're just going to leave it in temp bond for a while. He said, I think that's probably a good idea. He walks around the corner. I'm doing some stuff. He gets up to the front desk and you can see the lights on in his head. And he goes, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And so he'll be back in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
So the backstory on this was I had the perfect crown in place. It was in there for about 3 or 4 months. I took it off, cleaned it out, and the cement started to set. And it never did seat properly. I could tell it was pretty good. And I said, look, you'll adapt. Don't worry, you'll adapt. And so about 2 years later, he said, the pain's gone away, but, and I said, George, you put up for me for 2 years. I've done every crown in his head now. I said, I'll do this one for you for free. And that was the story I just told. So you think after 37 years, you've seen it all?
No.
Yeah.
That's the fun though.
Well, it keeps me in the game.
Okay, Steve, for visualization.
All right, so I want to tell you what I've used for all the years. And if the product isn't, well, let's just get into it. Is this working?
I put, remember, just front and back. That's the mouse, which you don't want.
Gotcha. Okay. How to make this stick. So to reduce the number of redos, you have to involve the patient, the dentist, and the ceramist, and you have to have open communication to it. Provisionalization is the best way to do this because it's the test drive, right? The patients show up, we put them in with this particular product that's seal and protect by, I think it's Dentsply.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's now off the market just recently. And so I've got a couple of bottles. I'll show you another slide. This one's got a 2016 expiry date on it, but it's still working. And so we're going to use it until it's all gone.
It's for temps.
It's for temps, but I'll show you Lorene's case in a little bit, and I'll explain to you why this is so important and why it works so well. So in the meantime, Tyler is working on a product also by Dentsply. It's called Sure Fill, and it's an SDR. And so the problem is there are 4 or 5 different products named nearly exactly the same thing. Sure Fill 1 is a resin modified glass ionomer. It's not what you want to use. Sure Fill bulk fill posterior resin or something is a proper resin. It's got a unique property to it of flow that I've never seen before. And I'm hoping it probably does, and they're all etch and prime and bond all at the same time. That was what this one was supposed to be. This was supposed to be an all-in-one Denton bonding agent, and it failed. So they brought it back as something that you could paint on the outside of the neck of a tooth, light cure, and the cold sensitivity be gone. And it worked. It really worked well. It plugged up the tubules. It just didn't stick very well. So I put it under all. We'll get into that. Okay, so this is the material of choice. I've used a bunch of different things over the years. I'm currently using Voco, but I've tried just about all of them. And this is what you've seen before. I'm going to use, in this particular case, an alginate taken from either the actual model or the actual mock-up or whatever. And then I'm going to load this stuff into it. I'm going to then use this particular product, Dentsply Sirona. And on the unetched tooth, I'm going to paint it on. You're going to warn the patient that it smells because it really smells bad. You want it so they quickly have the suction up around it. Blow it dry and not cure it. Then you put the resin into the temporary. You put it on the tooth, and then you cure it and clean up the flash, and then you clean it off. This is Anne Marie again.
From Thursday.
This was from yesterday afternoon at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yeah.
So may I ask a question?
Sure.
So for my cases, like veneers, not crowns, anterior crowns. So my problem is always the 6 veneers or 8 veneers. So they came out like next day. They are not gonna stay for 2 weeks.
Hang
So-
on. We'll
You'll see.
we'll go into that very well. So what I was hoping for was that before picture. Did you bring that up? We talked about this. Excellent. Okay, thank you. So back on, please. There we go. So if we look at this, this is a Pontic. She was not born with this tooth. She's never had any bone in this area. And this is cantilevered off this tooth here. One of the things that she says, she likes this divergence here, doesn't like the lack of divergence here. Can I go back? So do you have the front one?
No, that's your temps that you contoured. The temps that you contoured at the bottom here.
So this was my attempt at shaping that a little bit. So I've got it a little flatter. It's a little, the contour here is not so good. So I've got this flattened out. I can rotate this a little bit more by just shaving this back a little bit. It was better there on that line angle there. And then we started to open up the pizza a little bit in here. And she pointed to this and said, I want more in this one. And we'll do it next time. You can see it wasn't perfect, and I had to, I got a crack through here, and I had to repair this. But this all comes from her, because we didn't do any wax. She was, this was the case of.
This is a case, she says, I want what I got now.
An hour later, an hour into the
Yeah.
conversation. So that's what she got. And that was my attempt to do it. She's still really frozen at this point, so she's coming back next week for me just to clean this up a little bit. The gum tissue will look a lot better after that. I use a product called Closest 2. It's a mouthwash. It says it's stabilized chlorine dioxide. I think it's nothing more than hypochlorous acid. Look all of those kinds of things up. It's a wonderful disinfectant. You can drink the stuff. It's, if you pour this on organic fruit and vegetables, you can still call it organic because it's absolutely made by mammalian cells in their fight against viruses and bacteria. So, and it's
the same sanitizer as a saltwater pool.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Okay, so we've already talked about Tanya here. This is the flowable composite. And this is where you can work very quickly at the test drive, make them shorter, make them longer, do this, do this, do this, do this. Take that impression, take another scan. If you've got to scan it, send it to James, make it look like this.
Steve, question I always get sometimes with provisionalization and adding flowable, do you have to treat the temp before you add before you add a flowable to keep it sticking?
Yes and no. If there's any saliva on there, you got to get the saliva off.
Okay.
So you can alcohol it and then put the stuff on, but usually I've got the stuff out anyway.
Yeah.
And I just use what's on the brush. I don't, we'll go back to the thing and just on.
Okay.
And then I don't care if it falls off because
Yeah.
I've got the scan already or the impression material.
Sure.
Okay, this is the one I wanted to talk to you about. I don't know how far we mixed these things up, but we'll get back to it. This is Lorene. This is Lorene in her mock-up. And so, is the arrow here?
What you looking for?
Like I said. How strong are these provisionals? Can a patient actually chew on them? Lorene, you said the kids are all ground and then now it's my turn. The kids were gone. He got his teeth. Now it's her turn. She's seen him in his temporaries and now in his PFMs, and he broke most of the temporaries. He's a little bulldog of a guy. And she doesn't, she's very concerned about that. Can a patient actually chew on them? And so as a backstory, Lorene met my wife, Barbara, when both of our kids were in acting, and they both met each other, and that's how Lorene got to know me. And so, where was I going with that? She gets bitten by the bug, and she goes out and she gets an agent. Kids have got agents. She's been, and so she calls me up and she says, I've got an agent. I want to get my front teeth fixed. Okay, so we go through the process. We get it, and I think I go further into how we got there in the first place. But she gets to the point where she's in her temporaries and she gives me a call. She says, I got an addition. I said, congratulations. So in this business, you get an audition. They pick between 15 and 50 people that they interview and they test film them and do this kind of stuff. And then you go to the next stage. You've already signed off your life for the next 2 weeks or so because you have to be available. Renting a sound stage
With no changes.
Vancouver is like $250,000 a day or something like that. So you absolutely can't do anything. You can't change the color of your hair. You can't have a haircut. You can't get tattoos. You have to look the same after you go through into this process. So she makes it into the second level. So she says, can we get the teeth done? And I said, no, we will change the way you look. You've been filmed. Yeah, you got me on video. They like what they see. We'll do it afterwards. 2 days later, she gets the role. She gets the script. I get a panicked phone call at 9 o'clock at night. Steve, I have to bite into an apple on set. I've seen what happened to Peter's teeth. I don't want that to happen. I need those teeth in place. I said, look, come in and see them. What time? Lunchtime. Okay, so she comes at lunchtime. This is Lorraine with her teeth, with her temporary teeth in place. And I said, here's an apple. She says, oh, I'm not hungry. Actors. Right? I don't eat all that kind of stuff. I said, here's a Kleenex. Bite into this apple and spit it out. So she bit. And she bit. And she bit 11 times into this thing, trying to break them off, and they didn't. So hopefully we can share with you.
We got the sound, Mark?
Oh, yeah. This has to be done special. Blow everybody's eardrums out here. Time out.
So this is Lorraine.
We all need good home insurance. We just don't need to pay so much for it. Get some of the best home coverage available and don't pay for broker commissions or big overheads. Call us at HSBC Canadian Direct Insurance.
That was me. That was me. That was my fault. That'll wake everybody up. Oh yeah, please. So that was the seal and protect. The other thing about that is if you're just doing the minimal stuff, you're going to lose a few every time. I still to this day lose premolars all the time. To combat that, James just today, his office is madly running around making me an Essex appliance that fits over the temporaries. You break a temporary off, you put it in the Essex appliance, you can be seen in public. Oh, I've got Invisalign. Until she gets back, she's away for a week or something. So that takes me to preparation number 2, the design number 2, where you break out the contacts in between the teeth and then you join them together. I rarely have lose any front teeth with 3 to 3 in the front. One of my assistants way back in the day, Darcy, she's about 6 weeks in with his front 6 teeth, and she says, I gotta get this done. It's now 7 weeks in, and I'm sitting down at a console with James. Darcy comes up quietly behind in the room with a carrot that's about this big and about this big wide. She goes, Dr. Hill, and bites into it because just before lunch, maybe I could do this, and it didn't break. It didn't break. So this really works. It's just the regular chemical cured materials with the seal and protect, soon to be tested by me just to make sure that it works. This
Surfill.
Actually, excellent. So if I've done the full contour through the interproximal areas, I open those up and I put a slit down the front. I put a plastic instrument and go, and then they pop right off. I used to sandblast the teeth to make sure that I got everything off, but since I've gone to loops and everything, it stays on the acrylic, it never sticks to the tooth. And so I've used that.
So there's no resin tag penetration if there's dentin exposed.
Right.
With the seal and protect.
With the seal and protect. I've had people, we've been doing this so long. I had a prosthodontist from Kelowna, Bernie Legato, come up and said, you know that seal and protect, I still use that. Bernie did all my gold work just after I got out of school. So it really does work. I'm hoping that this is not what we're going to see next is the next best thing. If you can't get hold of it, again with the design 2 and spot etch on the front, regular bonding agent on top of it. You're going to have a patch of it on there after you get it off, and then a brownie, or even just a 50 micron pumice on a regular coffee cup. You'll get that off and not mar up too much on that side.
I got a question.
Sure.
When you're seeding the putty for temps, do you have any tips on where to apply pressure? Because I've struggled with trying to get enough pressure with, and then ending up with too much flash that I gotta clean up, or putting too much bubble pressure, and then it's just thin.
Seat with your thumb on the
Make sure
on
you've
the
got
palate.
The roof of the mouth is the stop.
That's why, because if you're gonna seat on the like on the actual arch sides, you're gonna have a risk of tray distortion.
I used to have the tooth marks put onto the things. The patient could bite into it, but they bite too hard, and they get the excess flash and some distortion. But the palate thing really works.
That's why we need the palate if you're scanning.
Do you guys trim the margins at all to?
Here's what we do is actually after we've done printed our new mock-up, a new design, we actually take it over with architecture tissue. So that literally if you do press it, it will pinch off the excess. So you literally should peel it right off.
Okay.
So a note from Dr.
Marangos?
Get him mixed up with Mariangos. Dentists supposed to host and panelists. This is why there is a big problem with long span temps that are splinted together. The teeth will not move when you place the final restorations, and open contact happens due to the occlusal interference. Right. And read a second.
Yeah, Dennis is tying into the wine. This drink o'clock in Toronto, excuse the typos.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay, great. Thanks, Steve. Okay, so we're gonna just show some application of cases, how we fabricate them in the lab. This is a really cool case that I did for Louis Pasaglia, 25 years playing as a kicker for the BC Lions. Tired of bulky rabbit centrals, would like the spaces closed to the tissue. He had a very unique structure.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, his bone was so resorbed. So what we did here is we first made a frame, we milled it out just to test it before we milled it in zirconia. So this is what we call an ice frame. So then what we did was just idealize the edges here, because at this time, the technology wasn't like we have now. This is almost like you made a frame in zirconia. You did not, we weren't doing full contour zirconia at this generation. So we make the frame. The actual frame was 14 millimeters long from here to there. This pontic alone was 12 millimeters long, longest pontic I've ever, still today, ever dealt with. And just as a perspective, usually a central is 10.5 to 11.5 millimeters at an ideal length visually. Well, the frame was longer than that average, but we still had to take all these Smile Design macro and micro aesthetic qualities and incorporate it into this massive centrals and make them look proportionate and nice. So we made an index, and now here's where when we're layering porcelain. So after we developed the dentin with the CEJs here, now this is where we're actually layering the enamel according to the Smile Design blueprint, 1/3 the gingival width. And of course the lateral, we want to converge it to 50% the gingival width. This is how we're building from the inside out. And then we try and build a nice translucent layer on top. That's what usually gives it the life, the vitality. So we glaze it up. So here's my CEJs in line with the canines. We had to, you could just see how mangled his teeth were. Orthodontically, they were out of place. So we had to create some sort of function. This is where his last temps were, these little red lines here. So we actually had to shorten and take away the Bugs Bunny look. We had to create some sort of guidance on it. This is the only tooth we had to work with down here. And then of course we had there. So this tooth in a perfect world, this canine should be a little bit higher. We had to give him some sort of function. So this is the finished bridge. It was massive, but it fits in his face nicely, a whole lot better than the last rabbit teeth that he had. And so anyhow, he was gracious to come in and allowed me to take pictures at the time. He didn't want his name used, but that was like 15 years ago. So Louis, I'm sure Louis is okay with it now. But once again, all the things that we try and package up into a unique clinical situation, whether it's a 6-unit bridge here, a 10-unit smile, one of our goals for Steve and I today was to make sure that you guys see nature and not just crowns and veneers and that sort of thing. So this had very nice vitality, turned out great. Really proud of that case. And my custom animations here. Okay, Steve.
Live and die by this stuff.
So Monday morning, on my floor, on the building, there's a Swiss Dental Lab. And Jerry comes in, Jerry runs the lab there. He says, can I have some advice? Got a young doc. I made up a couple of veneers for an 11-year-old girl who is just out of ortho, has peg laterals, and we don't want to cut teeth. We don't want to do anything. We just want to close up the gaps and make them look pretty. So Jerry is swearing silently because he's got no room. The teeth are virtually end to end. The orthodontist says it's done because they're in contact with the lower teeth, barely. But the gingival heights are way off. So Jerry, and they're thin. They're on the proper plane. He's not allowed to touch anything. And so they're going to be a little bit thicker, a little bit further out than the centrals. So back the next day, one's popped off and another's broken. So Jerry says to me, what can I tell this doc? And I said, you saw the models, right? Because he was making some models. I said, were the gingival contours the same? Oh no, one was way down. So you got to tell the doc, get on the phone with the orthodontist, go back into braces, intrude the teeth up to about the level of the thing. That'll give you 2 millimeters at least of incisal thickness. You're not going to break them. And they're not going to touch the teeth anyway. Push them back a millimeter or 2. Get the thickness that you need. Leave the thinness at the neck of them, but get the thickness where you need them. He says, but I'm an associate here. Can I just use a different adhesive or something? I said, well, what are you using? He says, I don't know. It's just what they have here. I said, well, what have you been using? He said, well, I think it's called monoblock. Well, no, that's a silane product from Bible. Oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to put on the inside of the veneer. Oh, I'll just go and get it. Oh, it's called adhese. Great. Change the slide. It's called adhese. I said, okay, now turn it over and tell me what's on the back of it. So these are the products in my office. This is Ivo Clean. That's 9% hydrofluoric acid, and that's my silane bottle. So I turn them over. This one's 2016. This one doesn't have one. And this one says 2014 on here. And so, okay, let's just finish this up. This was my Seal and Protect. This was the etch that I used. And this is the Scotch Bond. This is the current, this is Scotch Bond Plus, the Universal Plus. So this one's 2020. This one's 2024. And this one's 2024. So the most important one that you have to look after, if you've got the spouse or the dentist coming in to do their teeth, you want to be sure, buy a new bottle, invest in it. Don't worry, it's really worth it. The silanes, not so much. Why? Because you're going to do, if you're using Jen, you're going to be the one putting the hydrofluoric acid in. You're going to be the one rinsing it off. And guess what? You don't get it all out. A little bit of it stays, a little acetic. You put that expired silane in it, it oxidizes. And so in contact with the acid thing, it's back into its hydrophobic thing that happens, and it works. And so you can ignore that one. The other one is a temp, and orthophosphoric acids and hydrofluoric acids don't really break down. There's not a lot of water in there, like 9% kind of stuff. And so if you etch it on the tooth and the tooth frosts up, it's working, don't worry about it. If you put it in ceramic and you wash it off and it's still shiny, make sure that it's not zirconia, because you're never gonna acid etch through zirconia. It could be something like not even old empress, it's just Emax 2 now. And so that has to be in there for about a minute. Take it off. Sometimes some of the glaze from the outside will
Wick. Yeah.
wick. The wick was the word, singular capillaries, but it will wick in and you'll see a shiny part on it. So
That should be sanded out before it leaves the
should be
lab.
sanded out, but sometimes, you know, that doesn't happen. Take a fine burr, make that rough, you know, and etch it again. That's basically the product and the things that I use.
And just as you guys, in your handout, there's a bonding day checklist here. This has been drafted up according to what Steve's been teaching over the years. This cheat sheet. Some of the products may come and go, but the technique is still effective.
So we get questions. Go ahead.
I used to always use the etch and then the styling and all that, like on the porcelain. And with the new Scotch one that you just showed, the company came up with another cement, like that they claim that the cement does not need the styling because it has it in it. Have you heard that? Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
I haven't seen any independent research on it.
Okay.
Yeah, you need like this slide here. This wasn't done by Ivoclar. It looks like something that Ivoclar puts in, and it is actually something that they could put in with the Ivo Clean, but this was done by an independent company. This is the kind of stuff that I want to see to make sure that that is effective. 3M, I trust. You know, if they say it's working, it probably works. But you know, what I change stuff that doesn't work for me, or it works for me, but it makes another problem, and so I use the next stuff and it still works for me and it takes care of that problem. I don't randomly change stuff all the time. When it works, just keep using it when it works. A question that comes up about Ivo Clean is, when do you use it and how do you use it? Well, there's a difference between regular porcelain. This is the lithium disilicate, this is Emax, and this is the zirconia. It was really brought out to clean after a try-in the zirconia, and it really works. If you use just acid, and you will get, no, if you use, what is that? If you use just water, if you use phosphoric acid, not the hydrofluoric one, but the regular stuff that you use to wash your teeth with, you get a very much lower bond strength to tooth structure with a resin cement, which you don't necessarily need with the zirconia, than you do if you use Ivo Clean. So that's where Ivo Clean comes in best. You need not really use it to disinfect a tried-in Emax. You're going to etch it anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to use the silent again anyway. But that's a question we get quite a bit. How do you use this on Emax? You don't really need to use it. Red alert. Why the red alert?
Oh, you know what? Red alert. Yep, I remember this because one of the biggest questions we get sometimes.
You can tell we don't remember so far back.
One of the questions we get is, how should I bond this? Enamel bonding versus dentin bonding. We get that question. So that's how we came up with this cheat sheet. And Steve's been a contributor to pretty much the whole cheat sheet, because whenever we need to make a change or an edit, I usually clear it with him. So that's why I say red alert. Just like Steve was saying, somebody around the corner from the office was like, how do I bond that? You know, what Steve's going to show you is, and some of these slides, you're going to see how old they are. And some of them are pre-2006, but the science and the technology of dentin bonding and enamel bonding, that hasn't changed. The products have. So we always, whenever we teach something, we always want people to understand the chemistry that has to go on, not just this product or buy this brand and it'll solve your problems. Understand what it's doing and why. So
not all of us like chemistry.
Yeah. So he's a chemistry nerd. So that's why we wanted to show you what we are.
How many generations of dentin bonding agents have we gone through? What are we up to now? 8 came out. I didn't hear 9. Oh, I haven't heard about a 9th one yet. This stuff was done at generation 4 and it's still valid. This
My
is-
veneers are still on.
So this, what I'm about to show you is Syntac. I think this is.
Yeah.
This is from Ivoclar back in the day, but this is the 4th generation effect, and it's still how we do Denton bonding. What's the term?
Denton bonding?
Yeah, no, Denton hybridization, right? So we treat. How do we?
There
Okay,
we go.
smear layer on top of the tube. It looks like, like a piece of cheese. It's fibers, collagen fibers, and a bunch of different inorganic materials. And this is meant to imitate the dentinal tubules. Pulpal tissue is down here underneath. This is just a schematic, right? So we treat with acid. What happens? We lose the smeared layer. We decalcify a bunch of this. So what's left up here is a bunch of little threads of collagen floating in the wind. And you leave this wet. How wet is wet? Make your finger, hold it up, that way. Nothing's running, but it's still stuck there, but it's not flooded. How dry is too dry? Well, too dry is too dry. The tubules, not the tubules, the fibers that there start to wad and close up very quickly. So it starts to look like felt. It can be rehydrated. You can put the stuff on there if you're going to wait 20 minutes in the water to make sure it is. It's far easier. Just buff the surface with a prophy paste and re-etch, and don't let it sit. Okay, so now we've got exposed collagen fibers up around here, and then we're going to infiltrate that with Syntac, single component. Most people here have probably never heard of it.
It's basically a bonding agent.
It's basically a liquefied version of methyl methacrylate. Okay, so it gets down into the dentinal tubules, it infiltrates in between what is then a very loose kind of felt, and then it sets, right? So let's get some scanning electron micrographs of that. Oh, okay. So then before you cure this, you put your restorative material on it, you press it into place, you plug it in, everything else. And so you develop some of the components of retention by engaging inside the dental tubules themselves. So this is what it looks like. Scanning electron micrograph. There we go. So this is the composite material. These are the tubules. And this is some of the infiltration down the tubules. This is not the collagen fiber itself. This has been washed out by the acid. So this is where the majority of the grip happens onto. So you get fibrous materials, you get composites, and they sort of integrate, and this is Denton hybridization. If you subject that to finite element analysis, the filling material or the tooth will break, but not the bond. It's that strong. So at the 4th generation, we were at the end of the development of the product itself. It worked. It didn't need any further improvement at all. So I don't know whether I need the silane or not, but whatever I'm working is working. And so I'm happy to do that. We're going to blow these up a little bit to take a look at it. And so this is the material of the filling material coming down the tubules and acting like Velcro or the little pinhole things to hold this thing into place. This is 5 microns here. So it's quite a large structure. We were talking 5 microns before. How does it work? Well, it hasn't changed. We get hydrogen bridging across from the materials. We get ion complexing between, I think that's collagen and something, I can't even remember this now. Okay, the red is MMPA. This is the acrylic material, bonding agent. The yellow is a restorative material. This is HEMA. What is HEMA? Hydroxyethylmethacrylate. It exists in a liquid form and is part of the things like Bluma, which there is quite a body of evidence saying that it will actually interfere with the longevity of the bonding agent, but I think it's nonsense. I think all of that research was done by somebody called Unterbrink, and he worked for Ivoclar for a long time, so I don't even trust it. So it's a complex site. this is a complex thing. It is subject to go to all kinds of things with all kinds of bad things with the littlest bit of contamination. Any drop of saliva, any drop of blood, a little too much, a little too little water affects us. So it's very technique sensitive. What's the definition of technique sensitive? Read the instructions and follow the instructions. That's why it's technique sensitive. Half the time you'll give something to a doc, he paints it on the tube, that thing didn't work. Well, did you? And I've got some other slides that show something along those lines. So this is what your brightly finished, freshly finished etched surface looks like. This is what it looks like after it dries out. This is the air dry collapse that happens through here. And this is the mechanism of re-wetting after it occurs. But this is like a 20-minute interval. So when you're up here, smear layer, when you're down here, it starts to get compressed on the top. It can't get through into this aspect of it all when you want it up here. Now, we were testing different things. Okay, this is a micro blister. So
that causes sensitivity.
Part of why do composites, especially the early composites, why are they always sore when you bite on them? They're always, post-operative sensitivity to it. And somebody found out by using silver ion that when you wet the surface, if it's too wet, you leave some of this wetness there and it causes a bubble. You load this here and it pushes on the tubule, the fluid that's in there, and it's that micro movement of tubule that causes the sensitivity to the tube. So make sure you follow the direction. It's not a single application on a damp tooth. It's a single application on a damp tooth. Blow it off. I am shocked how many times I've blown it off and seen matte frosted appearance to a portion of the dent. I think, how did that happen? I just covered the whole thing. And this, I've blown it all away, and this has not been treated yet. So it really does matter. You have to put this on at least twice, air dry it, inspect, put on a second one, air dry it. If it's all covered, then you like it, right? Read the directions. These are, we call these dendrites or silver trees. This was done, Franklin Tay. That was back in the day, if you wanted to know anything about the new products that were out, Franklin from the University of Hong Kong was a forerunner in this process. So again, self-etching primers, that's the 5th generation. And so what we used to do was etch, we would prime, that was that first one, and then you would put the resin on top of it. And so then we learned that you could combine the primer and the resin together, and then this was the 5th generation of it. And it worked, but it didn't have the science to say so for about 10, 15 years even afterwards. This was a very slow process getting developed or getting started, and then it started to pick up speed. But it's the same thing. You got your smear layer and a smear layer plug. You got etch happening on here. You get some of the removal of some of the plug, but you don't want to remove all of the plug. You want to keep those things plugged, but you want the resin to come down and interact between the calcium of the wall. And here's your hybridization layer.
Next up is Jim.
So what does that look like in real life? This is Jim. This probably has a similar 2006 date on it, but he's got 2 crowns. I didn't send this to James for a wax up or anything. He knew what he wanted. He wanted better looking teeth. So
I think Orrin made those 2 crowns.
the crowns were before my time. I'll just leave it at that. So, okay, so we prep. And
you're right into the dent in here.
This was back when I saw Frank Spears for the first time. He was still doing PFMs, and to get that gorgeous look, everything had a 2 millimeter reduction on it. Steve McGowan did some beautiful work. A real artist, genuine artist. But that's the kind of reduction that you need to do for it. At this point here, we've done a couple of temporaries on place, but I've bonded them in place because I wanted him to walk around for a month or so. and tell me, yes, this is what he likes. You know, we closed up the gap that was in between here. Okay, we're ready to go. So now I've anesthetized again and I'm cutting these off. This is me with a stripe down here. I've taken out the contour from in between. I put my plastic instrument and go crack and it pops up. This is try-in of the new crowns. Right?
Yep,
Looking pretty good.
it's just a try-in.
And then verification by the use of the jig as to how close it is. And you know what? It's not perfect. We had this conversation before. We can get it really close, but we're not, probably not going to make it perfect. There's just too many steps along the way, especially this is stacked porcelain.
Well, it made them look better than the last ones.
They're absolutely better than the last ones, but you saw what James had to do on Passaglia. Louis's case. You overstack by 30%, it shrinks. You overstack it, it shrinks. And sometimes you'll do this, well, you see Lorraine's case.
Shrinkage is good sometimes.
That's depends if you're in a pool or not.
Should I play this out?
No, that's okay.
No, it's okay.
So this is a PFM crown with margins all the way around, and it's not going to be, this one is not going to be.
You bonded this, these are Eubank crowns.
Oh,
You
I
bonded
did.
these.
I did, that's right. Okay, so there's, Eubank crowns was like a pin slipper on the tongue side.
It's just a
And all
lingual
porcelain.
coping, that's it. Just a
lingual
buckle,
coping.
the
So you
labials all
could
ceramic.
cure- You could cure through the tooth to get it to.
Yeah.
A huge headache for this guy to do, but we lost one. It was a bridge that we put on a case, lateral, Pontic on the central, other central, and she kissed the steering wheel at high speed. And so she comes in with all this broken up and the teeth were still intact. It broke the porcelain off the front of it, pushed the tooth back, but left the tooth structure in place, or pushed the Pontic back, but left the tooth structure in place. All we had to do was make up another bridge. So, thanks. Bonding technique. Interior, treat the interior with hydrofluoric acid, 9%, rinse 5 minutes if previously not etched. That's for Emacs.
No, that's for feldspathic porcelain.
Oh, feldspathic is porcelain. You're
Or
correct.
feldspathic porcelain is 5
minutes.
minutes.
Okay. Which you're probably not going to see anyway.
No.
Silane for 30 seconds and then air dry. Bonding agent. At the time I was using Prime and Bond. At that point in time, you could buy a self-activator. So if you're working on under gold or something and you wanted to use one of these resin cements, you could mix a self-cure drop by drop into it, and it would light cure, but if it didn't get to, the light didn't get to it, it would cure anyway over time. Neat idea. It didn't last very long. There we go. So that's the inside of the labial surface, no, inside of the buccal surface of the crowns on both sides. Pack a cord, isolation, isolation, isolation. This case isn't bleeding, but it might, especially after you etch, right? So I'm going to pack a cord. I almost always pack a cord. And then in this particular case, or back then, I was sandblasting to make sure I got every bit of that resin tag off of there. Etch 37% orthophosphoric acid. Place on the enamel first. We don't really worry about that in a case like that. And then on the dentin for 20 seconds. I can tell you confidently that for every decade of age, you will probably need to increase your etching another 10 seconds. I've put, you'll see it coming up. Jim was a dentist in Castlegar, and he came in and we did some crowns and one cracked. And I thought, that's interesting. So I put some acid on this tube and I washed it off and it looked exactly the same. So I put hydrofluoric acid on his teeth and I left it for a minute. Don't try this at home. Don't even mention that I told you this. I got permission from Jim so that I could do this. And when it came off, it didn't etch. Sometimes they get so sclerotic, you can't etch them. And so that's the take home message here. Cement. But if you want to, you can test even before you send the case out, just put a spot of acid on it. If it etches, when you're doing the temporaries for the spot etching, if it etches, you're going to be fine. You can put them in with any resin that you want to. If it doesn't etch, you have to cement. There's nothing I know of that will bond to unetched dentin. porcelain bonding technique, extensive air drying should leave a glistening surface. And like I said before, I've seen so many times when you put an excess amount on and you blow it off and you still see a matte patch here. It just doesn't displace all the water cleanly or enough to allow the residual stuff to interact with it. So 2 coats minimum. Like here, I now use a little tiny tack light that tacks a second for 5 seconds in the middle of it. Take it off and then floss gently to clean up the outside, just to help up, speed everything up. Floss, 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 floss. Like here, all available surfaces.
2002, we took those pictures.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's very good.
And I think those were slides. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's-
those were slides.
That date stamp on it had to
Yeah.
have come from a camera. When to bond, when to cement, onto which surfaces, with which materials, with which prep designs, and with what isolation. Is this you?
No, this is you, because this is where you show that little acid X.
There it is.
There it is.
I just mentioned it. We haven't practiced this a lot, so sorry about that. This is that dentist, that's that pink hydrofluoric acid on that tooth for 1 minute. And I'm etching the old cement that's on the crown that broke off, but I haven't touched the tooth surface. So this got converted to a crown and we submitted it in place. Yeah, here's.
Different materials, different etching times.
This is previously.
We've worked
etched.
with all of those materials.
Oh, stop it.
What happens if you etch like the?
Can compromise the material.
Well, you then can't infiltrate to the bottom of where the etch is, and then you leave it like an air gap in there that becomes will crack on the tooth. So there's a certain minimum depth, but there's also a maximum depth.
So here's just a bigger slide, what Steve was talking about with IvaClean, what it does to clean out biomaterials and stuff, whether you're cementing or bonding, cleans it out and is very complementary to bond strings.
With zirconia.
Question.
Oops, sorry.
I was looking at your bonding day checklist and number 12 says ribbon load the restoration. What do you mean by ribbon load?
Okay, so we used to provide a kit called Vitique, and they actually had in the syringe a tip option that would dispense a ribbon as opposed to like a flowable rope.
Okay.
So, and it was just a little proprietary tip that they had. That's all that meant. Yeah. Silane. Oh, just a quick note. We get this question all the time. Do you etch your Emacs before we send it out? Answer is no, we micro etch with sand. And the reason being is because every time we send a unit out, it's always going to get tried into the mouth, and then it's going to potentially contaminate, or it will contaminate the etch surface. So we always recommend it's going to be micro etched, whether you're using IvaClean or not. It's for 20 seconds on Emacs. It's not a big time, cost or expense, but at least we're not compromising. You're in control of the surface from, delivery to bonding. Okay. So we do not etch. Some labs do, some don't, but we just don't. We micro etch with sand, and that's it. Okay. Isolation. These are your new slides, Steve.
We've been through this pretty much.
Yeah, we covered all this.
This is a good one.
Okay. You're scrubbing.
Gave it away.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. What's the new step? What new step is crucial to success with the newest bended bonding agents? This would have been generation 7. That wasn't necessary with previous generations of bended bonding agents. And the secret is scrubbing. Can we get
sound?
I don't think that one runs.
Can what?
I don't think that video runs. But what you see here is not enough. You can't just put the stuff on the tooth and leave it. You have to physically scrub it for at least 20 seconds. If the patient's 60 years old, maybe a minute. Yeah, it's that agitation of the acid that's on the tooth, has a reaction, and then it's replaced with unused or unexpended acid that gives you the best edge. So again, read the instructions. Okay,
Oh, you're relaxed.
there it is, Reliax. I still use Reliax. I think this product code is valid still.
Yeah, actually, I emailed it to Tyler the other night. He's like, do you sell this? He goes, yep, it's still active.
So this is just, what can I say? This is my go-to kit. I've tried other things. What I like best about this is it's thixotropic. When you put it there, it just won't flow. And so when you wipe it away, it's on your whatever, and then you wipe it off, it's fine. If you use things like adhes and whatever Ivoclar's product is, most manufacturers went to them because they had the best marketing campaign, they had the best sales. You put it on there and it just flows, it just runs everywhere, and it's just a big mess to try to clean up afterwards.
So just a question, because I'm using the same product, but when it's like 6 veneers, are you doing all at the same time? Because it's thick and it.
Yep.
You're doing it at the same time.
Just smiling because I stopped doing that. I did only 2 teeth at a time, front 2 and all the way back, because it was more too many. And then I listened to David Hornbrook, and he puts all 10 in at the same time. So, okay, we got the Optergate and we got everything in, and then I had Karen come in with a broken, I think it's Emax. It was a broken Emax on a premolar. And I looked down underneath, and she's got brown marks on all the face of all the linguals of all 4 of the teeth, 5, 4, 3, and 2. And I'm thinking, I'm messed up. I somehow didn't handle the isolation properly on this case. And so that's why I do 2 at a time. I'm back now, just doing 2 at a time.
School of Hard Knocks.
You leave ones on that aren't cemented just to not let too much stuff get on the other teeth? Or do you-
No, I wrap with Teflon tape. Teflon tape.
Okay. Oh, this is just a very common cement that we have. That's our corporate plug. We provide Permasem too. This is just a wonderful self-etch, self-primed cement. We actually use this material whenever we cement a zirconia crown to implant abutment. It sticks. It does not come off. So, and then what's really nice too is you can just do a 5 or 10 second tack with the curing light at the neck, and then flick the excess away and away you go. So, and then we got the bonding checklist here, and we're going to finish off with one case. This is an extreme hockey fan, little bit of a lunatic, especially around 2011. But in time for my niece, in time for my niece's wedding, Jessica, my wife says, you got to get the front 4 teeth done for the wedding. Remember I was saying all the way at the beginning, what are motivations to get teeth done?
Yep.
I was the wedding guy for my niece's wedding.
And he's married to a hygienist.
Yeah, my wife's a hygienist. She got sick of looking at my teeth. So anyhow, I phoned Steve, and so what do? I package up the vision. I did my own wax up. Steve did a mock up, measured the thickness of my temps. This is, I think this was the mock up, or was that the temps? Those are the temps cemented. I did end up in the middle of the night fracturing this off before I was wearing my nighttime appliance. So I popped it off, and it was Steve Goldstein in Phoenix that popped that back on for me. But anyhow, this is how dark my root was. That is chocolate Hershey brown underneath.
So do the backup part. So I'm doing this, right? I'm prepping the tooth. I've sub-opaqued with microfilm, and James uses a 4-letter word and said, did you take the before picture? Oops. Forgot. So we don't have a picture of the
entire prep.
Of the entire prep. So I
But
said,
the
you know what?
entire prep is that chocolate brown.
So I actually go ahead with the next one, or the one after.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we did a little more prep to get a little more depth for him, and then just to reveal, we took the picture again. That's how dark that tooth is. I think it's the darkest tooth I've ever.
And not root canal?
Oh, it's root canal.
Okay.
Oh, it's root canal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but of course, when I was, I think I was 18 or, no, I was 19. And, was a little bit of a rustic moment at a party or a bar or something and got it mixed up. I took a shot in the teeth and I didn't know that it traumatized the tooth to the point that the tissue, the blood tissue, the pulp leached into the root. And it was the point of no return, right?
This is,
So did you do a ditch technique then?
this is a
Yeah.
330 burr in banana ditch or banana.
Right, so you left the margin above.
Right.
Exactly.
And then that's the finish one.
But the key point on this whole takeaway of my case is that you want to make sure that the value of your preps is the same from the inside. That's the key. Very thin. And I made these veneers myself. I guess so. I was too cheap to pay somebody else to do them. My buddy's in the business. So we developed the temps. I got wife approval on the temps. So when I have approval, I did my own putty matrix. I put it up against the preps and I phoned Steve and I says, Wayne Gretzky hit the post again. I need more reduction on that incisal edge here. Okay. So we went ahead, I did the reduction, made a transfer coping for myself, of course. That was the reduction. And we did 4 refractory veneers. At the time, our trademark was called Genesis. So we did this all in refractory. Followed my own golden proportion, length to width ratios, gingival width on the line angles, built the everything internally. You can see how thin it is with the refractory dye stone shining through. The translucent layer. If I didn't come home with good vitality, I was going to hear about it for the next 20 years. So here's, and we, Steve scanned it. And I think this is one of the first cases Steve did with Itero, doing the veneers. And it was one of the last cases I made on refractory. It is, because everything, the Emacs basically took refractory out of the market. So Steve did it, we made a transfer coping, he buzzed back the centrals, or that one central. And then you can see the translucency and vitality.
Had you standing on your head?
Yes.
Well, Steve was taking the picture from the nose down, right? So, but here's the key. Can you see the difference at the margins? One has a very, very dark tooth underneath and one doesn't. That's to me, and it only takes a trained eye. And really the only way you can tell it is if you see the dark root coming through the tissue at some point. But you really can't see the difference. So, I was very pleased with the result. Okay, Mark. So I just want to close out by saying, Steve and I are always open to questions. We're here to support your journey. And after I finish off here and Steve, Elise is going to be up talking about scanning technology. The day's not done. Happy hour is about to start though. And did you want to say something, Steve?
Just wanted to say, what was the term you used? Props? You gave me some props?
Props.
Props. So I want to give him some.
Because I propped you up?
Okay, there you go. I stand on the shoulders of giants here. I have learned more from this guy.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Mark.
as I was saying before, so critical when you go through your digital journey. When you start and invest in any product and beyond, you gotta have tech support. Now, Elise is in the sales division. She's not the key tech support, but will connect you with anybody that can. And I think Shannon, you're in the tech support game, aren't you? Yeah.
Sales and tech support. Yeah.
Sales and tech support. So Shannon's, you're exclusively with Sorona, right?
I am.
Yeah. So she's actually the one you want to hound down when it comes down to tech support. But everybody works as a team. So anyhow, I'll pass it on to Elise. She's going to show you what the whole Shine game is all about with various scanner systems that they work with. And I'll let you take it away, dear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you already introduced me, so that kind of ruins my game a little bit. I have a little bit of a thing with standing up and presenting, so I thought I'd do something a little bit different and start with a game. We're gonna play a game called Two Truths and a Lie. Ready? Okay, my name is Elise. I have a very special relationship with somebody here at Ocean. My brother is Tyrell, that guy over there. And I am a CDA. What's the truth? What are the or what's the two lies? What's the truth? You're not allowed to.
I know it.
Ooh, he knows. Okay, go for it.
Well, the lies Tyrell is your brother. That's a special relationship you have.
It's a special relationship for sure. That's my husband at the back there. He's not my brother. Although they do say that you start to look like your spouse after a while. So I think we could pass, yeah.
You're a Cape Breton, that'd be acceptable.
Not even gonna go there, but I trust you on that. All right, so now that we broke the ice, I feel good now. Okay. All right, so can we see, you can put up the slide. Cool. Okay, so I've titled my presentation today, Digital Differentiation, using digital technology for better treatment planning, better patient acceptance, and better outcomes. Right. So today, key objectives. I want to communicate the real, not just the perceived value and benefit in implementing digital scanning into your practice. I want to emphasize the importance of partnering with a digital lab like Ocean. I want you guys to leave here with an understanding of the responsibilities and the expectations of both yourselves as well as the lab. And I want you to know the considerations that must be taken in moving from digital or from analog to digital, I should say. So I think I know kind of the answer to this, but let's start with who here is actually using an intraoral scanner. Okay, I have a few questions for you. Do you feel like you're using it to the fullest capacity? Who can put up their hands for that? Okay, so we got one person? Two? Okay, cool.
I know I'm not.
Okay, okay. I'd love to hear more about that. How about staff? Has your staff bought into the technology? Are you primarily doing a lot of the scanning yourself? Staff's good? Yeah? Cool. Okay, so we have more hands for that then? Nice. Is it meeting your expectations? Yeah? Cool. Anybody that it's not meeting their expectations? Okay, good. Awesome. All right, so hold that thought. So let's talk about the real value of a scanner. So I often get this question. People ask me, how much am I going to save on impression material? And I can tell you that that is not the reason to buy a scanner. Absolutely. It may save you money on impression material if you take a lot of retakes, but most of the time I think, you know, we're pretty good at taking impressions, and it's so much more than that. It is an intangible return on investment in the ability to be able to communicate a treatment plan and support the treatment plan that you're recommending to the patients. Everybody understands a visual, and when a scanner is utilized to the full capacity, it's the best way to enhance the patient experience. We all know that. Nobody likes to have, you know, traditional impression, the goopy stuff in their mouth. It helps you understand your patient's needs. It helps establish trust and cooperation from your patients in the treatment plan. They become part of it. It draws in the kind of patients that you want to bring into your practice and support your expertise. If you like doing cosmetic work, which I think a lot of us do here, and that's why we're here, technology is the best way to encourage and support that workflow. And of course, it allows you to gather the necessary work or records to support that digital workflow. So it's easier to stay in digital, start with digital, finish in digital. And I'll just expand a little bit on this. So I'll tell you a little story. When we bring in a scanner into an office, part of the training, it's not only just learning how to use the scanner, but we also really talk about a few things. For this part, I'll talk about more so the ability to communicate a treatment plan. So what we do typically is we have CDAs scan each other and everybody kind of gets a chance to work with the scanner, get comfortable using it, because we really want everybody, the dental team, not necessarily you guys, to be scanning every patient. And sometimes that's not feasible right off the go. You want to get comfortable with it first. So I never say right off the go, scan every patient when you first get your scanner, unless you're like Scott and you're just immediately awesome at it. But for the most part, there is a little bit of a learning curve. So starting with, introducing the technology to your patients and saying, we got this cool new toy. It's really awesome. Can I show it to you? Can I take a lower impression? No pressure. You're not scanning for anything in particular. You're comfortable with this patient. You already have rapport and you're just getting used to it. No pressure. So that's how we say to start. And then as you get really comfortable with it, you want your dental assistants to pick up the scanner and without even asking them, they just want to do it. So we want to get them comfortable using it for every patient. And there is a bit of a process to it sometimes. So what we find when we do that is patients oftentimes, we encourage dental assistants, doctors not to say anything at all. We want them to take the scan and we want them to just sit back and the patient tells you what's important to them. So when we have new patients, it can be kind of a challenge to establish trust and that rapport right off the go. It can be kind of challenging. And, hate to say it, we don't all love to come to see the dentist. So if we can kind of minimize that, build the trust a lot faster, that is going to just make everybody more comfortable right off the go. So I just want to kind of talk more so about, well, actually, I don't want to talk. I want the patient to talk and explain what they're seeing. So what they're going to typically bring up is the shade of their teeth. They're going to talk about that rotated tooth that's been bothering them for years. They're going to mention the diastema. They're going to bring up things like veneers, and right away you can decide, or you can differentiate your patient between the aesthetically driven patient and more of the functionally driven patient. And from there, I think it just speeds along that whole process of building the trust, and that's the power of visual, using digital for that. So that is where the real power of a scanner comes in. Would everybody agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right. Also, I think if you've got a cool practice, new equipment, technology, there's a certain type of patient that's drawn to that. They respond to it. And if that is the kind of person that you are and you want to do some more of these high level types of cases, then that's, this is your advertisement. Before they even know you at all, before they know what you do, your practice is your advertisement. Okay, so what information can be gathered from a digital scan? So we can see reduction. We can see if there's any undercuts. We can assess shade, use it as a shade assisting tool. We can see wear patterns, occlusal contacts, intraoral photos you can take with a lot of scanners. You really see the teeth without the distraction of the face and the smile. It's kind of like it's right there in front of you. So the most important thing though is that it's a positive, not a negative impression. So it's really more than a margin. How much can we really see from a traditional impression? And we saw some traditional impressions that I'm doubting that the doctor looked at the impression and thought, okay, this is great. When it was poured up, it's a different story. Like we saw some really funky stuff in some of those slides there. I don't think you would be sending a digital scan that looked like that. but you can only tell so much from a traditional impression. Am I right? Yeah. Okay, so we're at a point now where this technology is not new. You can scan for everything. Scanning edentulous, tissues, implants, of course, crown and bridge, study models, scanning for aligners. Anything you take a conventional impression for, you can do digitally now. This is an example of the prime scan. And actually, I would say this is scanning kind of slow. It is like super fast, but it's meant to highlight that there's various types of materials here. You can see metals, shiny stuff. A lot of times doctors ask me about powder. Do we still have to use powder when we're scanning? That's a thing of the past. Metal scanning.
Shiny surface.
Yeah, great question. This was the whole purpose of that video, is to show that the different materials, scanning more of the translucent glass ceramics, metals, and it has no problem whatsoever. There are still scanners that have.
It takes a little longer on metal sometimes.
Yeah, it
My
can.
Omnicam does, and it's had all the upgrades.
Yeah.
but It's not prime scan, so.
Yeah, this one here's the prime scan for sure. Omnicam had more of a challenge with that. Yeah, definitely.
Prime scan is, I just got it last week.
Yeah, pretty
Even
cool.
if you go over a gold crown stuff.
Yeah, so there's not really a lot of limitations now as far as what you can do.
Does anybody still use powder out there?
There was one scanner that was still using powder. The True Definition 3M,
Really?
or sorry, it was 3M and then it was bought by Midmark. It's discontinued now though. I just got the notice this morning. So anybody that has one of those, I got you. Okay, so if you can see it, you can scan it. But I find that too often people are kind of convinced that that's all there is to scanning. And everybody here knows that there's so much more to scanning than just scanning and sending. We do still have to have a good quality impression. And I find most of the time, people are really not educated in what it is that quantifies a good impression, digital impression. So scanning and sending is not good enough. You need to really understand what the lab needs to get from you. And there's really no reason not to have a good impression because there's tools built into the software to show you if it's insufficient, if you know what to look for, but sometimes you're not shown. So if you don't know, you don't know. So let's talk about common pitfalls with digital impressioning. Insufficient retraction and isolation. This is probably the biggest. Actually, you know what? They're all kind of three equal. Very common. I'll let James actually answer which one's the most common.
Nailing it right on the bullseye.
Yeah. Retraction and isolation, inadequate reduction to allow space for the material thickness, sharp line angles, which result in less precise fit, and also reduces your material thickness because it's going to overmill. So we are limited by the diameter of the tool that's milling the inner surface of the crown. And if you have those sharp line angles, it's going to have to mill farther out and reduce the thickness of your material in the end.
That's a real.
A lot of
key
things that people
point.
don't think
When
about.
Any preps, you know, by the time you kind of prep and, you know, we're all taught to make sure that the walls are nice and parallel. Round the corners.
Yeah.
Just buzz them up and round them. They scan, they mill more predictable. Doesn't matter what your system, what even
Literally
if you're doing
saving
PDFs.
30 minutes of wasted time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And even if you're doing a PBS impression for whatever reason, round off any sharp corner. Sharp corners
Yeah.
are the depth to accuracy.
Yes, I wouldn't even say that that's totally a digital thing for sure,
No.
because all the restorations, most of the restorations now, would you say, are completely digitally milled for the most part? Like a lot.
I'd say 70% in our lab, probably.
Okay, that's a huge percentage.
Like our CAD, like also around.
Oh, that run through the CAD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Probably 30% different.
It basically just,
About right.
if you're taking an analog impression, that doesn't mean that you're staying in that analog workflow. You will be moved into the digital workflow. So it's still a milled restoration. All those things still matter. But what you can't tell from a conventional impression, you can't see any of those things. But because of the positive, the fact that we're looking at a model instead of like a negative, we're looking at a positive, you're going to see all those things before you send it to the lab. So this is why it makes you a better dentist. Okay, so soft tissue management. Oh, these slides were actually done. They're beautiful. Anybody here know Dragon from Dentsply Sirona? Has anybody met him?
Yes.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Great guy. You guys, yeah, he's a total jam. So, and his name's Dragon. So like right there, I'm in. Sounds cool. Yeah. So he's a workflow integration specialist. He's an RDT. He's worked with labs prior to his role with Dentsply Sirona. So he knows this stuff inside and out. He did these slides and I was like, please, can I borrow these? Because they're so great. So we're looking at a couple scans here. Super gingival margins. How many of you guys do super gingival? Or so? Depends. Yeah. Okay, so super gingival margins, obviously they're going to be easier to capture because we don't have the benefit of mechanical retraction that we do with traditional impressions, but it's not always possible and it's not always done. So equigingival, subgingival, as long as you have tissue deflection and also the isolation, we don't want fluid buildup around the tooth, you're going to get a good impression, but those are absolutely crucial. So you can have the most perfect shoulder chamfer margin, and then if you've got fluid all around there, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so really important. Does anybody here, do you guys turn off the color on your models to really assess if you can see the margin? Yeah, so you can see the difference between the two. The color model, it's actually a little bit easier to see the margin. It looks like it's very, very clear. It's a little bit less clear when you look at the stone model. If you see kind of, usually around the interproximal, you'll see sort of like a little bit of clarity issues there. Nice, thank you. I thought I did that with my hand. I was like, wow. Nice, let's go with it. Yeah, that's totally what I was feeling. My son's really into Marvel right now, so that's like, yeah, okay. So who here, what do you guys use methods for retraction? Cord, laser. Nice. Double cord. Cord is, it's just awesome. You know what I loved that Dr. Steve said that he puts one cord in, a dark cord, and then he puts a dry cord on top. Do you guys put the dry cord on top, or you do both wetted with hemodent? Okay. So do you find, well, actually, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Okay. This is a slide I'm looking for. Do you see the difference between the color scan here and then the color turned off? It looks like, you know, a pretty clear margin here, but you can definitely see some fluid here. There's some bleeding as well. How does that translate when you look at the rendered scan? So this here is too much fluid surrounding that prep, and you can't see the margin. This happens, I find, when there's bleeding, fluid. A lot of times we blow a little bit of air, the fluid disperses, but it comes right back in pretty much immediately. So you're imaging and it's gonna look like it's good, and you'll see that margin is right there, but there's fluid all over it. And you can see it right here when you look at the stone model. Okay, makes sense? Yes.
Is it okay if, let's say, your system's blowing air while you're scanning?
Yeah, that's fine. It's anything that's moving and changing as it's scanning, it'll kind of auto filter it out. Like not every scanner can, but Prime Scan, Trios, Emerald can do that. Like you just kind of keep things moving, and then it's going to capture what's not changing. It's the AI that's built into the scanner. It's a lot easier though, just to keep it dry. So I used to recommend taking a little cotton pellet and just physically drying around, just soaking up any fluid that's sitting on the cord. The other thing, I love that dry cord on top. It kind of soaks up the hemodent that's underneath and the other cord. When you take that out, there shouldn't be a lot of pooling of the hemodent on the lower cord at that point. So I think that's a good method as well, but you just want to make sure it's dry, because you don't want it to look like that. It's really hard to mark a margin. If you cannot see the margin clearly all the way around before you send the scan, the lab is just guessing.
Well, one of the things that happens, guys, with there's all these different scanners, right? And when you import whatever file you have into 3Shape, we use primarily 3Shape at the lab. Not every scan will let you bring in the color scan and the black and white gray scan like that. So what the ones that can, when you're watching on the screen, you can flick back and forth between color and the gray, right? But a lot of them can't. So what ends up happening is you've imported a file from a certain scanner, you put it in in 3 shape, and you can only see the black and white version.
Yeah.
And then you gotta go back over to the other computer and you gotta look, and you're kind of looking back and forth trying to figure out where the margin is. So it's really important with whatever scanner you have to make sure you check both.
Yeah.
'Cause if you can't see the black and white version, then it can be a little bit more challenging for us in the lab. Most of them now, I think you can see the color, the ply file and the black and white file on 3 shape, but there's a couple you can't yet. So it's just always good to double check it.
We'll try it.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I can't remember though. I'm getting yeah, Trios you can. Yeah, Trios. I think Itero was one of the ones that was difficult to do that at this point. And they might have changed that now, but I'm just saying in general, just double check that because it really helps us for sure.
Yeah, it's a completely different picture as you saw. The other thing too that's really underutilized, I'll just throw this in at this point. If you have an area that's like a little bit challenging, can you put that slide back up actually? Say everything's super clear all the way around, but you got a tiny little spot maybe in the interproximal that's a little bit hard to see, but you can see it clearly when you look in the mouth. Utilize the intero photo option, the HD photo, layer that on the prep from the perspective that you can really see that area, because they're going to see, the lab is going to see what you see, and they can use that to view and mark the margin as well. So that's really helpful. I find that super underutilized. Yeah.
Because I definitely get lots of cases where exactly what you go back to that picture again. That top left there, where it looks so clear.
Yeah.
And then the bottom left, you're like, what the hell am I marking here?
Yeah.
And then I'll talk to a doctor about it, and they're like, oh man, it did not look like that when I looked at it, because they only looked at the color.
Yes.
Right? So
They
that's
see
where it
this.
gets like, yeah. And then you're flipping back and forth trying to figure out where to mark the margin. It can be really tricky.
Now, if it comes with the margin trace story, is that?
That's a totally different.
Totally.
That's fine. That's
So
great.
if we pre-traced it already,
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, like if you have
Absolutely.
prime scan, you usually pre-trace it, right? Yeah.
And it's easy to trace the margin too with the prime scan.
So
which is
that
great.
shows up for you.
Yeah,
then,
that
where
helps.
we
Yeah,
want it.
yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
For sure.
So is this new information for anybody, or do you guys toggle on and off? Was there something that you kind of learned with this, or pretty much you already know this? Just curious. Yeah.
Progressive group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like, come on, guys, give me some.
We know all this stuff.
Yeah. We're experts.
When I say do your best,
Whatever, Darcy. Whatever, Darcy, just pack your car properly.
Yeah. Yeah, what's cord?
Yes.
Yeah, the thing I never want to hear is like, oh yeah, I don't ever use cord. I just use Exposel only. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh.
HDMI.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so prep guidelines. All right, so zirconia 1 to 1.5, that's circumference of the tooth. Occlusal 1.5 to 2. 1.5 to 2 circumferential for glass ceramics, like EMAX. 2 millimeters occlusally. Is this surprising to anybody? No? Okay, cool. Because I do hear this a lot where they're like, no, I can do the reduction of less than 1 millimeter, 0.8. A lot of times, there's a lot of factors with that. You also, when you're analyzing your prep in the software, the scanner, you're using your scanner and you're actually looking at the software to assess your reduction, you don't take into account that what you're measuring. Like I'll give, for instance, the prime scan has a really good prep analysis tool. It's very detailed. You're aware of this. You use the cursor details and you can put a pinpoint anywhere on that prep and you can see the reduction the distance from the opposing. So when I put a spot on the surface of the prep and it says 1.2, that space is 1.2 from the top of the prep to the opposing. In that space, I have to fit the thickness of the material that I'm restoring with, as well as the cement gap that will be incorporated into that restoration. So 1.2, less than 1 millimeter, not enough. You have to think thickness of the material, but also take into account other factors like the overmilling. If there's sharp angles, it's going to overmill and reduce your prep thickness or your material thickness.
And also you have to have space for the cement. And if you're bonding versus cementing, you're gonna need more space.
Those are nice
Okay.
rounded prep, okay.
Yeah, this slide, perfect visual to show you just what I mean when I say over milling. So we can see here, these sharp line angles, it's over milled to this diameter of the burr here, and it can only do so much, right? So you can get, you know, we want that fit, but we can't get that with the sharpness of that prep. So it's gonna over mill, and then you can see that's reducing the thickness of the material here now. Right here, now we're this thick, not this thick. And if we just lop those off, then you're gonna get a tighter fit and you're gonna get better quality restoration with the thickness that you actually need. Make sense? Okay, so here's just a bird's eye view, difference in preps between zirconia and glass ceramic. They're pretty similar. I would say one's more of like a heavy chamfer, the other is more of a shoulder margin. Yeah, you can get away with a little bit less reduction with zirconia. Glass ceramic, because it's oftentimes being milled, you can get the chippy margins. You have to give a little bit heavier reduction along the margin there. And of course, those nice rounded line angles that you see. Me and Tyrell were like, oh, why didn't we just like trim that off here on the buckle? Just like, why is that like that? Anyway. Okay, so really want to hammer home, scan, check, then sand, okay? So there is tools built into the software to assess the reduction, check for undercuts. You can rotate your model all the way around. You can blow it up nice and big. You can confirm that you can see the margin all the way around, and you can take a photo if you want. And the best part is you can always overscan you can rescan. So you can cut it out and rescan. Nobody wants to pull out an impression, another tray, load the impression and take another conventional impression, but it's pretty easy to just cut and rescan the areas that you need to. Here, this is showing an example of trios where it will show you where you're missing areas that are crucial for the prep that you're scanning for. It'll actually blow it up and it'll point to those areas where it's seeing that there's holes. Every scanner pretty much has that ability. Some, it's a little bit easier to see and clearer. You're gonna see the holes and you can decide whether it's something that's clinically relevant and you can go back and rescan. Okay. Yes, yeah. Okay, so I like this quote. The one thing I've learned throughout my career, regardless of which restorative material I use, is that success always starts with a preparation. Dr. William Davidson. So here we can see the margin is totally clear all the way around. I can see that that tissue is totally reflected away from the margin, and it's uniform and clear all the way around too. It's not like jagged. It's really, there was like a system that was employed to do this crown here. And all of the line angles are rounded off. That looks pretty good. Okay, now I will get into the importance of partnership. So James talked a lot about this. You're going to want to partner with the right lab that understands the digital workflow. We know that Ocean does. They are fully digital, but they also do conventional dentistry as well. But they have all of the components to a fully digital workflow, and they can accept scans from every scanner. I work on both the lab side and the chair side, and this is a huge advantage for me because I really do understand both sides and the expectations of both. And there is a bit of a learning curve in moving to digital, and it really helps to have a middleman, me, kind of be the medium between the two, and I can help with the lab and communicate the needs, and I can help on the clinical side to just minimize the learning curve, and that's the goal. It's a partnership, and you know, we become friends if we work together. We do.
Or wives.
Yeah, or wives. Yep. Yeah, that's true. So Henry Schein intraoral scanners, we have the best of the best. We've got the Prime Scan in the middle by Dentsply Sirona, got the 3-shape trios, and this is the Plan Mecca Emerald S. I used to think it was a disadvantage having so many options, but I think it's just because the approach used to be that I would go in and talk about all the different options because everybody knew that we had all the different options. So it's like, yes, I want to see this, this, and this, and I want to see them side by side. And then I want to actually do a live demo and everything. And you know what? It never worked because I'm sure when you were looking at implementing digital scanning, you were looking at a lot of different options, and it becomes really overwhelming because you think that all of these features matter to you, and sometimes they don't. Now, what I do is I provide the options. Really, I let you do a lot of the talking, and we just figure out specifically what you want to do. And I'm not going to tell you what to buy. You're going to tell me what the right fit is. So if I ask the right questions, we figure out what the best option is for you. And sometimes it's different for different people. So my job is just to let you decide and just to keep it simple, because the whole process of moving to digital is very overwhelming. And I really don't have one path to put you on. So it's in my best interest to just find the one you're going to be happiest with. Okay. This is something too, features. There are so many different features. You can focus on more accuracy, ease of use, efficiency. Personally, I think those are like that's what you want to look for in a scanner. Absolutely. There's also kind of the bells and whistles, occlusal analysis, caries detection, treatment simulators, if you want to show kind of before and after ortho, smile design. What do you guys think about features personally? What's most important?
Yeah, what do you think? What's the biggest features that people buy or invest in?
Well,
other than just the scanner to take a record.
Yeah, well, I find going back to when we used to show everything and people would just get overwhelmed, you think because there is a feature that you need to have the feature. Everybody wants kind of all of the features in one scanner, and I'll tell you, it doesn't exist. So I think at the end of the day, you want a really accurate scanner, you want it to be fast, and you want it to be easy to use. Those are the most important core values. I think that's what you want to look for. And the bells and whistles, what my job is to figure out if those bells and whistles are like something that you think is cool, or if it's something that you think is so cool you want to do it. Because a lot of times we have, we're really busy, and the thought of sitting down and doing like an analysis, occlusal analysis or a smile design or something, you're like, yeah, you know what? I wish I would do that, but I know I'm not going to have time. So like, why do I care about that? But that's where we can get really lost in all the options, because there's so many different options, and the features can sometimes confuse you, but it's my job to know you and ask the right questions to figure out, is this something you're actually going to use? Is it worth getting this system over this system? Or at the end of the day, are you just looking for a really good, easy to use, accurate scanner? You know what I mean?
That doesn't freeze up.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Now
I think support. You haven't mentioned support on there. I think that's actually really important.
Yes, absolutely.
Support you're gonna get. You can get on the phone and have someone jump on right away to remote in and get you out of the trouble when you got a patient sitting in a chair.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you actually mentioned that. So I haven't really hyped that up too much, and I should. So I'm a CDA, I'm a trainer, and I also support my systems. Having said that, I have a whole team surrounding me as well, but it's not uncommon for my doctors to call me, email me, text me, and they say, I'm in a case, like, I don't know what's happening here. Where do I find this tool? I literally will pull over on the side of the road. I will jump into their system and I will log in and I will walk them through it. And you know what? I actually love that part of my job the most. Even though I'm a salesperson, it was really important for me specifically to have that clinical background, to actually know what I'm talking about, to know how to support it, to know how to train it and guide the people that chose to partner with me, because I think that's really important. I'm not a salesperson, but I am somebody that's really passionate about educating and supporting, and I want you to be happy with your system and use it. That is so important to me. I just got shivers. So as far as support, yeah, I would say I go the extra mile, that's for sure, as do Nicola, my trainer, as do our technicians. We also have a dedicated CAD/CAM support team. They we call them, they log into your system as well. So we all have that capability. And yeah, it works really well. And I love having that control. So speaking of features, James really wanted me to talk about smile design. So are you guys familiar with the Trio smile design? Does anybody have Trios here? Huh, okay.
Oh, you got 10 new customers coming.
Okay, so the Trio smile design, it is kind of a quick visual. It's designed to be really easy, and you do it chair side with the patient. It's kind of like Photoshop, let's be honest. So you take a picture of the patient, smile photo with a phone or a tablet, and you could load it into the app, and then it becomes available on your Trio system, and you open it up and you go through the smile design workflow. We're not designing crowns because, you know, nobody wants to do that with this indication. It's just supposed to gauge your patient's interest in doing further treatment. So, you know, when you want to do more, or you've identified your patient, I should say, as a cosmetically driven, aesthetically driven patient, they're interested in that type of dentistry. This would be something that you can do kind of to just give them the visual picture of what they could achieve. So as I said, we're not designing crowns. We are giving them a vision, something that they can look at, something to get them excited, and we just want to gauge the patient's interest in taking it to the next step, which would be to send the records to your lab to be able to do a digital wax up and then proceed down that road of a comprehensive smile rehabilitation case, right? So this, we want to convert to this here. This is the 3D, this is the 2D, okay? It can also be used for social media. I know a lot of us are kind of getting into the Instagram game. We want to market and draw in those kind of patients. You can give the wow factor and post that. And it's pretty cool. I played with this last night, actually. We got Tommy Cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this face is going to give me nightmares though. Yeah, it's pretty intense. So side by side, this is what I would send my patient. So they come to see me, I could do a quick smile design, and I can send them this in the patient app. And then they can pull it up on their phone and they can show their spouse. They can look at it and be like, oh my gosh.
Did he actually
look.
fix that though? Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Not all the way, they couldn't get the midline.
You can't, yeah, you can't fix it so much.
Your doctor, I mean, but
It's
would
okay,
that
he's still-
set them up? Oh,
Still doing all right.
He's still
Miss
I was
Hannah?
just gonna say, still
Yeah.
maverick.
So can you imagine the power of something like that? You know, the patient sees it, they take it home. It's selling a dream, you know? But it does have its limitations. As I said, this is Photoshop. So being that you have the experience doing these cases, you know what's kind of achievable, not achievable. Really what we want to get out of something like this is just have an idea of the patient's aesthetics that they like. Do they like a more triangular shape? Are they more rounded? What shade do they like? And they're kind of collaborating with you as you're going through the smile design, and they're picking this. And it's kind of cool when you can show on their face. Sometimes when you're looking at a digital wax up and it's on a model, you don't see the face and how it actually looks in the mouth. This is more powerful, more impactful. So occlusal analysis, this is gaining so much popularity. Do you guys use it for occlusal analysis? Yeah, we can see on the left-hand side, that's the prime scan. Before, when they had all those different kind of mishmash of restorations there's sort of different occlusal points everywhere. And after doing that full beautiful smile there, now we've got even occlusion kind of all around. So imagine the impact showing a patient that. Pretty cool. Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. And we can see, this is the Trios here. It's actually got these little contact points here related to the measurements, or the pressure points. They're related to the micron contact that it's actually translating to. So if you have, you know, a lot of times if you can take a scan after using articulating paper too, you can kind of track it and see. I would say for those of you that are struggling with your bites, if it's not seeming accurate or if you're having high restorations, take a scan with the articulating paper bite in there, and it'll actually show on the scan, and you can compare it with the points that you see digitally in the scanner. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm gonna ask this again, guys. Are you using it to the fullest capacity? Still no, but feeling more no now? Or, and your staff is bought into the technology. Yeah, are we scanning every patient, anybody? Nice, okay, cool. And is it meeting your expectations, or are you feeling like maybe there's some other things that you can do with it?
Should be a lightsaber.
Yeah. Exactly, I've done that before. So is there anybody here that's not scanning? Because this was kind of for those people.
Yeah.
I know, don't, okay.
I'm not scanning.
Yeah. Okay, well, you know what? Let's pretend some people here are not scanning. Common objections I hear, it's too expensive. Does anybody here regret buying this expensive piece of machinery? Anyone? No. Was it a big deal when you did buy it?
Yes. it felt like it at the
Yeah,
time,
right? It is a big deal. It's a huge investment, and it's a complete.
go back.
There's no, there's no way.
You put PDS in my hands now? Forget it.
Oh, you know what?
Really?
That brings me to this point. I think a lot of doctors are really afraid that they're gonna rely on it. And one day it might not work, or they're gonna have to go back to conventional impressions, and that's enough to scare them not to move to digital. I do hear that too. Staff buy-in, I know we're, like, a lot of offices are struggling with their staff, and it's a challenge to find good CDAs. What if you have some turnover? Who's gonna be training them? That's a really common thing that I hear. Support and training. Hey, we talked about that. We talked about support. We didn't really talk about training. I think hopefully you guys can tell that I do know how to train. I kind of know what I'm talking about here. I am very involved in the training process. However, I trained up my trainer, and now she trains, and then I go in and do kind of the follow-up training. So we work together, and I think that's the best way to support a new digital dentist, because the first day, you probably experienced that. It's a lot of sort of working through the system, setting up the cases, scanning each other. Nobody's sweating, and nobody's having a hard time putting their gloves on because the patient's there, and all of a sudden you forget everything you learned. That's what I'm here for. So I do more of the live cases. Nicola will do the live cases as well, but she does the initial training, and then we kind of tag team and we do the live cases. So I'm not asking you to set aside your day for me to come in and train you further. I am incorporated into your day. So if you have a scan in the morning for a night guard, then you got a scan for a crown after that, and then you're doing your first implant, you haven't done it before, I'm there, boom, boom, boom. I do all those, and I'm just in the background, and I'm there, and I just give you the comfort. I'm like a nice little security blanket for just getting through that, because I think most of the learning does happen when you're with live patients, and it's nice to actually have somebody there that can coach you along. So, fear of technology. Was anybody like really scared to purchase technology? Who hates computers?
Everyone.
We do.
Old guys, put your hands up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark.
So again, I had a major fear of technology. Like, really weird that I'm in this job because it's all technology. But before I started with Henry Schein, I did not know anything about this. I kind of moved into the role. I was selling intraoral cameras, digital imaging, and things like that. And I sort of moved into the role, and I thought, oh my gosh, I said to Tyrell, I don't think I could do this. This seems really hard. And there's so many different things that I got to think about, like and I got to work with computers. Like, what if something goes wrong? Like, how am I going to fix this? And I dove right in, and I was totally obsessed. I like to learn everything about everything as fast as possible. So it was like hardcore, put your head down and learn everything, and, you know, make some mistakes, get in there, work with people, learn from people. If there's one thing I am, it's resourceful. If you're knowledgeable, I'm in there. Yeah. So I tried to learn from the best, and I always ask why do we do this? The way that I learn best is by hearing, doing, seeing,
and asking why. And I think that's the way that I train, because it makes sense to me. And I think if you have the why behind things, you're going to understand things completely. So that's kind of always in my mind. So if I can do it, anybody can.
Well, I can do it.
There you go. If he can do it, Dr. Dick can do it, everybody can do it. Okay. This is another thing. Too many options. We did talk about that a little bit. It could be overwhelming. Waiting for the next. I heard there's another something coming out, or I heard this feature is coming. If you wait, you're never going to get in there, because it's just going to rapidly change way too fast for you even to catch up. You know, you got to get in there. You just got to dive in and give it your all. And that's why it's nice to choose a system too that has a little bit of an upgrade path. And by upgrade, I mean, we want to maximize the value and the use of our equipment. We don't want something that is going to be costly and we're going to have to trade it up in like 2 years. You know, that's a big investment. Unless you really like having a new car like every 2 years and you just want to swap them out. But I think I definitely understand the power of updating hardware to optimize, or updating the hardware to optimize the use of the scanner. So the computer PC component, if you can do that, that's awesome, because I can see it will dramatically increase its capability, its speed, its usage. The other thing that really helps is the software. Is it continuously being updated? Because if it's not, then it's going to get to a point where it's going to become obsolete and you will have to get a new system. So I know fees are kind of not everybody's favorite, suck, but you're either going to pay more for the system or you're going to pay fees. There kind of isn't like a happy medium where it's a really good system and it also has no fees. Some people tell you there is, but no, doesn't exist. I can tell you that. So the ones that kind of choose that system that has no fees and it's also really inexpensive, that's what I call like the digital toe dippers. They're the ones that are like, not quite bought into it, but I'll give it a try. I want to give it a try. I'll see how it goes. And usually it's, you know, talk to me in a year kind of thing, which is okay. Sometimes we need to like take a gradual approach. It's a big investment, so I get it. Okay, did I cover all those bases? I think so. Yeah, and waiting for the scanner that has it all. Doesn't exist. Okay, so in a nutshell, digital technology gives you the tools to become a better dentist. Would you agree? Yes. You're gonna see more. It's gonna humble you, but it's worth it. Okay. Excellence is a gradual result of always striving to do better. That's what we always want to do better. And that is I with blonder hair. That's my Instagram handle, my phone number, my email. Reach me anytime. Any questions, anybody?
No.
Good job.
Good girl.
Do that
Okay,
woo, woo, woo
so
thing again.
we have two housekeeping things to look after. Dave's gonna tell you about what's coming up. I'll hand out the course descriptions, Dave.
Okay.
I think, is there a Denver flyer in each handout?
Each handout has one, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we just need the course evaluations back from you guys, because it keeps our AGD and credits up to date.
Yeah, and it's kind of like when you buy a new car, we want all excellent or nothing at all, or.
If you have any fours, we're gonna hack them out.
No, honest criticism is very important.
Oh, that's your CE.
That's my CE.
Oh, this is
I
mine.
did the survey.
You get the course evaluation.
I did the course evaluation.
Give us a Google review too.
Yes.
I was the first one to get motion.
Yes, you were. You were Darcy. You
I'm
were.
gonna do the evaluation.
You are the first. Thank you very much. And there is actually a surprise gift for Marcy. For Darcy there, pass that to him. It's a coveted, mirror that has an ocean.
Okay, I'll pass another
expect another review. Yes. You got yours? Did you get an evaluation?
Love it.
If you could just actually, or take a picture of it.
Housekeeping. So we're saving the best for last. So the ones that were not here, you're gonna have to watch it.
It's like the hockey game.
Yeah, I know.
Your team's down.
I know.
This is for the winner, too.
Yeah.
You have an evaluation from you yet?
Yeah.
Venus left.
Yeah.
Venus was there.
No donut for you, Mark.
You're not wrong.
At least that was awesome. Thank you for sharing that. That was, yeah. Yeah,
No,
no.
see Scott Collin in here.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we'll get you your CE thing.
I already got the CE.
Oh, you do?
You can see, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, okay, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, we have the next up and coming thing is our Denafore course, April 8 and 9. I want to pass this little set of casts around the table. Ray, if you don't mind just grabbing this, just have a quick look at that bite. Severe attrition, okay? If you got, whether you're severe attrition or not, the magic question is for why we teach and promote Denafore, which is optimizing airway, jaw joint, muscles, teeth. The number one reason is there's a lot of patients that are in your patient pool that have severe wear attrition and of natural enamel, old existing teeth. And if you look at those casts that are coming around the pipe, they're severely worn down teeth, okay? Now, how do you treat that? Do you just treat a tooth at that position? That's a decision that you're ultimately at the fork in a road of what you're gonna do. And in my experience with our Denafore course, we're gonna show you how to find an optimal VDO. Okay, now the what is optimal? Optimal is when we have an optimal airway, we have an optimized jaw joint position that allows healthy muscles to function, but more importantly, that these are all harmonized together and we've got a nice place to restore to. If you restore to a collapsed over closed dentition, we're not doing anybody any favors. And I don't know what everyone's experience is here with doing that. The college as it stands right now does not want you to open bites. Okay, that it's because when you open occlusion, you're actually dislocating jaw joints, you're opening it. Unless you have proper consent and from the patient and or proper protocols to test drive that new bite, it is not advised to just arbitrarily open a bite. And unfortunately, most people, most general dentists, when they're going in this and to optimize that vertical, they're not actually being able to quantify that they've actually improved the patient's airway, jaw joint, and or vertical dimension. And so, and that's where if that patient ever has a problem and they go to the doctor down the road and says, hey, doc, my orthotic broke, and says, and he starts peeling the onion and says, well, what the heck are you doing here? This is no night guard. Why are you wearing this during the day? Like and then then it throws another element to the patient. Says, well, I don't know, Dr. Jones down the road just gave me this, says this is going to help my bite. And if you don't have the proper records, I'm painting a worst case scenario, obviously, but if you don't have the proper records to show where you've come from, or where you started, and where you're going to go, where the desired result to go, and the patient doesn't understand that, you're falling into a very bad gray area of liability and of risk. And we don't want any of our doctors that are planning cases like this to run into that predicament. And so it's very, very important. If you see these casts, I hope you can appreciate, I don't think anyone's going to say they're going to make a smile on this patient, a new cosmetic makeover smile. That's a trap. Stuff's going to bust. And so we know that you have to open that vertical to do that. And that's where I really want to point out why it's so important to have this type of knowledge, because there's, you know, James and I have had the privilege to go to the COIS program, their occlusion program, and we've seen how they open up the bite for to affirm VDOs, and I've seen the side effects that did not work out so well with that technique of a COIS deprogrammer. And I've seen the good results, but I've seen the bad ones. But there are indications to do one or the other. And you got to know where that divide in the road is. Okay. If you've got a relatively healthy jaw joint, you can go down the COIS deprogrammer protocol. If you don't have a healthy jaw joint, that's not going to probably end up so well for you. And Dr. Coyce, when I was at his course, he made that very clear. If you have pain under load with a Coyce deprogrammer, time out, refer it out. And where we were in Denifor, we know now that with a healthy therapeutic diagnostic orthotic progression, you can flush those issues out and or find out that you've actually improved the patient's airway, jaw joint, and muscles, okay, with that new vertical dimension. So I don't want to put much more to it than that, but I do want to, I don't want you guys to underestimate, leaving this room, a lot of smiles that need to be improved have worn down dentition. If you just arbitrarily increase those lengths and not expect to have issues, I think you're going to be sadly disappointed. You need to address vertical dimensions when you're opening, when you're lengthening teeth to make them prettier. If they have healthy VDOs or they like a healthy overbite, overjet situation, not a big deal. But if you start doing those kind of cases, smile makeovers, on patients that have deep bites, they're going to end up eventually coming back to you with some sort of chipping, breaking, and popping off corners and all that stuff. So that's what all I'm going to say about that, why it is so important to attend a Denifor course, so that you have a better understanding how to open that vertical and the benefits to the patient, improving airway, their jaw joint position, and ultimately creating a beautiful spot for us to restore to. That's in a nutshell what Denifor is about. April 8th and 9th, we hope you are able to come. The invitation's in your brochures. And I want to thank what I loved about this curriculum, and I hope you got the feeling of that. We're not wedging you into one product, whether it's a scanner or materials. Well, we're kind of wedging into working with Ocean, but that's okay. But at the end of the day, we really want you to know and feel that this was meant to help you, help your patients for long-term health. Thank you to everyone that attended here. I think we can pretty much round it up. Is there anyone else?
You guys, happy hours on.
thank you very much.
Get scanned or play with a scanner.
If you want to get scanned. Thanks, guys.